How's everybody doing tonight? I'm way too early? That's too damn bad. You know, I didn't get what I wanted today, so nobody else gets what they want. Especially UPK. The time to kill's always been super fast on Battlefield. It's just the shitty Battlefront clone versions that have a higher time to kill. Battlefield's always had a super fast time to kill. It's just Battlefield 1 and 5 had the Star Wars Battlefront time to kill, because that was the main game EA was focused on at the time. So they just basically reskinned a lot of Battlefront 1 and 2 for Battlefield 1 and 5. That doesn't do anything. Shit. Yeah, people who think Battlefield's realistic are dumb. It's always been an arcade game. Like, yeah, it has, like, some, you know, more realistic elements, like bullet drop and stuff like that, but it's still always been a pretty casual multiplayer game. It just has a slightly higher skill ceiling than COD. It's never been, like, a, you know, literal fucking war simulator or anything like that. Shit.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Ryan Miller with the 5. I think the summit went well, but it's a work in progress. I love how Trump and Putin ignored the questions from the media, sabotaging the deal. Yep. And it sounds like they're going to go meet again in Moscow, which would be pretty cool. That would be sick as fuck to get, like, the, you know, personal tour of, like, all the old buildings and shit, if you did get to go visit, like, as a state official. That'd be neat. Like, it'd be really badass to just walk around, like, the Kremlin and shit. Because Russia used to be, like, the wealthiest nation in Europe for a very long time. So a lot of their architecture is, like, insane. Especially on the inside. Like, everything's coated in gold. It's really cool.
I can't afford this shit!
Spooky Cerberus with the 2. Wait, so Russia and Americans buddies? We can only hope. We should be. Russia and America are very similar. So we should get along with them. They also have a ton of unutilized resources that we could benefit from as well, and completely cut China out of the equation, but our sellout politicians are still pushing the fucking Red Scare in order to, you know, make us cuckold to China. Because they want their paychecks.
Objective Alpha neutralized.
Yo, why is the mini-map so zoomed out? That's new.
Enemy forces have captured Echo. Forces are still controlling the fight. Break their hold. Attention, marked objective is under threat. Defend the position.
That does, like, no damage for how long it takes to reload. Shit. Damn, nobody's gonna res me.
This have neutralized Bravo.
Ah, shit. Are the Russians even considered Europeans? Yeah. Do you consider the Polish to be European? Most of Russia's population is in Western Russia. It's not in the East. So... Leftists are warmonger. Well, so are our wonderful Republican Party officials, too. So, both parties utilize the Great Red Scare still, because they're a bunch of fucking dried-up old boomers. You're watching the Mormon dating video? Holy cringe. You're gonna watch him soak too, I bet, huh? That hot, steamy action. Nah, Russia should start invading countries, and the US should start invading countries. And we should divvy up the world and extract all the resources for ourselves. The fuck? Spooky Cerberus at the 2. Yes, total Russian and American supremacy. No jokes. It could be that way. Like, if we had Russia on our side as, like, an ally, truly, then we could completely bypass China on pretty much everything. Dude, I hope Trump doesn't run and just declares himself emperor. Like, dude, I am so done with elections. Like, I don't see any way. There's no way to vote ourselves out of this, guys. So, we're not voting ourselves out of this. So, the first party to, you know, take over will be the one that maintains power. We're at that tipping point where we've become so far removed from what the people actually want versus what politicians will actually do that we need essentially a dictator with absolute power to course correct. Otherwise, it's never going to get better. Yeah, honestly, getting rid of monarchy was the worst thing that ever happened to Europe. They went from ruling the globe to being cucked Muslim fucking shitholes as far as their major cities go after getting rid of their monarchies, so... The thing is the average person doesn't have the stomach to govern. And that's just the reality. People are too fucking soft to do what needs to be done. Like, the government has to be able to operate in a way to where it's not beholden to the whims of the mob. Like, sometimes you have to be cruel and evil in order to fight a bigger evil. And, you know, when you rely on a popularity contest every 2 fucking years to get anything done, it's not sustainable when you don't have a homogenous population that has similar interests. So... It's just the facts. You have 2 years where you get stuff done. Then you have 2 years where someone else comes in and undoes everything else. Then you have 2 years where something gets done. Then you have 2 years where somebody comes in and undoes all that shit. It's just this vicious cycle of, like, you know, managed decline, essentially. Where you have one party that's actively destroying civilization, and then the other party attempts to clean up the mess. But never can actually make a big enough impact to, you know, tip the scale in the other direction. It's just this gradual decline. And year by year, they just import more and more people to replace the voting, you know, population of the country in order to rig future elections in their favor. It's just like, we're not voting ourselves out of this, plain and simple. It's like telling the North Koreans, hey, just vote in your next election, guys, it'll get better. It's not going to get better.
Be advised, the enemy now controls more objectives. Regroup. We have lost Charlie. The enemy is control of Echo.
Yeah, well, the Federal Reserve needs to be toppled. Yeah, that's another beast entirely. But yeah, the Federal Reserve needs to be completely, you know, incinerated, along with all the people who are in charge of it. In Minecraft, of course, by falling in lava on accident. You know, let's get some real ovens going this time. Oh, you're shitting me. Dude, inflation is a man-made issue, and it's created by the Federal Reserve, so... It's to further and further remove your ability to actually generate income and, you know, create wealth, so that it further concentrates in their hands. Because the Federal Reserve is owned by bankers, if you want to connect the lines. But yeah. They'll leech the United States just like they leech the British and the Russians, and then they'll move on to the next target. So, that's how it goes. Dude, the thing is, you can't vote with your wallet anymore, because most of these game studios are subsidized. They don't even need to make money anymore. The controversy with Wu Chang? No, I did not. I did not.
We have secured more objectives. Let's hold it. Be advised, Charlie is under attack. We need defensive support on the
They made certain human enemies and bosses unkillable in a new patch because there was outrage in China over killing historical figures. Well, good for the Chinese for respecting their heritage, but that is kind of gay. They're already trying to culturally enrich Japan. You know, they're trying to import the Pakistanis and Indians to be like the slave labor force, like in the rest of Asia, and the Middle East, and the Western world, so... Damn, bro. I can't fucking win shit.
Our attack on Bravo is underway. Be advised, Delta is under attack.
Why is there a golem in the chat? What do you mean?
I can't afford this shit!
Dude, I need to wake up.
Control objective Delta.
I'm very pissed off today. I'm not in a good mood. And I'm tired. And I have my fucking headache. This shit's irritating as fuck.
Objective Delta taken right.
Squirrel Stamper with the 2. What's up, my chuds? I'm on yet another 24-hour shift. Nice, man.
Attack on Bravo is underway.
Do you have the military special of cigarettes and Monster Energy? Dude, what the fuck?
Objective Bravo captured by hostile. Hostile forces are still ahead in the fight. Regroup.
Fuck. What happened to make me mad? The taquito dick fucking Hispanic FedEx driver who doesn't fucking speak English also, you know, was supposed to deliver a package for me today that I had to sign for. I'm literally sitting right next to my fucking door all day waiting for them to fucking knock. And literally, like, I checked it at 12:25, out for delivery. I checked it again at 12:30, and it said delivery attempted. So I opened the fucking door, and there's the fucking door tag on the door. So this fucking piece of shit, taquito dick fuck, didn't even knock on the door for me to fucking sign for the package. So that shit pissed me off.
Retreat. I need everyone on the offensive. Everyone.
Because not only is it the piece of shit FedEx driver that doesn't fucking speak English, that's a pain in the ass to deal with every time he shows up, he didn't even fucking knock on the door.
We secured Delta.
So I, like, called FedEx to see, like, all right, can I go pick it up from a FedEx office or something? Because usually they'll do that. They're like, and then, of course, it's a fucking Indian whore on the line.
Sorry, sir. We cannot hold this package and location. No possible.
It's like, oh my fucking god. Deportations are not enough at this point. Like, genuinely, death to all foreigners.
No, I cannot hold the package and location. This package requires signature.
Like, yes, I'll sign for it when I go pick it up at the FedEx store.
No, I cannot. I know.
Which they can. They absolutely fucking can. This Indian bitch just wanted to get off the fucking phone. So, yeah, I have to wait till Monday for it to be re-delivered. So, I have to hope this fucking taquito dick actually fucking knocks on the door this time. So, shit pisses me off, bro. Because, like, I was sitting by the fucking door all day. I didn't want to sit by the fucking door all day. So, yeah, they can't re-deliver it tomorrow because it's it's an express order, so we can deliver on Saturday. It's like, yes, you do deliver on Saturday, you fucking idiots. Yes, you fucking do. FedEx 100% delivers on fucking Saturday. They even deliver on Sundays. It's just, bruh. Spam this to the fucking infinite, like, degree.
They're not sending their best. 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 They're not sending their best.
Yeah, deportations are not enough, bro. Total foreigner death. Every single one of them crucified along the borders, outside of the airports. We need to send a clear message. You are not welcome here. But yeah, that shit genuinely pissed me the fuck off.
Attack and target the objectives. Take ground control at all costs. Let's move. We need attack support on the marked objective. Objective Alpha is under our control.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Air support confirmed. Pilots are ready to deploy.
Let's see. Lord Pot and Investor with the 2. Leave the door. Oh, yeah, I will next time. On Monday, for sure. I'm going to watch the fucking door like a hawk. So, it's not even like it's a cheap package, either. It's like a fucking $7,000 shipment. So, it's like, fuck them, bro. And fuck that little taquito dick fuck. I'm going to report him to ICE. Well, Amazon just throws your shit.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Amazon just throws your shit at the door and leaves. They don't actually make you sign for anything. Same with USPS. They just throw your stuff at your front doorstep and they just leave. So, they don't actually, like, you know, make you sign for anything, even if it says signature. Well, dude, he's technically breaking the law because he doesn't speak English and he's driving a truck, so... That's another thing that the Trump Department of Transportation is cracking down on, is non-English speaking truck drivers, so I could get them on both. Yeah, but that fucking Pajita on the phone is such a bitch, dude. We shouldn't have to live like this. Shouldn't have to fucking live like this. Can barely fucking understand them in the first place. And then they're just incompetent fucking idiots who just want to move on to the next call. Let's see. Mike TUGC with a 5. The scammer from last week is trying to contact me under a different identity. Yeah, they'd have you, like, marked down as a susceptible person, so they're gonna keep contacting you with different shit now. Because you've been added to the list of people that replied. So, unfortunately, once you reply once, you're kind of on that list forever. Can you not aim up with the tank at all? Damn. Barely. 82?
We're targeting objective Delta.
Dude, how the fuck does the tank shell do so little damage to them? That's ridiculous. That should be like a fucking kill. 88 Krager with the 1488. I feel your pain, born and raised in Texas, and ice can't work fast enough. I know. It's just... the damage that has been done to this country over the past 50 years is just criminal. Absolutely criminal. We had a paradise on Earth, and it was sold from under us. Bruh. I would not describe this as a massive graphic downgrade, man. It looks fine. But But yeah, I don't know, dude. Living in this area especially is, you know, I didn't used to have this much hate. But it's like, living where I live, I'm on like the fucking front lines of all this immigration shit. And not just southern border immigration. Especially like the Indians and the Arabs and all that shit too. So I get all of it. And it just fills me with hate going out in public. Genuinely. I hate what I have to live around. You know, I pay money for a Costco membership and it feels like I'm in fucking New Delhi. It's just, no. It makes me angry. When I'm the only white person in a Target, that's a problem. Call that racist if you want, but I don't really care. Yeah, they're just as American as me, definitely. All 5 feet 3 inches of them. Walking around in their flip-flops with the untrimmed toenails and unwashed shirts and cargo shorts. Oh, yeah, man. When I think of an American, that's exactly what I think of. I haven't been to Costco in like 6 months because I just genuinely get pissed off every time I go in there. You can't move because all the Indians bring like all 15 of their family members in on one membership card. So like they'll have the fucking, you know, husband and wife, the brothers, the sisters, the kids, the parents, and they'll all just like fucking walk around the store with like 10 carts, blocking up the entire fucking aisle and everything. You can't move. It's so fucking packed. And then, like, the checkout takes 30 to 40 minutes to go through. Because they all try to use their fucking coupons and their fucking EBT and all this other shit to save money. Or they'll try and split the purchases between credit cards. It's just fucking horrid, bro. Or they'll argue over the price. They'll try and barter. That's another thing that happens. So you have to wait like 40 minutes to get through the checkout. Then, the parking is so fucking bad that you have to go into, like, this parking garage. And you have to park like 5 levels up from the ground, so you either have to wait for the elevator or walk up the ramps inside the parking garage. Then when you finally get in your car, it takes about 5 to 10 minutes to get out of the parking garage because it's so fucking packed. So I've just kind of stopped going. It genuinely pisses me off every single time I go in there. The only reason I pay for my membership is because I have like the executive one, so I gave my mom the other membership. So she uses it, but you know, she doesn't live near me, so she has like the better one. But yeah, they all just sit in the fucking middle of the aisles eating fucking, you know, the samples. You know, God forbid you actually want to get food on the way out. You gotta wait for 400 people to get their fucking 85 hot dogs. So, it's just, it sucks, bro. I genuinely fucking hate going there. And it's the same everywhere. Like I said, I went into Target the other day to go get like some dog treats and stuff. And I was the only white person in the store. Like, I shit you not. The only white person. And it's just like... hate. Genuine hate. And, like, you can tell they're all immigrants, too. Like, not actual, like, you know, real immigrants. Like, you know, H-1B types. Because they barely spoke any English. Most of them don't even speak in English to each other. They're gibbering off in whatever their fucking language is called. But, yeah, it's just, like, Arabs, Indians, and Hispanics everywhere. Everywhere, dude.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
But, yeah. I don't know, man. I genuinely fucking hate this area. I really do. This area is radicalizing me further and further. Alright, I'll take that. Let's see. A-Man with the 5 mute, Doomer Gaming. Alright, looks like somebody did. But appreciate it, man. I don't know, bro. I just, like... I didn't used to be this way. It very much irritates me. And it makes me laugh because all these fucking Nick Fuentes types that have sat here and victimized the fucking Palestine retards for years now have basically laid the groundwork for all of them to be exported to Western countries because, dude, they're victims of a genocide. We have to help them. So congratulations, so-called right-wingers. You have now laid the groundwork for the governments to justify importing yet another group of millions of fucking Muslims who fucking hate you. Wow, you guys really own the Jews, dude. I'm sure Israel's seething so hard. And it's just so fucking irritating. Like, ugh. I hate people. I genuinely fucking hate people. The average person is just so repulsively stupid. Yeah, I saw the clip of Nick Fuentes simping for Camel Toe. Dude, that guy is such controlled op, it is so obvious. It is so blatantly obvious. He's yet another infiltration agent to, you know, sabotage legitimate right-wing sentiment in the Western world.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I can't afford this shit!
Trent Lamar with the 5. Come back to the South, Griffin. There are only white people and black people, and the white chicks look like super... Yeah, I would much rather live in the South than up here. Yeah, I like the South. I fucking hate this area. With a passion. I have only hatred in my heart for the people and area that I live in now. You know, honestly, if DC ever got nuked, I would die happy knowing that all these fucking people died along with me. Genuinely. You know? It wouldn't be all so bad. Because at least I could die knowing that millions of them were wiped out in the process, too. Squirrel Stamper with the 2. This is what happens when you give plebs rights. Yeah, democracy is a joke. We had a qualified democracy that elected, you know, Republican-esque, I mean, obviously, like, representatives and stuff. We had a democratic republic, but it was a qualified democratic republic. You actually had to meet, you know, strict qualifications in order to actually have the right to vote. Giving the average brain-dead idiot the right to vote is a massive mistake. No, I don't really believe in true love, personally. I do not believe in true love. I think it's a myth. That's like some Disney princess shit. I don't think you'll ever find anybody that you just, you know, click with 100% of the time. Yeah, especially not with social media. There's no way. Of fucking course you don't. You've never experienced romantic love. Bro, there's millions of people who have experienced romantic love and then they don't, so... I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Feelings fade. Where's your soulmate, Chud man? Relationships for 99% of human history have been transactional. The concept of love is a modern concept. Trent Lamar with the 36 months.
Get the fuck out.
I'm eating good in Alabama, only skinny women. In Alabama? I don't know about that. I mean, there might be a lot of skinny women, but there's definitely a lot of obesity there, too. Anywhere in the Deep South, there's a lot of fat chicks. Because Southerners love to eat, so... I would say on average, Southern women are way more attractive. But there's definitely a lot of fat chicks down there. Is dating really that brutal for the average guy? I've never really had any problems growing up. I don't really know, to be honest. The thing is I've never really tried to date, so. But from what everybody else says, it's pretty bad out there. So, I don't have first-hand experience because I've never actively tried to date or use dating apps or anything like that, so. Yeah, it's ironic because all these, you know, trad-con women on the internet, if they were actually trad-con, they wouldn't be on the fucking internet blabbing all day. They'd be in the kitchen or on all fours, bro.
Enemies are attacking Delta. Be advised, hostile troops have secured more objectives. Charlie is on the enemy.
Like, we have those stats where it says, like, 80% of guys are deemed, you know, below average by, you know, 80% of women or whatever it was. And only 20% of men were ranked as average or above average. So, most women are not physically attracted to most guys. So, in that aspect, it is kind of brutal. Because, you know, the only way you're going to meet somebody realistically now is through a dating app. Which is purely based on physical appearance.
We have secured more objectives.
Yeah, Melanie, the painted whore Mac, was talking shit about a nun. That shit was funny as fuck, bro. That fucking divorced, painted whore has the audacity to talk shit about a nun's appearance when she's literally caked in makeup, wearing fucking chokers, covered in video game tattoos from head to fucking toe, and dresses like an edgy middle school goth girl in her fucking 40s. Like, bro, she is the last person to be casting stones about how a literal fucking nun looks, who's like in her 60s, and doesn't give a shit about her physical appearance because all she does is, like, you know, pray and shit. Which is what Melanie, the born-again Christian, should do. You know, stop engaging in vanity and, you know, give yourself to God. You're a divorcee. An unforgivable sin. You broke your vow with God, Melanie. You should atone for your sins. Yeah, the nun was like an old Eastern European woman, so she had like that crustache that a lot of them get. And Melanie was saying it was a trans guy. It's like, bro, that's so Christian of her. That's so Christian of her. An elderly woman who's dedicated her life to Christianity is being lectured to by a recent convert of 2 years who went through a fucking divorce after whoring herself out to the entire video game industry. It's like an OnlyFans chick lecturing you on how to live a godly life. It's like, fuck off, you dumb slut. Didn't you read your fucking Bible? Women are supposed to shut their fucking mouth and learn from men, so sit the fuck down and mind your own business. But yeah. I just hate hypocrites, dude. I really do. And she's so hypocritical. Her entire channel is dedicated to gooning over Lara Croft. And she had the audacity to make all those fucking videos calling people, you know, sinners and evil. And, you know, it's just pitiful.
Attention, objective Charlie
I have a 1950s mindset? No, I'm literally just, you know, basically throwing Melanie Mac's so-called beliefs back in her face. So, it's not even necessarily my mindset. It's the mindset that she preaches as being, like, true and good. But she doesn't want to live by what she preaches. So...
Delta is under hostile attack. We need defensive support on the marked objective. Be advised, enemies are attacking objective Charlie. We have lost control of Delta. All units, mission is on target. Good work.
Why would North Korea want Melanie Mac? Almost every time I talk to a chick on a dating app, she plugs her OnlyFans. Yeah, those are just bots. Or Indians that are hired to, you know, swipe on every guy and promote the OnlyFans.
Hostiles have seized Delta.
You have the Roman mindset?
Yeah, that's a pretty good mindset.
Objective Charlie is under hostile attack.
Ugh.
Dude, I just wish my head would stop fucking hurting. It's just so irritating. It's been like weeks I've had this problem.
Hostiles are attacking Alpha.
Bruh. I'm not going to the doctor over a fucking headache. That's dumb. I have no idea what a doliprane is.
Enemy forces have captured Alpha. The enemy have secured more objectives. Let's strike back. Our troops are still controlling the fight.
Nah, I don't want to pay to go to the doctor anyway, so.
It's just gonna be a waste of time anyway. They'll be like, oh, just try to get more sleep. Oh, go get... make sure to drink lots of water.
It's just a waste of time.
Hostile forces are attacking Charlie. You're exiting the combat zone. Turn back now.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
The enemy's still on
Daikaiji Pictures with the 5. What's up, my fellow gamer? How do you feel about Battlefield 6 beta? Yay or nay? Also, I would donate more, but I'm a little tight on cash. Ah, that's all good, man. Don't worry about it. But so far, I like the game. It definitely feels like Battlefield 4 and 3, so I do like that.
support the attack.
But yeah, overall, I think it's good so far.
Be advised, enemies are attacking Delta.
It's definitely better than 1 and 5, in my opinion. But appreciate it, man.
We have initiated our attack on Charlie.
Oh yeah, it's definitely better than 2042. I forget that exists, honestly.
Be advised, hostiles have secured objective Charlie.
I forget that game even exists.
Be advised, Echo is being captured by hostiles.
That didn't even count as a kill. Wow. What the fuck? Damn.
Hostiles still hold their objective. Objective marked. Support the attack. There's a hostile sniper to south of your current position. Stay covered. The enemy's trying to take control. Stop them.
Fuck, man. I might be too tired to play this shit. I don't have the situational awareness necessary.
Be advised, enemy sniper confirmed in your area.
Fuck.
Charlie has been neutralized. Attack support is needed on the marked objective. I can't afford this shit! The enemy has captured Bravo. Be advised, the enemy has secured more objectives. Let's strike back.
Damn, bro. Right as I'm about to finally get a kill, I get fucking shot from somebody else. Jeez, I can't win. I don't know, bro. I may be too tired to play this. I may have to find something else.
Enemy forces have captured Alpha.
Jeez. Brutal, dude. Damn it.
The enemy still control more objectives. Regroup and attack. Enemy lead is returned. All units, we must recover the mission. Hostiles hold victory.
Dude, are we really gonna lose in like the last 10 seconds? Jesus.
Attacking Bravo. Our troops are attacking Charlie. Our troops have secured more objectives. Be advised, enemy attack is underway on Bravo.
What the fuck? Why did that blow up immediately?
We need to defend the marked objective. Charlie has been neutralized.
You are shitting me, bro. Come on. I got flanked by some fucking retard who did a little bit of damage to me. That pushed that guy over the top.
Charlie is under enemy control.
Finally.
You shut the fuck. Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
Jeez, dude, that was brutal.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see. Not sure if I read this, but Daikaiju Pictures with the 2, even if I didn't hate Battlefield 2042, Battlefield 6 is superior. Yeah, I think it definitely feels better than 2042. So, yeah, it has the classic Battlefield feel to it more than 2042 did, for sure. And Mike TUGC with the 10. Appreciate it, man. Wondering if you have any advice for me learning about finance? YouTube videos. Now, new to this life thing, and I'm very confused about different types of taxes, mortgages, interest rates, and a million other things. Well, yeah, just use YouTube, man. There's a million videos on everything financial, because financial videos make a shit ton of money. So, yeah, just use that, honestly. You can learn about future values, net present value, compound interest, amortization, loan repayment, the different types of retirement accounts. All of those topics are, very easily covered if you're just watching YouTube videos and stuff. Finance is one of those topics you can teach yourself pretty easily. You can look up stuff like how to read a balance sheet, net income, income statements. So... Dude, it's like my head is throbbing in the back right. It's so irritating. It's just annoying. This is why when I finally fall asleep, I don't want to get up, because it's like, damn, my head doesn't hurt for at least a while. Although, I don't know, when I've been waking up, it's also been kind of hurting, so I don't know what's causing it. Maybe I should take out my contacts for a few days and see if that works. Advil only helps for temporary relief. It's not a long-term fix, so taking Advil when I've had constant headaches for like over a week is not going to do anything.
Attention, our attack on Echo is in progress.
Yeah, I don't know why he wanted me to watch a video about a fucking kill switch flash drive. That's like the most basic shit ever. It's like a 5-second clip that someone stretched out to a 17-minute video. It's like, bro, I'm not watching it. Dude, I don't believe in aliens for, a second when it comes to this, oh, we've been visited and shit like that. I think it's complete fucking horseshit. If there was actually a technologically advanced race of aliens that was looking to enslave humanity, take us over, whatever it might be, they wouldn't have waited until we had technologically advanced to where we could actually fight back. They would have taken us out a long time ago if that was the end goal.
Attention, we're attacking objective Delta.
Damn, bro. like the game so far. It's just, I think I'm too tired to play right now. I really wish I had more fucking energy. But I did not sleep tonight. Like, what the fuck am I even supposed to do against that? Snort coke? I don't have any.
We now control more objectives. Defend all positions. Attention, enemy forces have captured Charlie.
Fuck.
Hostiles have seized Delta.
Well, that's because Dreamcast guy gets a good 10 hours of sleep in between his gaming sessions, so I'm not so lucky. I wasn't able to fall asleep earlier tonight, so it's kind of irritating.
Enemy attack is underway on Bravo.
Shit.
Hostiles are attacking objective Echo. Objective control has been regained.
Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me?
Attention, objective
How much for you to end the stream and sleep for 12 hours? I don't know.
objectives. Secure our defenses.
I have no clue. It doesn't really matter what I say, because nobody's gonna send it, so we'll just say 200 bucks. How much to quit my wagey job? $2 million.
I'm tracking hostile tanks in the mission area.
If you mean all wagey jobs in the future, then I would do it for $2 million bucks.
Attention, objective Delta has been secured by hostiles. We are targeting objective Bravo. Objective Bravo neutralized.
Why am I streaming so early? Because I couldn't fall asleep earlier.
We have secured Bravo.
So I just took my dog for a walk and then started streaming.
Objective Delta neutralized. Delta has been secured. All troops have neutralized objective Charlie. We have secured more objectives.
Any chance they will reinstate slavery? With any luck, maybe. Maybe they will.
I spotted an enemy tank to your north. Hostile forces are attacking Charlie. We have lost control of Bravo.
You have the opposite problem? Yeah, I've almost been awake for 24 hours at this point now.
Enemies are attacking Delta. Be advised, we have lost control of Charlie. We need attack support on the marked objective. Hostiles have seized Delta.
That works. Dude, talking to women would only make my current situation worse right now. I already have a headache. I don't need a bigger one.
Objective Charlie has been seized by hostiles.
Did I watch the Raymond video called I Don't Know How to Make Friends? No, I did not. I haven't watched him in a few days, so. Or probably like close to a week. Other than on stream, but it's different. I guess. I don't know. Maybe we did watch it, but I don't remember that one. Jeez. Dude, even if I get 10 hours of sleep, I don't feel rested at all. Doesn't matter how much sleep I get nowadays, I'm just always tired.
I can't afford this shit!
Raymond isn't as entertaining as y'all think. Well, he's like kind of a novel concept right now because he's like new, I guess. But yeah, in terms of staying power, I don't know if he'll be a thing.
We must recover the mission. Hostiles are close to victory. Attention, our troops are attacking Bravo.
Well, going to the gym and being tired is a different type of tired than needing to sleep tired. So it's not the same thing.
Be advised, Alpha is under attack. Be advised, objective Bravo. Objective Alpha has been lost. Contact the mark objective.
Uh, 7-minute man with the 2. I kept falling asleep today. Any news with Trump? Nah, just the Russia thing he went to today. The meeting with Putin, which apparently went well, so. That's really all the news thus far. From that, they haven't really said any details yet. Yeah. God, I need sex. I could never, bro. I could never need sex. I cannot relate to that.
All units, mission objectives are confirmed. Capture and resist all hostile attacks. Let's go!
I need to get my... You need to check... Wait. You need to check your sex drive. It's crazy you don't watch porn and you never think about smashing women. I definitely think about smashing women, bro. It's just not a priority at all. Like, I'll see a chick and think, like, yeah, I wouldn't mind having sex with her or whatever, but it's like, I'm not going to act on it, if that makes sense. It doesn't even rank in, like, my list of priorities. So. So, like, I'll see an attractive girl, like, in public. Obviously, I'll have, like, the thought of, yeah, dude, I would totally bang her. But then that's, like, literally it. That's it. It doesn't go any further than that. I'm not going to ask him out. I'm not going to, you know, attempt to get laid or whatever. Like, I just don't care. It's not worth putting effort into for me. Raymond apparently scared of the girl that he was talking to through his YouTube channel? What the fuck? I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. Like he was talking to some bitch in his comment section? Dude, we just need to get rid of women out of politics in general. So-called right-wing political figures that are women is just unbearably cringe.
Attention, hostiles are attacking objective Bravo. Defensive position is needed on the mark objective. I'm over here.
They meet each other because of his YouTube channel. So why is he scared of her? Was she like some weird stalker bitch? Griffin wishes he had a stalker bitch? Absolutely not. I don't have the energy to deal with a woman, much less a crazy one. Griffin already has a Brit. Oy vey. Why are you so annoying? You're not that annoying, PK. You ain't that bad. You're just afraid of letting people like you. So you try to push everybody away because you're afraid of getting too close. It's okay, I'm the same way. I've had plenty of women stalking you. Yeah, I don't want anyone stalking me in general, male or female. That shit's not normal. I need a harem? Oh my god. No, I just need something to look forward to again, or something I like really enjoy doing. I don't know. Bro, I'm getting too tired to play this shit. Can barely pay attention. It's too much downtime.
Attention, objective Charlie has been lost. Advise enemy sniper confirmed in your area. Attention, Charlie's under enemy control. We're engaging objective Charlie.
Dude, that's kind of scary. I don't even remember getting kills. Shit.
Attack support is needed on the marked objective.
Dementia gaming? Yeah. No, I'm like fading in and out playing the shit. It's too slow. It's not holding my attention. I've been awake for too long. My head hurts, and this shit's slow, so not a good combo. Makes it very easy for me to just sit here and kind of like blank. It's like sitting in a super boring class almost. Just where you're like half paying attention, but you could fall asleep at any moment.
We have initiated our attack on info. Delta has been secured.
Fuck. PK, you should know by now, nothing ever happens, bro. What videos?
Enemies are attacking Delta. All right, our attack on Echo is in progress.
I don't even know what the fuck just killed me. Oh.
Our troops are attacking.
I wouldn't buy this game if you're sleep deprived, but overall it's fine. I'm just too tired to play it right now. I need something with less downtime.
Enemy sniper confirmed in your area. Attention, hostiles are engaging objective Delta. Enemy forces have captured Echo. Our lead is secured.
Nah, if we watch Dreamcast guy, I'll fall asleep, because I guarantee you there's nothing interesting happening in gaming at all. It's been boring as fuck for the past few weeks.
Our troops
Literally nothing happening.
Our attack on Echo is in progress.
his voice soothes you like a waterfall. It's not even, it's just boring. Like, it's him reading tweets like Yong Yeah does. It's not exactly exciting shit. It's like, wow, let me completely misrepresent a fucking one-sentence quote for 10 minutes. And then read a bunch of other retards that didn't understand the quote, replying to that quote. There we go. Nah, I tried to sleep earlier, but I couldn't fall asleep, so. Alright, I need to turn on something else. This shit is gonna make me fall asleep. Yeah, now I run into the problem of not wanting to play anything. Time to stare at the Steam library and wait for positivity? Maybe so. Need more super shackles coming. That's right, dude.
Open your wallet and give me all of your monies.
Staring at Steam is playing a game? Honestly, bro, I feel like that's the majority of what people do nowadays. I think most people... It's like Netflix and shit. You spend more time looking for something to watch in a sea of slop than actually watching anything. It's like the same with video games. You buy all these games and then you don't even want to play them. I really wish I had a desire to play games. It's just like I have zero motivation to play anything. It sucks. I hear you, Griff. I deal with the same thing. Got a game library, but no ambition to play any. Yeah, that's the dilemma, man. That's the modern dilemma. It's just like all these games, but you don't want to play anything ever. Might as well have 0 games in your library. Yeah, I'm still fucking pissed off about the FedEx thing, because it's like I was waiting all week for that fucking package. It's my one little cope of the week, and they took it from me. Yeah, it had my PSA Vault order in it, so I was waiting all week for it to arrive, and yeah, the fucking FedEx taquito dick fuck who doesn't speak English didn't even knock on my door. He just put the fucking door tag on there and says, you weren't available. It's like, fuck you. I hope you're like that fucking guy who fled from the ice raid and then ran out in front of a car and died. AKA, I hope you die in an automobile wreck. That shit pisses me off so much, dude. Couldn't even knock on my fucking door.
They're not sending their best.
A bit too heated on some Pokemon cards? You don't understand, bro. It's like the one thing I was looking forward to for like the
All right,
past
awesome.
2
Thanks,
weeks.
nigga. All right.
That was it. It's like the one thing I was looking forward to is my card was finally like sent to the PSA vault. I was able to withdraw it. I waited the full week for the FedEx delivery to arrive. It's just like a kick in the balls. It's like, you know, I don't really have much I look forward to in life. So when the one thing that was like somewhat, I guess, exciting gets delayed by 3 days, it pisses me off. Run a dog with the 5. What's this? Let's see. Oh my god, bro, this shit's zoomed in so much. There. Oh god. A match made in hell. Kojima and Keanu, dude. Oh my god. Could you imagine how exciting a Keanu Reeves Kojima game would be?
We need to stop them. Let's talk for 45 minutes. But how are we going to do it? Oh my god, the world is in danger. Oh my god. I couldn't even imagine how boring that shit would be. Now you know how it feels when you scam us. PK, you have some nerve, bro. For a guy that spends a grand total of $0 on these streams, do you have any right to claim that you have been scammed? The answer is no. You know, if you had some skin in the game, then maybe, but until then, you don't really have a dog in this fight. You don't deserve a dime, then you don't deserve to talk. Get that ass banned. Enjoy your 5 minutes. Free of charge, of course. Cringe, Griffin thinks he's oh yeah, dude. Yeah, he's wearing a, I can't tell what it is. Of course, the actual image doesn't zoom in, because that would be a smart UI feature. Can't tell what type of watch that is. Maybe if I do it this way. Still can't really tell. No, it's not a Rolex.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. It kind of looks like a Jacob & Co. watch, but I can't tell. I was trying to see if I could find, like, a example.
I can't afford this shit!
I don't know. I give up. A soy jack on his shirt? Wouldn't surprise me. He's soy jacking because he's got wholesome heckin' Kino on screen. It's a Seiko? Oh, okay, yeah, it's cheap then. Vendetta with the 2. Hey, bro, you missed my super chat. Let me check. And then Bigfoot Papa with the 5. I hate it when I'm trying to get with a girl, and her dad walks in. Like, I get it, Uncle Fred. You don't like me, but she's my favorite cousin. Remember, nobody loves you like family, man. No matter how tough it gets, bro, don't give up. Each other is worth it. Let me see. This one? I thought I read this. Yo, Griff had a weird dream last night that all of us met at your house, and it was revealed you were an Indian kid with a voice change. I thought I read that, but yeah, if that was the case, I would introduce myself by jumping off the top of the building with a rope. Bigfoot Papa with the 2. He would fight me, but I'm his favorite son. Hell yeah, man. That's the way to do it. Keeping those genes pure. A Dreamcast guy watch? Oh yeah, dude. That would definitely be a big hit. It'd be one of those Burger King watches with the shitty fucking like little pixel games on it or whatever they used to give out. Oh, why is it not giving me the option to change? There we go. Oh my god. Dude, the fucking back of my head is just killing me. Shit's so irritating. Fuck. Look up what that means. Headache in back of head. Attention headache? What the fuck does that mean? Stress, poor posture, or dehydration. None of those apply. So, none of those apply. Definitely distress, yeah. You know, we haven't been hitting the tip skull enough, I guess. Maybe that's what's causing me stress, I don't know. But yeah, I don't think that's the cause. Gaming posture? No, that's not it. I have a chair where I sit upright in it, so that wouldn't be the cause. My wagey job? Maybe so. You know, maybe if I could just do my wagey job, go to sleep at like 9 p.m., wake up at 7, rinse and repeat every single day, then I'd be alright, but no can do. The headset dent? I don't think so, man. I don't wear my headset during the day, so... I don't know what it's from, honestly. It's a mystery, but I've had it for like the past few weeks. And it's very irritating.
I can't afford this shit!
Sneak feed with the 2, play the DSP, give me money sound. That will work, hopefully.
Give me money! Give me money! Give me money! Give me money!
But yeah, I don't know what's wrong. This headache just won't go away. I might go try to take my contacts out just to see what happens real quick. Give me like 1 minute. I don't think it should take very long. I have to find my glasses though, so that might take a minute, but... Let me see if that does it. I haven't taken them out in like a month or two, so... But usually that's not a problem. Alright. Yeah, I got my glasses. It's a tumor? Maybe so. Maybe it's for the best.
I can't afford this shit!
Try nicotine pouches? Yeah, I've thought about buying some of those, but I don't have any. Tim Marco with the 279, maybe it's high blood pressure. I don't know. No, I never take my contacts out. I've pretty much left my contacts in, you know, every day of my life since I was in, like, middle school, so that's never been a problem. Like, every so often I'll change them out, but usually I'll just leave them in. As long as you don't get dry eyes, you should be fine. They don't really do anything. Turn on your face cam. I don't have a face cam, so not possible. You ever thought that other people could just be figments of your imagination? Is like, that's a solipsism. So no, I don't actually believe in that. I don't believe in that personally. I think that's a bunch of bullshit personally. Yeah, let's see. Phil's worst stream ever. Begs for $1.
So let's get into the dark.
All right. I think, yeah, it's lined up. Good enough, at least. Actually, we'll put it on 1.5.
Side Phil folder, everybody. Here we have Phil begging for $1.
Okay.
What? $1, buddy. He's asking for it. Please, can we get $1? All
right, guys, final 15 minutes of today's stream. Last chance to support. If you could support in some way.
Wait, so we go.
Please, love.
Most normal people go, listen, if you support, I'd say on longer, 20 minutes, half an hour. He's like, guys, you got 10 minutes to give me $1.
You got 10 minutes to pay up, pig.
Yeah, you got 10 minutes to give me fucking... That's wild, bro. I don't understand why DSP has, like, this rigid schedule. Like, it makes everything so fucking boring and transactional. I don't know. Like, is there any, like... Is there anyone who would actually be excited to, like, watch a DSP stream? I don't know. I feel like that'd be few and far between as far as a likely scenario. Dude, no wonder you're in such a shitty mood. There's been studies on contact lenses that if you leave them on for too long, they release
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
That makes you feel depressed. I thought that was the microplastics in your scrot. Does the contacts do it too? Let's see. You've got 10 fucking minutes to hand over your bank account. I could say the same to you. Diego Hernandez with the 5. Watch Dave Moscato, most pathetic man you've never heard of. 2x speed. All right, I'll take a look. All right, let me restart.
please, pay me.
I really appreciate
Not change.
Even if it's just a small contribution, like a
He's
little
at
generous,
$60.
it's better.
This is after 6 hours of streaming.
What?
Jeez.
He's at fucking $60, buddy.
King's tax. How
Brutal.
embarrassing.
Nothing. Seriously.
See, the thing is that's nice about having a job is, like, if you get $60, like, one night streaming, it's not the end of the world, you know? Because it's like, some nights you make $200, some nights you make 300, 400, maybe you get a really good night, you make 500, and then there's some nights where you make, like, $50, $60, 70, 80, but, you know, if you're just doing it for a hobby, it's, like, still, when you even it out, worth the time, like, for sure. Like, it's still a great deal. But for somebody like Phil, it'd be like clocking into your 9 to 5, where you typically make $200 a day. And instead of getting your $200, you walk away with $60. So it's just, I don't know, man. Again, full-time content creation is not as glamorous as people chop it up to be. That's for fucking sure.
I would like to hit $100 on this stream. It sucks because now I don't even know if I should play this again. I want to see the ending, but if it's going to be the stream that no one supports, then I don't know what to do.
Oh my god.
I gave you 2 shots. I guess I'm not allowed to play different games. I'm really not.
Oh my
Oh, no.
You're not
Phil,
allowed.
Somebody call the ambulance. Phil has to play the games his audience wants him to play. He can't just dick around playing whatever video games he wants and make 6 figures a year. No.
What's he playing?
Man,
What's it called? Ludo?
He's playing Ludo, and what's funny about this game is people lied to him about how long it was, so he thought he would finish it on this stream, and he didn't. And then he came up with the craziest thing of all time. I think this was yesterday. It's hard to tell, though, with Phil, because it's like all-consuming. It's like all day, all night, every day, every week, every month, every year, till the end of fucking time. But I believe after his Donkey Kong stream yesterday was the lowest supported stream ever, he then punished the audience by saying he was only going to play for 30 minutes and then do chill with Phil the rest of the time.
Chill with Phil.
It fucking demented, buddy.
If I'm not playing a game where we can 100% hang out the entire time, or a game where it's like complete action all the time, apparently I'm not allowed to play it.
And someone said, this game is dreadfully
What?
boring in his comment. In his chat.
I don't understand that.
It does look boring, huh? It's like this jump
We're just going
scare.
on a loop. Now we're back.
Yeah, by the way, that part he was looping for like 30 minutes. All
Okay, now here we have this one. Let's have a look.
right.
No?
Oh, look at him. He's doing the full face. You see that, though? He wiped grease off his forehead and then wiped it onto his shirt. Watch. His hands all greasy and sweaty, and then he wipes it on his shirt. Did you see the fingerprints from the fucking grease come onto the shirt?
Ew.
Oh, he's greasy.
He's a greasy fuck, bro. What do we have
So
here?
this
He
was
is
at
Italian.
SummerSlam this weekend.
I saw this.
Phil got A-logged at SummerSlam by this. Oh, the camera was on this whole time. Son.
Bruh.
I saw it.
shit.
I actually saw it.
This one's like one of the most like lack of self-awareness Phil ragers ever. Here he is.
Why do I have to keep explaining it? Do you think this person maybe has never been employed? Maybe they're tipping me $2 as like their parents' credit card or something?
Come on, Phil.
How do you not understand the
Strong he
concept?
is.
Oh,
It looks like he's wearing.
That's ironic coming from Phil, because the only job he ever got is because of his dad's Nepo connections. And even then, he got fired from that job, so... Ironic.
Wearing eyeliner, doesn't he? He's got the eyeliner on heavy. I don't know what it is.
No, he does. I mean, like you can see, like he's got very thick eyelashes.
like earning a living. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe there's so many people out there now that don't understand the concept of earning that they actually just like suck money from places. Maybe they get like government assistance and shit like that, right? Maybe they're pay their way their whole life. I don't know.
Phil, by the way, Phil.
That's his future, is just leeching off the government because he doesn't have any savings.
You do realize, right, that your parents paid off your back taxes after you begged them to, and you lied to them and said that you were going to have a 10-year plan to transition to having a real
Did he have the 10-year plan?
Well, and then COVID happened, and apparently the 10-year plan went into the wastebasket.
All right.
That's
beautiful.
wild. That's wild.
All
right, here now we have game journalist plays Donkey Kong Bonanza. They gave Phil the equivalent of yellow paint to help guide the games journalist, and he still failed.
Okay.
This got like 10 million views on Twitter.
Come on, man. No, Phil. How could I gotta ask, like, how could he possibly think that that was the correct path? Like, he actually had to do more to f it up. Like, it's right there. Just stay there. What was he thinking, Andy?
His face, too. What do you mean?
There was nothing he could do, Andy. He did everything
Everything's
correct.
correct.
He did nothing wrong in this scenario.
Holy shit, bro.
Rockaway ×3.
Wrong as Kino.
Oh, come on. Bro, he just walked into the hole. Phil, come on. Let's see that again. He literally just walks into the hole. He sees it, and he just walks into the fucking hole.
I didn't see this.
I'm falling. I can't do
Oh,
it.
God. He throws his hands up. What could I have done? What could I have done any differently to have avoided this outcome, Chad?
Buddy, come on.
All I wanted to do was drop. Am I gonna hit by fucking lightning all of a sudden? When was there ever lightning?
You're kidding me.
I broke it, but now what do? He flies away. And he uses no L.
That boss was so easy, by the way. That was easy.
Every single boss in this game is so easy.
It's too
Like,
easy, I think.
There may as well not even be bosses in the game.
Yeah, it's almost like just glorified enemies, for real.
Yeah.
I don't understand what I'm doing. Anyone? Fuck this. How do I beat this boss?
What? It's like Dark Souls.
That boss was so fucking easy, dude.
It's literally
All right, so we're
Dark
going to go here. We're going to
Souls.
start out. This is Phil's Crash Out, his worst stream of the year. Made fucking no money, and he's really struggling.
Okay.
He really, really is.
Amazing.
Do you see anything? What the is going on?
How far are you?
I don't even know at this point.
I honestly stopped playing. I'm not gonna lie.
What is wrong with this game?
I don't hate it. It's a great game. I think it's fun,
I
but
don't know. I have to find the time to fucking play it, but it does. I don't know. It's just like when you realize that like there is not going to be any challenge in the game at all.
it kills
Like
it.
one of the biggest reasons I'm a Donkey Kong Country fan is because of the challenge of the games, and there just seems to be none of that. So.
It just feels like there's too much easy collecting. You're just like walking around looking for shit, right? You know, it's just like
I can't see. I can't move or see or control my character. Really, I can't.
He can't
Phil,
move,
what are you
see,
doing,
or
bud? Come on.
control it.
It's a kid's game. Okay, so is Country, Donkey Kong Country, and that game was fucking pretty challenging near the end. Like, you know what I mean? We learned as kids.
Crazy. I can't see. He ran away again. Yo, this is completely awful. What a terrible game.
What?
Crazy. He runs away. Dude, I can't do anything. Are you kidding me? You're out of their mind. Nintendo at this point. And I keep losing.
Oh, Tropical Freeze was way harder, bro. Sector Chatter. Like, that game's like,
Do you not
it's a
play
fun
Tropical
challenge.
Freeze? Especially like when you get to the bonus levels and stuff like that. Some of
Buddy.
those bonus levels are fucking brutal, like Bobopolis and shit like that.
Remember picking up
That-
the whole Kong? Those were fucking hard sometimes. On the minecart levels?
no L.
Oh, I love the minecart levels. I actually don't think the minecart levels are the hardest levels because once you get into the zone of the minecart levels, like it almost is like automatic. It's actually some of my favorite ones are the minecart levels. But there's certain levels like in the Snow Kingdom with like the electric fucking enemies and shit like that. It gets
Yeah.
really fucking annoying towards the end of the game.
Yeah, yeah. But that's why you play. You feel accomplishment when you're done, right? This is like, hey, look around for bananas and just smash the walls till you find one.
I don't understand what I'm doing. Anyone? I'm fucking.
It's still a fun game, though. I won't lie. It is still fun. I won't lie.
How do I beat
Oh
this
yeah,
boss?
I mean, I just honestly have to set aside the time to play it. I just feel like with video games, it's like, man, they're just so fucking long, and I have to like schedule blocks of time to play them.
Yeah.
It's like clocking in for a shift.
Yeah, sometimes.
That's exactly what it feels like to play games. It feels like you're just clocking into a different shift at work. You know, most games, I would say Donkey Kong does not fall into that category, but most games just feel like genuine fucking work to play because you have to sit through a bunch of fucking bullshit you don't want to do to get to maybe, you know, 10 to 15 minutes of cool shit. It sucks, bro. Gaming.
Sometimes that's what it feels like, right?
I have my lowest supported stream of the year. No save as GTA 6. Drinking streams don't scare me with my past addiction. I'm not an out of control alcoholic, and you saying
That's
that
what he
makes you
said
sound
in
really
the- By the way, I love how he just takes the bait on this every fucking time. Like, it's just he just lives through these battles with the detractors. Like, they're obviously trying to wind you up. Phil's like, no, I don't have a problem.
By the way, I saw him grifting for the pixel art. He's like, for every $10, I'll put a new pixel art picture, and no one's donating.
He's like come up with these like notifications, like a sound will ding every time you donate. Like, welcome to like 2015, Phil. Like,
come on, guys.
Had this for 10 fucking years. Have had streams with donos, custom dono animation. But he thinks it's a game changer that's going to save the business. Like,
Even during the marathons that I do once a month.
this is a.
Am I out of control drunk? You're still talking. Shut the f up. Shut the f up. Shut the f up.
He's out of control. This was Kingdom Come Deliverance, and he was losing his mind. The most performative rate.
Is there a fucking video game? Shut up.
Oh, I was watching Familia DSP, and he
The
put
new
that part.
episode's coming. Yeah.
Is it? Is it out yet?
Yeah, I think it's out this Saturday.
Ooh, Familia DSP. I think we're in that one too.
This is the worst fucking thing ever. They never shut up. They just talk and blather about little menial, boring shit. This is a video game? Oh my god. What the f are you talking about? Jeez. The problem is people, I swear to God, people on the internet are like, it's either black or white. It's either you're a full-blown alcoholic or you're a 100% straight-edge teetotaler. No, you can be in the middle. You wear that? It's called moderation.
Phil, here's the thing. You talked about how you're an alcoholic, and that's why you were such an asshole back in the day in the fighting game community. And if you truly were an alcoholic, there's no safe amount of alcohol for an alcoholic to drink.
Exactly. And on top of that, everyone saw his transactions at Total Wine, bro. Like, every single week, this guy was spending, like, hundreds of dollars on fucking booze. Like, the average person does not drink hundreds of dollars of fucking booze in a week. I mean, maybe you do if you're, like, a heavy drinker, but... yeah, that doesn't really strike me as the type of behavior that a casual, former alcoholic, drinks. Like, there would be no need to make that many purchases at Total Wine if that were the case. Then he's got Cat's cat to look forward to. That's right, man. That's one plump pussy. Barely drink $100 a year nowadays. Yeah, I don't drink anything.
Because it leads to a relapse, it leads to binging, and then it leads to the behavior that, caused you to say you're an alcoholic and quit drinking again, Phil. So it doesn't really work like you're saying.
Yeah.
Try it sometime.
people.
So I gotta wake up. I shouldn't have drank today. I don't think I'm gonna drink anymore on stream. I'm serious. I don't think I'm ever gonna do it again. There's no point to it. It makes me tired. It makes me tired and it gets me down.
Is he playing Daisy? That's Daisy.
Yeah, this is back in the day. But this Phil had more fucking sense because I think this version of Phil still had hope and things to live for. Yeah. Whereas this current version of Phil has lost all hope and just decided to drink himself into oblivion.
Oh, it's H1Z1. Fair enough. Yeah, he had some effort, some like
right? Like, what's the point? Back in the day, I would have this giant glass of rum and coke, and I would drink and do stupid shit in games. I don't do that anymore. Like, last year was a big gimmick. Phil's gonna drink during the holiday stream. It's so cool because he hasn't drank on stream in a million years or whatever. I honestly don't think that I should do it anymore. I don't think it's a gimmick that's worth bothering with. But we haven't seen any of the new animations or sound effects yet because we've had pretty slow support on the stream so far today, if you haven't noticed. So if that picks up, we'll be able to see some. Yeah, all the chats are slow. I don't know what's going on today. The podcast seems pretty slow. All the chats right now are slow. I don't know what's happening.
Because, Phil,
back here,
your gameplay of this is incredibly boring. It's like, first of all, it's not really a game to stream, in my opinion, anyway. But it's even worse with Phil because he just adds nothing of value and he plays it so slow and so poorly. It's like one of the worst playthroughs I've ever seen. To the point where him playing the game, when I watched it, discouraged me from continuing to play the game. Where it's like,
I guess your playthrough.
It's like Phil's just like ruined the game now because now I just associate it with garbage.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys.
Well, what's
right?
crazy? I'm gonna be honest. Every time Phil says I'm gonna be honest with you guys, it's a fucking lie. But this is the reason why Phil doesn't like this game is because he's not making money playing it.
Oh yeah,
if
definitely.
Phil was hitting the goals every time, he would be praising this as a masterpiece.
Yep.
Nintendo's done it again, 10 out of 10. His enjoyment of the game is
it's entirely linked to his monetary gain.
Entirely dependent on how much money he can milk from the dents, and that's it.
Ridiculous.
Honest, dude. I'm starting.
He would probably call some shit like The Last of Us 2 one of the greatest games of all time. If Renadog, for example, was tossing $100 super chats for him playing the game.
I get bored with the game now. I legit am. Like, there's not much going on. Even in the new world with the new transformation, it's kind of boring. Right? Like, it's all the same now. It's just more of the same over and over and over. This transformation is actually one of the worst. It's super boring. Now we're up to
Lie.
22 bucks of support. Guys, I think it stands to reason. I've been playing Donkey
It
Kong
stands to reason.
for an hour.
It stands to reason the game sucks because I got no money. It stands to reason.
That's the first contribution that we basically had in the hour. Please support Donkey Kong, especially because I've played so much at this point. I'm not going to give up on the game. At the same time, I do need you guys to support the playthrough. You have up to now. So I'm not sure what's going on today.
No, he's missed
support the
goals
stream.
on Donkey Kong at least once, if not twice already. So he's lying that he hit the goal every time with Donkey Kong. It's not the case.
Look.
You're got to be kidding me. I'm falling. I can't, dude. All I wanted to do was drop.
Oh.
He was dropping, but then he just does a million random fucking moves.
You can tell he died a lot of times because of how little money he has. Because the money
Yeah.
is like given to you.
It's 500 every time you fall off, and he's dying. But then Phil also buys all the costumes and shit at the store.
Oh, it's fair enough. Okay.
Are you fucking kidding me? All I want to do is drop, but the game's good. I'm telling you, the controls just aren't very good. The controls are very annoying. But guys, this is the
Talking about
most
very-
supported stream
very
I have
easy.
done
They're
all
super
year.
intuitive.
Yeah.
And by the
definitely.
way, like, you can also map the face buttons however the you want anyway.
Yep.
So if found, like, some people like the A and B button to jump because it's swapped with the
Yeah,
controller.
that's a bit weird for me, but I got used to it. But you can
But
swap it. Yeah.
You can swap it. So I don't even know what he's talking.
Yeah.
So far, 22 bucks.
He doesn't know
So
what
please,
he's
can we get
talking
some support? If you
about.
like Donkey Kong, I literally today added a ton of new animations and sound effects
Here it is.
for said animations for contributions, and now we've gotten nearly none. Please support the stream. We've had
No,
good momentum this week.
He tries to guilt trip people. Like, I put all this effort into the different animations and nobody's donating for it.
Nearly none.
I was slaving away. It's like when he claimed that he put a lot of work in to learn Restream.io. Like, he was like breaking his back in the coal mines for 12 hours
to
to
do.
learn Restream.io, and even still, we had to walk him through the process.
Like
Like,
stream key. Take that stream key. Put it into your OBS.
it's
Huh?
actually like learned helplessness, where he's not able to actually complete any tasks unless somebody just directly teaches him how to do it. It's very
It's because he sits inside his room all day. You know, it's like the housewife syndrome, where when women sit at home all day, the most basic mundane task becomes like this huge ordeal because their entire like scope of responsibility is tiny. Or it's like if you asked a guy to do the same thing who had a job, he'd probably do it with little to no effort and complaints because it's like, yeah, whatever. Relatively speaking, it's way easier than his typical job. But, you know, Phil, like a housewife, you know, his biggest responsibility in life is doing laundry or whatever the equivalent is. So therefore, it feels like this massive ordeal that he has to go through. Quite sad, man.
pathetic how he lives his life. Yeah.
Buddy.
Trying to hit goals and do a DSP tries it. And
For
yesterday,
the love of God, you guys have to convince him to play Project Zomboid. Please.
It's never going to happen.
Buddy, that game, I was like a 10-hour file. You're bit once and you're dead. You lose everything. Everything that you had.
was great. The day before was
I would
great.
love to
All of a
see
sudden
him
today
try
we're off to a
it.
really bad start. Please, let's hit some goals. Let's get it going.
Give
All
me
right, I'll be
the
back
server link.
after about
I
10
will.
minutes. See you then. Okay, everybody, I'm back. It's time for 90 more minutes of Donkey Kong Bonanza. Looks like we'll beat World 9
Wow.
and head on to whatever's
This was
next because I don't actually know what.
This fucking break that he took, like he like stalling so hard on the break, hoping that somebody would give him a pity dono, and he got like fucking nothing.
Buddy, it's like, you're playing Build 41. Yeah, 41 with mods.
Next in the game.
It's
honestly.
sad, bro.
All right, shoot a $2 tip. Listen to this.
I'll stick
You don't
around
love this
after
game
and
or
play for a
Nintendo?
bit.
It's not enjoyable to watch. Can we do Q&A? No. Fuck you. Because it's not that I don't like Nintendo.
No.
It's that Nintendo recently has not really been
Oh
trying.
my god.
All right. Mario Kart World was an $80 insanely overpriced game with almost no content besides 3 hours.
Wait, what game?
What?
He's saying Mario Kart World only has
Mario Kart World only has 3 hours. Apparently, after 3 hours, you're done with the game. I've got, like, I think 75, so I don't know how true that holds.
had 3 hours of content.
You
'Cause
know,
in
I
his mind-
mean,
in his mind, that the only person playing it is like a solo guy in his 40s that's like drunk and has no friends.
it's not multiplayer.
Multiplayer, like you'll never have friends over to play it with you and have beers, or you'll never like play it online. So all that there is the Grand Prix, is what Phil believes.
Oh, yeah, definitely, right?
This game, the entire game feels exactly the same. And I'm, what, almost 20 hours in? And it feels like I'm almost doing the same thing I did in World 1, quite honestly, because I am. I don't know what else you want me to tell you. I'm not going to lie about Nintendo. Their first-party stuff isn't holding up this generation so far. The first two first-party games, Switch 2, are not very good, in my opinion, okay? All right, so let's continue. Now, guys, again, we're at 24 bucks of
God.
support. 90 minutes left. Please, let's get some support for this.
Bro, wait, did you say 90 minutes left?
It's so true, Sargo. He really does sound like a preschool teacher. Now, guys, we have 90 minutes
Yup.
left. Let's do it, guys. Let's work
Make
together
sure to
as a
turn in
team
your
and match the
donations.
blue shapes to the hole. Come on, guys.
Stream. Please, let's get some, we have all new animations. We have audio clips that play with said animations, right? Please support the stream.
So you want to
if
get the
can,
sticker,
all right?
don't you?
Let's hit some
So
goals.
let's all play together good and let's match the square into the square hole. And then we can all have stickers, okay?
Yep.
Let's have some celebrations. Let's do
Yeah,
it.
Fear Norse, the animations on like the side, like the pixel screen he has there, with like the SNES playing or whatever.
Positivity back on the stream as I beat level 9. All right? Jake Kuma says, if this is a kid's game, why are all adults playing this while the kids want to play Call of Duty and GTA? Exactly right.
What?
It's all the list of things that make Donkey Kong Bonanza bad. $24 out of 150.
Oski Woski with the 4. Appreciate it, man. Thanks so much.
Why is he playing in such a brain dead fashion?
Yeah. What is he doing? The floor.
Yeah.
Bro.
Oh my god, you suck.
Great, can't do it. This game, you're so
painful.
stupid.
Phil, like you weren't reacting quick enough. Like, you're slow as a
You weren't moving.
I did not die on that one on my first attempt. That shit's just... Oh my god. It's so bad, man.
What are you talking about? It's tough.
Like, modern game devs really were not joking when they said that they made their games for people like DSP in mind. That shit's wild. Like, the biggest inadvertent own probably in gaming, all things considered. But...
Timed, man.
Oh my god. This is so dumb.
Oh.
What are 3 things I look to determine if the game is good or bad? Is it fun to play? Is it actually playable or is it broken? And is there value for your dollar?
Is there value? That's what he means. It's the donos.
Yeah. I don't know.
That's what he meant by value for your dollar.
Those would be the 3 things. Money, 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 money. Grumpy Kong returns.
Spoilers. Is he really doing 100 goals for DSP Tries It?
Well, it's every 10 goals is DSP.
Oh, I didn't know that.
tries it.
Okay.
And then I don't know why, like, he doesn't just have it go
To 10.
to 10, but then like adds them like persistent up until 100. I guess it's to show people that he's actually been successful.
He's a winner.
At some point, he's a winner, but it's all just a sad cope.
Oh, every 50 is a marathon, apparently.
Oh, okay. I
Okay.
guess he's doing. Now, this is a thing, Andy, that I was considering. I think this Friday, he's doing a Mega Man marathon where he's going to try and beat all the Mega Man games as fast as possible. And I was thinking in my head, I'm like, Worski can beat a lot of these games without even dying. You know?
Yeah.
I think Worski can get through the Mega Mans faster than
Which
Phil.
one? X's or first ones?
The first ones. I think
I barely played the first ones. Mega
Oh,
Man
is that
X.
true?
X
I
is
thought
my
you
game.
were like the master of
Mega Man X. Remember? I did that without dying and stuff. Yeah. The originals. I have to play the originals. I've never really tried them. I played them like once. I think I just tried it, but was bored. Is he doing it on Friday?
Yeah.
This boss was like,
What happened? You can't. The game is slowing down. The graphics are failing, and I can't see what's happening. And I just die out of nowhere when I had 3 hearts.
It's that fucking clip. Yeah, the graphics are failing, dude. The graphics engine is literally failing. That's why he can't do anything.
Oh, great fight. Great boss fight, huh?
Great commentary, Philip.
I don't know what's going on. I can't see.
I gotta say, the worst part of this game for me is Pauline and all the stupid shit she says. and
she
does.
yaps. She's a yapper.
It's
Yeah,
really
she does,
fucking
yeah.
annoying, dude.
Well, whenever
I
you
really-
transform, DK. You're like,
Yeah,
shut the f
it's
up.
like, I really didn't sign up to listen to a fucking prepubescent girl screech for fucking 20 hours.
DK. You transform into the first thing like a million times, right? So it's DK. You're like, shut the f
Just
up.
no option to turn it off at all. It's
Yeah,
like,
no Pauline volume. That would be nice if there was a.
I can't do anything. I'm stuck.
No, you can't turn it off your Norse.
Do you see anything? What the fuck is going on? What is wrong with this game? I can't see. I can't move or see or control my character. Really, I can't. What am I supposed to do? I can't look. Punching him doesn't do anything.
Does he have the elephant power up or is it the
What the f? This is awful.
yeah, it's the elephant power.
Okay. Now, I don't have it, but what I'm assuming what he has to do with it, from what I've seen, is you have to suck up the dirt to shoot it at him to break the wall to hit him, right?
Yep.
Is it? You have to suck up the thing and shoot it at him?
Look at how bad it is. I can't even move. I can't move.
Have you made it here?
No.
Oh, you have made it here.
Why am I not transformed? What? I wasn't transformed.
Suck up that
Crazy. I
dirt.
can't see. He ran away again. Yo, this is completely awful. What a terrible fucking game. Are you fucking kidding me?
Then how about this? I almost had the F slur. Holy shit. How about this, buddy?
Jesus.
How about stop playing it and play something that you like, you fucking piece of shit.
Oh.
You fucking sucker.
Dude, he just
Good
runs
luck
away. What do
with
you want me to do? This is the worst boss I've ever seen in my life.
Bro, I'm fucking gonna.
Just rude.
That's how DSP is like me for real, dude. We don't enjoy anything.
can't move. I hit him and he just flies away and uses no
Oh
help.
It's like, let's pause and let's just think for a second about what we're actually with. We're watching a 45-year-old, just a middle-aged man, whinging, pissing, and moaning about playing a children's video game that he's not getting enough money for playing. Like, it's actually crazy when you really think about it.
And he's going, oh my God, what's going on? This is terrible. I can't do this. Oh my God.
What's wrong with this shit? It's terrible. What the f? Where is he? He runs away? Dude, I can't do anything. Are you kidding me?
Punch the squishy things, the little guys
Oh,
first, right? You could kill those guys. You pull up the fucking dirt and you swing it, and they all fucking die in 3 seconds.
They're out of their minds. Fuck Nintendo at this point.
Yeah, Nintendo, their entire company, because no, Nintendo for many other reasons, but not this.
It's Nintendo's fault that Phil can't make money on stream, buddy.
It's garbage. Am I out of control drunk?
Anytime Phil faces any sort of adversity in a game, it's the game's fault and it sucks. Because he believes the game should play itself and the viewers should just donate automatically for anything.
Yeah.
And that he should just be able to put in the least amount of effort possible and get the maximum reward. It's wild.
What's going on? I can't hurt him. He just runs away and immediately gets all his health back. What the fuck is wrong with him? So they're just not going to tell me what to do. It's this hold for charge funds.
Why do they have to tell you what to do?
Right? I broke it, but now what do? He flies away. And I
Run after him.
loses no health.
Like, why do you keep asking what to do? Like, just figure it out, Phil. Like, he's so agitated. He's just like throwing a tantrum like a child.
It's like,
Dude, anyone, this. How do I beat this boss? 15 hours into the game, and I still don't think that anything in the game has really been difficult at all. I think there was
Okay, well, here's the difficulty.
there you go. It's what you ordered for.
one challenge stage. That was it. Every boss has been
Yo, thanks for subscribing, MME Snowblood.
insanely easy. Every single actual challenge has not been challenging at all. It's really only a few of the optional content stages that have had a little bit of challenge to them. The game is mostly insanely easy. You suck all the shit away. He goes into the brick. You break the brick. He flies away and it starts over. You can never hit him. And the frame rate's so bad I can barely control my character. I just want to know how to
You
beat
are able to hit him. Like, come on, man.
No,
Those
he's
fucking kids
unhittable.
are beating-
He's unhittable, bro.
Boss, the game is terrible. I'm seriously, the further I'm getting, the game is worse. It just gets fucking worse. Does anyone know how to beat this fucking stupid fucking boss so I don't have to waste
You're
time on
asking
it?
Chad, listen, pull up the walkthrough then, Phil. Why does Chad have to hold your fucking... If you're really that concerned about... Which, by the way, he's playing Ludo. He fucking pulled up the guide to finish the game.
No, he didn't.
Yes.
Awful this shit is. You suck all the stuff. Okay, now he turns into the rock form. It says hold Y to do the punch. I punch. Okay. He goes back to the mound. It never gives you an opportunity to strike him. So what the fuck do you want me to do? It's like the worst thing I've ever done in a Nintendo game. It's so fucking bad. I don't even want to play it anymore. I have no fucking idea what I just did.
Isn't it funny when Phil's like peak game strategy is worse than mashing? Isn't that a failure of Phil's?
Beat the boss. Trying to use the gameplay mechanics they taught me didn't work. I just mashed buttons and
No, they did work. You just finally used them in the right way.
instantly beat it. Oh my god.
He's actually acting like he's the host
I want you
of
to-
Blue's Clues or something. Like,
Yeah.
these over the top like reactions. He's look at him there. That was a good fucking zoom in.
Yeah,
buddy.
look at that.
him.
Oh, that's saucy Baka.
Oh man.
Oh my god, he looks Asian here.
Yeah.
Think about that. I was trying to use the mechanics to suck the stuff away, punch through the armor. Wasn't working. He infinitely got his health back and just kept coming back. So I just mashed every button and I won. Brainless, mouth-drooling gameplay. Just go crazy and you
It's
fucking
4 kids.
beat the
It's
boss.
fucking Donkey Kong. He's a fucking ape that smashes shit. You know, I don't know who's asking for Donkey Kong to be high IQ, fucking real-time strategy game there, Philip.
You know?
Wow, I got a $1.25 tip. You seem angry today. Are you okay? I'm bored of the game. The game is too long at this point.
Angry.
And it's to the point where like no one
It's
apparently
not
likes
okay.
the game.
I'm
Right?
angry
So
today.
it sucks.
He took the bait again.
I put the problem is if we could have identified early on that the game was going to be really bad, then I wouldn't have played it as long as I did. But now we've invested 20 hours in, and no one's
Chet,
caring today. Like
20
it's-
hours?
He's invested.
20 hours?
That's he still
Invested.
hasn't fucking beat the game.
Buddy, but 20
He invested 20 hours into it. Dude. That's like a massive investment for Phil. Since he doesn't have any money, all he can invest is his time.
hours is fucking like nothing in game time.
Well, that's the thing, man. Like, this motherfucker, he's supposed to play it like 5 to 6 hours a day on the day stream.
You know?
Yup.
And it's like, shouldn't you be further along than this, pal?
Yeah. What the f?
But that 5 to 6 hours of gameplay on the daytime stream also includes the time he leaves to go take his break, you know, any potential begathon sessions, whatever it might be. So even then, it's not that long of a game. So
Notice, take a look at the stream. $29
Yeah, and even playing Blueprints for over 113 hours, like
of support. Nobody cares about this game.
yeah.
And I'm
So no one cares about you playing the game.
tired of it, and I'm bored, and I
Man,
can't get out of it
no,
because
it's been a month since it came out, you know?
Yep.
Like, everybody...
Exactly. That's the thing I don't get about Phil is he doesn't just marathon new release games. Like, everybody knows that's where you make your money is when you play a game right when it comes out so that you can either review it, talk about it, or recommend it to people. That's when they're actually interested in whatever it is you're talking about gaming-wise. When you're playing a Nintendo platformer a month after release that most people who are interested in it have probably already beaten it by now, you know, it's not really super enticing. But hey.
He's already played it. A lot of people have already beaten it, man. Like,
put too much time into it, you know? Right? Because their whole narrative is that I'm a terrible gamer, that I'm not good at anything, that I don't deserve any popularity or any kind of attention, and that, you know, everything, life's so unfair. That... Why did you get to start so far ahead of me?
What do you mean? Who cares?
figure it out, Phil.
How do I catch up? There's no way to go faster. All you do is run and zoom. That's
How about avoid the obstacles that's slowing you down?
I don't understand at all.
It's certainly not how you're doing it, Phil.
Yeah, this is not
so
how
weird.
Going straight into the rock.
Stay on the rainbow. Stay on the rainbow.
I love how his first instinct is to beg for help rather than try and solve it himself. It's just immediately to whine like a petulant child and demand that Daddy Chat find a solution for him.
Daddy
How are you supposed to go faster? There was no tutorial. It was just practice, which you don't know what you're doing. And now also I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, run into the mud. That's slowing you down. It's clearly slowing your progress.
He's fucking terrible, eh?
He's gonna cry about it. Watch.
Oh man, you see the tear forming in his left eye?
Here's the thing, by the way, Phil. You don't always have to win. There's lives for a reason. There's dying for a reason. Can't believe I died. Everyone dies playing games.
The guy's a special boy, and he should never have to encounter any adversity. He should just be so special that he immediately beats it, because that's what his mommy told him. He was the specialist boy.
Yep.
That's why she combed his fucking hair until he was 18 years old.
Will anyone support Donkey Kong?
It was fourth at Evo.
$30 all day is pretty awful. But we get, and by the way, half of that we got on the podcast. I'm serious. We were like $15, $18 at the end of the podcast. So
your whole gameplay is worth $12. He's lucky he even got $12 for his atrocious gameplay of this game.
Honestly.
Like, it's just honestly fucking terrible and worthless. And he adds no value whatsoever as well. His commentary is just either non-existent or the most insipid drip. Yeah, it's just whinging, pissing his pants, moaning.
I can't do this, guys. What the fuck? Oh my god, it's so hard. It's so hard.
Yeah, a final support for Donkey Kong today at all. Because to be honest, I don't even
That's
know
what I
what
was about to say. One of these days, he honestly is just gonna fucking snap. Like, he's gonna break down on stream and just start like gushing, like while he's drunk about all of the problems in his life and all of his failings. It's gonna happen, and it seems like every day he gets.
I feel like that would only ever happen if maybe his parents die, or if his wife leaves him. That would really be the only two instances I could see that happening with Phil. He doesn't seem like a guy who likes to be honest unless he has to be.
It's closer and closer to the brink of just having a complete and utter psychotic break. And I'm here for it. Like, I'm waiting. You know, I honestly am surprised it hasn't happened yet, because it seems like he's getting worn down more and more.
Oh, buddy, it's getting bad.
Maybe this has to become a night stream now, and then we have to find new day stream games. It's going to do horribly.
Listen,
I'm not going to put out day streams.
Is every game going to go to the night stream, Phil? Look at this. There's not very many games with the day stream. Listen, Phil, the reality is it doesn't matter what fucking games you play. It's same results no matter what. Like, it's all a fantasy.
Buddy.
But it hasn't done this poorly at all yet.
Oh, Snake, sure.
So I might as well finish it, but it really sucks.
He has 454 bananas. Does the game have 1,000 bananas?
It has a lot.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's like Odyssey. Oh my god.
Yeah, today I played all day podcast and this, and I had my lowest supported stream of the year. By far, this is the lowest supported stream I have done in 2025. I don't know what to say.
It's not even true, by the way.
Get better.
Didn't he like make like $1 ones or some shit?
No, his Claire Obscure stream earlier this year, I think, only made $28, the final one.
It's over. It's actually over.
And it's a very, very mid game that's very repetitive and boring in parts. It's nowhere near as good as I'd hoped. It's nowhere near as good as Mario Odyssey was. It's honestly not as good.
I think it's better than Odyssey, that's for sure. Odyssey sucks, in my opinion. It was okay. It was okay. But it was very easy. It was too easy.
All right, let's have a look here. We have GSP gets his mental situation broken after 220 situation. All right, let's have a look.
All right, and this is back to Memology. Here we go. Go on.
Boom Arms defeat DSP says, what about 220? Hey, Boom Arms, you do realize that the whole 220 thing was completely fabricated, completely false.
No, it wasn't.
Never had any.
Phil, are you really for real, bro?
What happened?
Like, I don't know, like Broside Phil like talked to the police about Phil, and they said that he was a 220, which is like a police designation for a mentally ill person or like a problem caller, because Phil talks to them and he's a fucking lunatic. And now Phil is denying that this ever took place, even though Steve Cambion and Broside Phil like confronted him about it to his face and felted him about it to his face. He's still denying reality about it.
Not shocked.
Any truth to it whatsoever. Literally not a lick of evidence or anything was ever shown. It was just all hearsay. And you all believed it because you're a bunch of fucking mouth-drilling idiots, right? You do realize that no one involved in that story was real. It was completely made up from the ground up. And people are just so dumb they believe it because they don't need to see any facts. They just want to believe it.
Phil, if it really is all made up, why are you so mad?
You know?
Does it really matter, bro? But it's just him. He takes all of this shit so seriously and gets so wound up about it that of course people are gonna fuck with him because he's like the fucking substitute teacher, like that everybody just like clowns on, and he's totally impotent.
He's that dorky middle-aged loser guy who doesn't know how to interact socially, can't read the social cues in like a room or a conversation, constantly changes the subject to unrelated shit, or gets angry when you talk about something that's not on the approved topics list. Like, yup.
Fucking has a mental break. Like, that's what this is.
Negative things. You know that, right? That you're done. So you're a fucking idiot. I just want to make that clear to you that you're actually the most gullible fucking moron on this planet.
He makes you look rich. That's nice.
Because you believe everything you're...
Phil, you have been caught in a billion fucking lies.
Oh, yeah.
You're broke, you beg, you stink.
That's the thing is, he's lied so many times. Thousands of times. And lying about his lies and contradicting his own lies like crazy. But we're supposed to believe him this time.
You know?
It's like the boy who cried wolf, Phil. Eventually, like, every single time it's not true, bro. You're lying. So even if this was the one time it was true, we're going to side with the people who have been right and not with you, Phil, who are so horribly wrong all the time.
Well, everything he says, I like now, because I know 80% of it for sure is a lie. So I assume the 20% that I don't know what he's talking about, I assume it's fake or a lie.
He brings up, it's not a lie if you believe it. And this is what Phil does is, like, he tells these lies not to convince us, but to convince himself.
Yeah.
And eventually enough time passes and he repeats enough lies, broken telephone style to himself, that he actually convinces himself that he is telling the truth. And the reason he has to do this is because otherwise his psyche would completely...
Joke. He genuinely
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
He treats every joke as like, this great offense that, people are like trying to hurt his family. Like, if you call him shitty at games, he treats it like this great affront to his livelihood. It's just pitiful, bro. He's a sad, pitiful, just loser. An absolute fucking loser. 2023 Perfect Dark with the 10. A troon from PBS Detroit was at my door asking for donos because of the defunds. He was saying it in a tone like... I have to do it right now, so I told him, if you need money that badly, then stop shit-talking Trump. Yeah, good luck with that. But yeah, I'm glad all the, PBS, NPR, we don't need to pay for that shit. Nobody watches public access television anymore. Like, all that shit can just be uploaded to YouTube instead of being broadcasted on TV. There is no reason for us to be funding that shit, especially when it's just more leftist propaganda being force-fed to people through, the appeal to authority. What would you even call it? I guess fallacy? Where you think just because it comes from a quote-unquote reputable source, it's true. And, that's basically the whole grift of the media these days, is trying to seem credible when, in reality, they're just peddling a bunch of bullshit. So, I'm glad they got defunded personally. We didn't need them in the first place.
Collapse. So he has to create a delusional alternate reality that's not as bad for himself to live in, rather than confronting the facts of his situation.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
For the memes and the giggles, right?
Memes and giggles.
But I'm like, I was very cautious when I would talk to people to not give onlys or we don't do that, and there were times in calls I referred people to the FBI, but that was if I was tired of talking to them and they were what we call a 220, kind of mental. And that was just
you have no idea how much that like
so there it is. So You know, Phil was referred to the FBI because he's fucking 220 that they don't want to deal with a mentally disturbed individual. This is what the officer said. They were confirmed to be an officer.
And this guy
But
actually
Phil-
plays an officer in Familia DSP.
Yeah, but
Griff, I can't believe you have the nerve to actually say I've never donated to you. I've donated directly and indirectly. No. You missed the point, PK. Your 2 or 3 donations over the years are not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about you're like, bro, you scammed us. Like last night, for example, or whatever night it is. But in that night, not a single contribution came my way. So, can you really say that you were scammed when you didn't pay for anything, were promised nothing, and yeah, I mean, you didn't give me money for anything, and I didn't promise you we would do something. So, therefore, how can a scam exist? That's my point.
well, this guy is a supposedly retired police officer. Ultimately,
okay.
Yeah, zero positivity.
Phil is saying that, you know, all of this is just out of thin air, whole cloth, but it's not based on this conversation. And he's not going to go into the conversation and be like, discredit this person wasn't really a cop or make any sort of argument. He just claims it's all completely made up.
Yeah, totally.
Icing on top of icing on top of icing on top of a cherry on the cake.
If you don't know what's going on, graphics, that's a good thing. These are dumbasses on the Kick Chat who do detractor memes and shit. But all the stuff that they reference is always false and fake. Like dumb memes that were made
It's
up.
always, right?
Imagine giving a fuck. If you saw the same thing about 1,000 times,
memes.
wouldn't you just fucking just like accept it or block them? Either or. Pick a lane. Or turn off Kick, because obviously Kick makes you no fucking money. And you cry about it all day.
Well, but then that would be an admission that we won, right? So
he
can't
did
do
win.
that.
Yep, he has to keep using Kick just to own the chuds, dude. Even though Kick is literally just people shit-talking him constantly. But, you know, another epic DSP victory royale, I'm sure. He has to sit there and beg for one singular Kick sub constantly.
Yeah, it's just Kino. Well, he doesn't. He thinks that it's still a matter of debate.
Okay,
right?
it's a debate. Yeah.
You know, the funny is, like, he believes that, like, if one of us was to be struck by lightning or die in a car accident, that would mean he was right about the whole situation. That's how fucking mentally ill the guy is.
Do with reality, but they just all circle jerk each other into believing that everything is true, even though there's never ever been a lick of evidence of anything that they say. They just fucking, oh yeah, it's true. See, and there you go. Well, can you provide that it's evidence that it's false? No, you stupid fucking moron. You don't have to do that. In real life, it's called innocent until proven guilty. You don't get to just throw a zillion fucking accusations at someone.
Let's be real, Phil, though. Like, you're not in the court of law. You know, you're in the court of public opinion, and everybody can see that you're fucking guilty of sin and that all of these things are fucking true, Phil. So it's not like, listen, we're not sentencing you to prison, buddy. We're not putting you on the fucking electric chair, okay? Like, the burden of evidence is not that great for us to have to prove that you're a 220, okay? And this is what it is, bro. You are a 220. You are clearly a mentally disturbed person. You're crazy. You're fucking crazy bum panhandling on the digital corner of the internet.
And then say, well, unless they can prove it, it's true. That's not how it works, you fucking idiot.
That might be true.
But it is.
I can make up anything about anyone right now, and you're just going to blanket believe it, even though I provide absolutely no evidence. And it's just,
With you,
No,
you're
that's
right.
fine.
Awesome. Thanks,
No
nigga. All right.
liar.
Let's see. Run a dog with 5 FBI on a bad day. Let us see.
What's up, Skip? Hey, go away. Kangaroos.
That's funny. I wonder why the skydiver pissed him off.
What's up, Skip?
Like, why did they feel the need to come over there and, like, kick him?
Hey, go away. Kangaroos.
Why not? I mean, I guess. I don't know. Just kind of interesting, you know? Like, you have somebody, I guess, what, parachuting down, and then all of a sudden the kangaroos just charge him? Like, why? Makes you wonder. Yeah, the kangaroos can be fucking mean, bro. Those things are tough. They're insanely muscular, too.
You're a lying liar that lies about every single thing in your life, and you just throw shit at the wall hoping that something sticks to try and allow you to grift on a little longer, okay? So nobody's going to believe you.
The thing is, whenever someone says something about Phil, there's always like a video clip evidence of it or a transcript.
Yeah, there's 4K evidence. No,
There's 4K,
Omega,
yeah, it's all in 4K.
Omega Ragai brings up a really good point here. Remember that this freak used to say there was never a lick of evidence about WWE champions? And he like went down on that. Like he's dying on that. And now he just outright admits that it was all true all along.
Thanks to you.
So he will say this. Like he'll swear on his life, his family's life, that this is true. No, this is bullshit. This is lie. And then it comes out with 100% proof that it is the case. It's like, how many times is this going to happen to you? And then we're still supposed to believe you, Phil.
It's like the RTU thing where he's like, my mom never like walked into me. Like I never yelled at my mom. And then it smash cut to like the clip of it happening.
And he goes, well, that's out of context. And it's like, okay, well, here's
longer
the previous 10 minutes.
He's a longer clip.
You have to watch the full 5-hour stream. It's like, no, bro, we don't. I'm sorry.
We don't.
Hearsay of two people saying stuff. Why are you so dumb? Like, no, I have to ask this question. All right, where is this fucking boom arm idiot? Who are you? And who pays for your internet? Who pays your bills in life? Because there's no way that someone as dumb as you actually holds a job. So who are you leeching off of? Is it your parents? Is it the government? I really want to know.
This is Phil's projection, right? Because he himself can't hold down a job and never has been able to, other than through nepotism and even.
And he leeches off of his parents too, because they paid off his back taxes allegedly, and he's also counting down the days until he can inherit their money. That's the other sad fact too.
Then he couldn't hold down that job. He's never been able to support himself or to accomplish anything in life. So he must assume that the people making fun of him are the same way. And it's just like, bro,
right.
Like, imagine thinking you're owning the anonymous poster by saying that they don't pay their bills and this and that. Like, they're getting a big kick out of the fact that you're even addressing them. And not just that you're addressing them, but you're seething at them and fucking crying. They're having the most fun ever. And then when you ban them, they're just going to make another account and do the exact same thing to you.
This is 100% Italian, they're saying?
Yeah,
Bro, the abos are way more dangerous than the kangaroos in Australia. They're the real, wildlife you have to be careful of.
Part of these people on the internet that are this stupid and actually just sit there believing toxic fucking hatred against people.
Oh, does he change the font of his like scroll thing like every show?
What is the toxic
There's a new font. Did you notice that?
I know.
Why does he do that?
Who are you?
Okay.
Last time I had financial freedom was probably 2014 when I moved out here. Seriously, like 2014, I got myself into so much debt moving out here and furnishing the house and doing all the things I did that year. So that was like the last year I had financial freedom. How do you exist? Because I'm shocked that you get out of bed every day and don't immediately trip and put your head through the wall and yourself because you're so stupid.
Wow.
Right?
Same to you,
how do you
Phil.
actually use the bathroom?
I don't even know how you breathe, bro. Like a fucking loser.
Like Phil's like fucking washing machine's broken, his
Toilets.
dishwasher is fucking broken, his shower doesn't fucking work. He's just got garbage piling up in his fucking garage that he never takes out. Like, this is Phil's life. He's going to talk about other people's situation. Like,
bathroom without like defecating all over the floor. How do you tie your own shoes? I need to know how dumb people like you actually fucking get away with it. Because it's obvious if you're that fucking ignorant and stupid that someone's doing everything for you, right? You're not actually independent. There's no way.
Phil,
I'm gonna be very honest with all of you. I'm kind of messed up in my head right now because of stuff going on.
Dude, he's not independent. He literally has a wife that he always says she cooks. I guess Phil is, self-reporting here that he doesn't think his wife does anything for him. Uh-oh. Trouble in paradise, dude.
Behind the scenes financially, it's tearing me apart, man. It's to the point where, like, I'm at my wit's end, and I want you to understand, I hope it doesn't come through on the streams, that I hope that when I'm playing games and interacting with you guys and having fun, that it doesn't seep through, that there's really stressful stuff going on with me behind the scenes.
Listen, Phil, if this was really the case, what you're saying here, this big fucking sob story, like, wouldn't you not tell anybody that you're going through this if you didn't want it to seep through? But you do want it to seep through because you wanted people to pity you and give you money. But what's crazy is they gave you money and more money and more money and more money, and it was never enough. You didn't use any of that money to pay off your credit cards or, your back taxes or any of that shit. You used it all for fucking mobile games and stupid fucking statues and a bunch of worthless fucking shit, bro. And then people are like, what the fuck, Phil, when they learned that it all went to a WWE mobile game when you were crying poor and you were destitute and you were so fucking stressed. Like, it's all on you, bro.
Yeah.
Financially, because I am struggling right now really bad. I mean, just take a look this past month, right? Like, I couldn't afford half the games. Do I get sick of people asking about the tractors or telling you what the tractors are doing, etc.? I mean, it gets tiresome because you guys know I don't care, right? Like, as I said many times, I just don't give a shit. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God, no, we gotta stop the stream. I just received a $1 tip from an anonymous tipper, and they just informed me that Almighty Tevin is watching my stream right now and talking crap about me. Ah!
What a retard.
About what they're doing or saying. And then these morons come on my streams and they repeat these stupid memes. That like that 220 meme is just so stupid. From what I'm to understand, again, trying to understand it from an outsider's perspective. I don't watch or listen to
he
garbage
knows
from
right
morons.
well what it is.
I guess they're trying to say
confronted by Steve about it. Like he knows right well what he is, but it is. But he's sort of, I have no idea. You know, he's only given like full fucking PhD dissertations on it like a dozen fucking times now. But he's gonna pretend like he doesn't know. Okay.
Yeah, someone saying he lives in this battlefield every day of his life. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Police officer came out to my house, looked around and saw that I had a bunch of security cameras around my house. Like my house is on lockdown or something. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's Fort Knox. There was like all the security.
This is the Familia DSP episode.
Yes.
Oh, it was based on a real event?
Yes, that's right.
That's hilarious.
And then they made her funny, which I guess means I'm like a crazy person who's fucking paranoid and shit or something. None of that ever happened. Ever in history. No one ever came to my house. Everything, I made a single phone call
listen, Phil,
to the police once
you
to
could
talk
have just
about a death
stopped
threat
that. This never happened. That's all you have to say. This never happened. And that's what a normal person would do. Yeah, it never happened. All right, guys, let's play Final Fantasy today. But not Phil.
That's funny.
For Phil, he has to just keep going on and on and on. And why? Like, he keeps going on and then confirms by going on and on that he is, in fact, a 220. He is, in fact, mentally disturbed.
Yeah, against me and my family. And that was the extent of it. Nothing else ever actually happened after the initial phone call. That was it. So anything that was ever said in addition to that is a lie. And no evidence could ever be presented otherwise because it can't be true because it didn't happen. So every little piece of this weird meme story that these people have fabricated, you believe it, you're that dumb. I made one phone call to report a death threat against my family years ago. And I had a small conversation with an officer on the phone.
By the way, like,
hey,
imagine thinking the police are going to do anything about a death threat from some anonymous guy on Twitter. Yeah. Like, imagine thinking, like,
excuse me, officer. Someone in my YouTube comments said that they want to kill me. Can you launch an investigation? We'll get right on that. And then you can just imagine him following up and pestering them.
You just call up the police and wait. No, Phil.
Into the death threats, I'm also having some big problems with internet chargebacks on PayPal, which is fraud. It's someone saying that they have a stolen credit card or whatever, and it's a mass amount of these things that I'm having at this point. Do the police deal with stuff like that? To which I was told, no, we don't deal with
How much longer? Okay, after this video, I may have to go take a shit.
anything online whatsoever. The only capacity that we have is to deal with like human trafficking and stuff like that. You might want to speak with the FBI, but unless it's of a certain dollar amount, which is probably thousands to tens of...
He called the police for a chargeback on PayPal. I understand.
That's wild.
And he wants you to believe that he's not mentally ill.
Buddy, the cops should should charge him for wasting their time.
They did. They put the 220 tag on him because he wastes their fucking time. So now every time he calls, it's flagged. Yeah, this guy's fucking a basket case. Just got the fucking receiver down. Play some fucking Tetris as he whines and cries. Well, we sure wish we could help you with that, but there's nothing we can do. Have a great day, Mr. Brunel.
Thousands of dollars. No one's ever going to really help you. But here's a number if you want to call the FBI. And that was the final conversation I ever had with them about anything. No, nothing ever proceeded after that.
The FBI is just seething.
Control fucking chargeback, Phil.
Yeah, 15 years ago, when I started on YouTube.
That's seriously what it is.
No one came to my house.
You
No one
pick it
looked at
up.
cameras. This is
Listen,
all
I'm kind of a big deal on the internet. I don't know if you know this. I was fourth place at Evo. Yeah, that's right.
nonsense. So that entire story you've been told, whoever this fake person or persons are that have been involved on talking on a show, they literally all made it up. It's not real. It's all fabrication. None of this stuff is real ever. It's always they made up a story to try to have content. And then they have people faking.
Should Phil just get a fucking therapist?
Yeah. Well, he does have one. It's us.
It's his live stream. Is his therapy session.
It's us.
But I feel like if he got a therapist to talk out his issues with, maybe he wouldn't feel the need to turn every live stream into a therapy session. I don't know.
Can't.
You know, like, what good would it do? He just like. I think it should be Phil. Can you imagine like Phil on Dr. Phil?
It would be like that.
Dark
Dr.
Side
Katz?
Phil on Dr. Phil. And Phil's like,
or Dr. Katz, pro therapist, or whatever it was called. Remember that
it
show?
wouldn't help. It wouldn't help at all. But what it would be is just funny to just see Phil get checked by some fucking other retard. But yeah, I want to see Phil fucking just on Caleb Hammer's financial audit. Is like
I'd kill
dream
for
booking
that.
for Phil. Phil has to open up the books, and Caleb Hammer's like, so $250,000 to Scopely. What's this?
DoorDash. They are, and fake guests and fake announcements,
He's like,
fake stories.
You want
Fake
my wife to starve, Caleb? What do you think we should do? Just eat bologna sandwiches? He goes, yes!
Yes!
Everything. None of it was ever real.
I still watch the show.
No
It's
evidence
fun.
is ever presented because none of it can ever be presented because it's always fake.
snack
But they've created
pizzas.
this entire community of cult-like following where, the next thing about DSP, the next weird thing about DSP, and none of it's ever real, but you just eat it up.
It's all real.
That's
At
the
least
craziest part is-
90% of
None of it's ever real. Bro, 99% of the shit that started about DSP is literally derived from a quote, a literal excerpt from his own content. Pretty much every single DSP related piece of drama has been started by his own content. That's it. So,
Wild.
At least.
Real, all of it.
Maybe there's some exaggerations here and there, but
Crazy is
98%.
It's actually more real than it actually is. It's like 110% real. Like even as far as the detractors go, it's actually even more than.
It's more than we know. Yeah, it's more than we know too.
Yes, exactly.
You absolutely just eat everything up and like, oh yes, eat it up. I want more drama about DSP when none of it happened. None of it.
Listen,
I've been listening to this guy for 10 hours.
If drama around you died down, you would go broke and you would have to get a job, Phil. So just accept that that's like the drawback of you getting to make hundreds of thousands of dollars every year to do fucking nothing, and stop being a fucking crybaby, Phil.
Yep.
I'll tell you, I make mistakes on streams right here. This is where I sometimes make mistakes. I'll say something stupid.
Yeah, no, in life, you're perfect. You've never made a mistake in your life. Everything's amazing. You're the greatest guy ever, right?
I'll get angry and I'll rage and I'll act like a fool on a stream. And that's the extent of it.
Can we make a list one day? Like, this is the biggest fucking horseshit I've ever heard in my life.
You see is what you get. There is no other shit going on outside of these streams. There's no drama. There's none of this is real.
Are you
All this
kidding?
stuff is just...
Everybody has some degree of drama in their life.
No one's perfect, bro. Like,
Yeah,
everyone
this
here,
is
every chatter here
ridiculous.
has problems too. We all have problems, dude.
Completely made up. These people are fucking nuts. People are crazy, man. It really is wild, the levels of insanity that people are willing to believe when none of it has ever been real. Okay, where's the evidence? Present evidence of what you're saying. Someone did a $1.26 tip and says these people are losers. They want to create fantasies about you so they have some meaning in their lives. Yeah, again, because they actually want to believe this nonsense, right? Here's the thing. If they hear a story that a police officer was called out to Darkside Phil's house and the officer arrives and there's a fucking a chain link fence with electricity on it and a bunch of security cameras on it and security cameras all over the house, then they
oh my god. Phil tries to make it out that his like gated community is Fort Knox when in reality it's like a 4-foot gate with a security code that everybody online knows. So it's not really a surprise to anybody, Phil, that like you would try and like your house would have security cameras out the fucking ass and you'd put up a fence and be like, this is ADP protected. I have
Buddy,
security system.
like, oh man, this guy's fucking
He's a paranoid loser who just sits at home all day.
I'm gonna send you something funny.
Couldn't be further from the truth.
On your text.
I love going out. I really do. Just I work a lot, so I don't get to go out a lot. But now I've been going out more. In fact, this last week I had 2 days off with my wife, and we went out and did a bunch of fun stuff. We're hoping that we can do some stuff together, maybe over the summer, into the fall. We're trying to make some plans and shit like that. But your fantasy doesn't make it reality. Just because you're jealous of me and you wish that you were me,
no, what?
And you're not.
Where is this coming from?
Buddy, if I woke up as Phil, I would.
Yeah, dude, that is not anything to be jealous over.
But the internet that you type on to make fun of people, it doesn't mean that.
That is nothing to be jealous
Fabricated
over.
story you made up about me is real. It just means you're a loser.
May as well.
Let's see here. I got a $10 tip. Shady says this stuff is all unhinged. Indeed, it is. It's wild. Again, I mean, this stuff is so insane.
Yeah.
Someone went and found. Apparently, I guess they're saying that they found the police report.
Oh. Let's go.
If that's too loud, by the way, let me know, because it does sound a bit loud. So if you think that's too loud, let me know.
It
I'll lower
was
that sound.
incredibly obnoxious, Phil.
Someone went and found the police report.
That was worth the $10,
Oh,
right?
yeah. Totally. Phil's
From
mind anyway.
Years and years ago when I actually got that death threat, okay? They turned the police report into a giant fabricated memeable story.
I did not...
So that they...
Oh my god. He did nothing wrong. He did everything correct. All right. I got to go take a shit real quick, guys. I will be back in a few minutes. So just give me a few and I shall return. Alright, I'm back. Jeez. Don't piss on God, too late. God has already been doused. Let me just swap that. I fell asleep on the toilet? Oh yeah, dude. My mom in Prime. Bro, what the fuck is this shit? Dude, who is thirst trapping their mom? Oh my god. I'm hoping that was a woman who made that. But it feels like that was male editing. What is this?
I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. Need that money. Need that. Okay. I'm curious if I should even record this Q&A session. I don't know what you guys are going to have to talk about or not, because we didn't even know if we were going to do it. I guess I will. Here, I'll tweet out. I'll post up so everyone knows we're doing it. Let me just copy the stream here. Hold on.
Sigma edits about your mom is crazy. Yeah, I know, bro. That is pretty wild.
Javi, nobody the hate monger, did a $2 super chat and says, call Rich, we need the level 666 podcast back. Like, I'm not even exaggerating when I'll say this. No, not even making drama. I have absolutely, positively no desire or reason to ever talk to Rich, interact with Rich, or have anything to do with Rich ever again. Like, seriously, the only time I will ever bring him up is if you do. I don't care about what he says or does. He is just such a waste of time and breath that I don't see the reason to even bring him up ever again. Right? He doesn't affect me in any way anymore, that's for sure. He really doesn't affect me ever in any way. He's just like a non-existent person.
Bruh.
Slayer says, seeing your background, you know, the scenes I just showed you, the background.
Yeah, my Battlefield 6 gameplay earlier wasn't very elite, though, because my ass is tired.
Reminds me of whose line is it anyway when they have to guess what the background is as a news commentator. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, so thanks, Hobby, for the $2 super chat, but I don't give a shit about Rich at all. Zero interest in anything to do with him. He's just a complete waste of everyone's life and time. Like, don't know why I would care. See, I understand because last year I talked about him a lot and everything, but for me, it's like been there, done.
Oski Woski with the 5. Wow, your mom used to be good looking. Now look at her. I know. Exactly. It's like, there's some weird shit going on with that. I'm hoping it was made by someone unrelated or a girl, because it'd be a little weird if guys were lusting after their younger mothers.
Done that. So you're so in my rearview mirror at this point, way down the road several miles, I don't give a shit about what's back there. Leave you.
All right,
the
awesome.
Thanks,
nigga.
he tried to one-up you by disagreeing with you because he was still mad. No, I think, to be honest, I think he saw what was going on, and he thought the entire time that him being on my show was going to be us at each other's throats, and he wanted his chance to yell at me about nonsense detractor stuff, right? Like, this is his thing. But that's not what it was at all, and I knew that he didn't. So the moment that he started to realize, oh shit, this isn't my show to yell at Phil, he disconnected and just wanted to talk about the tractor stuff. He's bringing up stuff that had nothing to do with what we were there for. Like, here is something interesting in front of you. I have all this stuff that no one knows about that I can reveal and talk about. Oh, but I want to talk about, you don't talk close enough to your microphone. Wait, what? What are you talking about? This would be like, all right, you're going to, I don't know, you're going to meet your friend who you've had a disagreement with, a serious disagreement with, and you want to hash out this disagreement, right? So you're going to visit them at their house. You arrive at their house, and as you sit down to have the disagreement, aliens are landing outside in the street. Like, literally, the saucer's coming down, and crowds are forming, and you're, all right, well, the aliens are out there, but you know what? We really got to hash this out. This is more important. Wait, what? No, there's aliens outside, you nitwit. We can talk about all this later. It's not really that important, seriously. There's fucking aliens. Can we go talk about the aliens and deal with the aliens? No, ignore the aliens. We have stuff to talk about. No, we don't. I was never interested in hashing out anything with Rich. Ever. There's no point. He's a waste of my time. Like, every time I was talking about him now is a waste of my time because we talk about more interesting stuff. You know? But he didn't get that. He is such a small world dude. Like, seriously, his brain is tunnel vision, small world, lolcow shit. Like, he thinks about it 24/7. So to him, he's like, well, I can talk about Phil about his mic, and we can talk about this. What the fuck are you talking about? So nonsensical. Such crap. Go talk about that shit on your own stream with people with pea brains will listen. All right? Not on my content.
Not on my content. That's for sure. Britt with the 22 months. Hello. Here's your tier 1 that you love so much. Gee, thanks, Britt. I sure do love it. But yeah, I appreciate it.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
DSP is 5'3". I don't think he's that short.
Anyway. Dale is Wrigley did a $5 super chat saying that my story is not believable. You don't have to believe it. It's all good. I'm good. It really, I don't care if you believe it or not. What's done is done. I'm done with it, and I moved on, and I'm successful and happy, so why do I give a shit if you believe my story or not? Doesn't affect me in any way. You're open to believe or not believe as much as you want. I don't have to justify anything. I'm good. We're done. Like I said again, in my rearview mirror, I'm way ahead of it. Who gives a shit? Javi says, don't you want to own the casino again? No. No. I don't. I don't care. I'm good. Again, you have to understand something. The people who try to pull me into their lolcow vortex shit need me. They need me. That's why they want me involved with them. They need someone to make content about or with. They want someone to go back and forth with. I don't need them. I'm
Damn.
successful and happy on my own. They need my existence to continue. I don't need theirs.
Fuck.
So let them swirl around me in the vortex toilet, and I will stay at the eye of the storm, being me, living my life, and being happy and positive.
Wowie zowie.
I didn't even know that, Kit. Kit says, what did you think about robots and other sci-fi stuff being re-added in the next Call of Duty? I didn't know it was. I actually haven't seen anything about the new Call of Duty. Yeah, I don't know, Spawn Killer. I don't know. I mean, when you hear stuff like that, again, I don't even know if it's true or not. We're talking about Rich having a tattoo of me, supposedly. I don't want to know.
Oski with the 37 months at tier 3. Appreciate it, man. That's very kind of you. Here's the better one. That's right, man.
7 inches? That's pretty big. This is a big ol' beefy boy.
But I appreciate it, man. Thanks so much. Bless you, Griffin. Oh my God, thank you, PK, for always keeping me in your prayers. And FBI with the 21 months.
Either subscribe, donate,
what
or
looks
get
like
the fuck
to
out.
Be some
Either
native
subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Aborigines or Aboriginal fucking writing. I don't know. What do you call their language, if you can even call it that? But yeah. Thanks for sharing the culture of your people, FBI.
Like, at that point, when you get to that level of insanity, thinking that that's content and that's, like, valid, that's something you should do. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine if I got tattoos of people I don't like on my body? What the fuck is wrong with you? I mean, let's be honest. It's pretty obvious he's accepted the fact that he's going to be, like, alone for the rest of his life, right? No one in their right mind would ever be with a person who's tattooing people's faces on their body of people they don't like.
You'd be surprised. His obese single mother that he had bastard children with is probably not exactly cream of the crop.
You're like, oh, no, you're insane. I leave now. Goodbye.
Math is
I have nothing to do
hard.
with you. I leave you to your own devices.
Idiots, but like if you're a broke boy, just say so.
King Michael, the next DSP tries it, will either.
Yeah. What is this? So Britt with the 50. Oh God. Hello, Griffin Gaming. Can you please play Black Ops 3 multiplayer? Does anyone even play multiplayer? I mean, I guess. I don't know if anyone even plays that shit anymore, but I can check. I'm pretty sure I have Black Ops 3. Yeah. 175 gigs.
Bruh.
Jeez. That's a big ass install. Alright, well, it's going, so.
Yeah, see, and that's the thing. Like, literally, you notice I never bring up Rich ever. It's only when you guys do will I even talk about him. And I know nothing about him now. Like, I haven't had a single piece of information update about him since March when he was on my show. And I want to keep it like that forever. Like, no lie, I don't want to know what he's up to. I don't want to know what he said about me. I don't care. He's insignificant. Completely just doesn't affect me at all. Don't need to know. Don't want to know.
Spinning a bottle kick.
Bobby did a $2.
What the fuck was that?
Doesn't affect me at all. Don't need to know. Don't want to know.
Spinning a bottle kick.
Bro, what the fuck is that noise? Is that this donation sound?
Bobby did a $2 super chat. Would you consider doing DSP tries it with Rich? No. I just literally just said I want nothing to do with him ever. I want to know nothing about him. Nothing good can come from anything involving that man. Ever. On this planet.
Chun-Li from Street. Yeah, I've never heard her talk. I've only ever seen the porn.
Belter of the Rings, did you screw it? Oh, if I got you, whoever supports me gets harassed, for the record. So I really appreciate the giant super chat earlier today. I strongly recommend that you ignore any kind of
Bro with the 2 or zombies / campaign, if not, yeah, we can take a look. I mean, I would imagine maybe multiplayer will still work, because we were able to find matches on Advanced Warfare, but guess we'll find out.
nonsense that results from it. Because the thing is,
How many people are on? They're probably all on zombies though. Is the thing 5,000? Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, I would imagine the multiplayer is pretty much dead at this point.
When people do it, they're literally only looking for a reaction. That's it. If no reaction is given, if like, let's say for example, someone has a YouTube channel, they come to my channel, they leave a super chat. All of a sudden, my detractors go to their channel and start spamming them with negative comments. Here's the best way to address it. Don't respond. Don't talk about it. Don't bring it up anywhere. Moderate the channel appropriately. Ignore it and move on. That's the best way to go about it. Because giving them the attention they want is why they do it. They're so desperate for attention, these no-life losers, that they will try to do anything to get it. And the moment that you give them a minute second of your time, they will then latch onto that to try to get more. So I apologize. This happens. This is not just you. This is not a unique situation for you. This happens to literally anyone who supports me. I strongly recommend that you just ignore it, moderate appropriately, move on. Sorry it happened, but do not feed into it. That's what they want. That's the best advice I can give you from my personal experience. You got to understand, these people have been trying to take me down, whatever that means, forever, and they know now that they can never do that or have any effect on me. They're aware of this now. Like, I'm bulletproof. So they have to try to do other things to get attention.
He's bulletproof. Oh my god.
And this is what they do now.
Jeez. Famous last words, man. Famous last words. Bro, with the 2, you do not sound excited? Yeah, I genuinely hate Black Ops 3. There's nothing redeeming about that game at all. The multiplayer sucked. The campaign is probably the worst campaign in the franchise, although Black Ops 6 might be worse. But, yeah, Black Ops 3 is not good. No bueno. Yeah, Black Ops 2 was the last good Treyarch game. They've been on basically a shit slip and slide ever since. Yeah, the Black Ops 6 campaign is genuinely terrible. Like, it's actually ass, bro. It's really, really bad. An hour? I don't know if I'm going to do this. We may come back to that. That's a long video, even at 2x. Got the whole zombies pack. Yeah, I don't like zombies at all, so... I know people say that that's like the reason why they like Black Ops 3, but for me, that's a nothing, because I don't like zombies. What is this shit?
Gaming in 2025 is such a strange thing because you have to be hyper aware as a gamer in a way that we didn't have
Hyper aware
to be in the past. Decades.
Hopefully he's going to talk about, you know, supporting developers that are actively calling for, you know, the death of straight men or something like that, but I'm sure not.
Decades ago, when I was growing up, when I could barely even hold a controller, you just played stuff because it looked good in a gaming magazine or the box art looked cool. You go, okay, Grandia. I like the screenshots. It's a cool concept. I buy it and I play it. But when a game series died, you didn't really understand it. At that point, there wasn't public sales data. You didn't.
Because PlayStation, I guess, became his love affair after the, I almost said Genesis, but it's the Dreamcast. You know, tanked Sega. So, maybe it's what filled the void in his life after his beloved Sega stopped making video game consoles.
Didn't know, hey, where the heck is Grandia 4? Did the studio shut down? Did the director get fired? Did it not sell enough? We really didn't know. But at this point, in 2025, we're able to do research about which companies are the most malicious, which stuff is the best to play, which games have the coolest fan bases and stuff. But it almost feels like that's not enough. With game budgets getting bigger and bigger and bigger, especially at PlayStation, we're seeing this explosion of cancellations, projects that are canned before they even release because the companies think, oh, this isn't even prospectively profitable enough. We can't even imagine making our money back. So,
yeah, that sounds pretty normal. I don't know, dude. I don't really hear anything that's too out there in terms of that.
Let's just delete it all, write it off on our taxes. Now, what's the answer to this?
Okay. Again, I don't really see a problem with that.
Is it lower budget games? Is it more AA? Is it more indies? Is it more random tiny spin-offs? Is it more DLC? Well, the ex-head of PlayStation, Sean Layden, the guy who's actually head of PlayStation for years and years and years.
That dude reminds me of Peter Pettigrew from fucking Harry Potter.
His solution is that we need to increase game prices, but not just increase them, we need to perpetually increase them. They should have started at like $40, then go to $50 to $60 to $70. Games are cheap on PlayStation 1, slightly more expensive on PS2, PS3, PS4, and by current tense, maybe games are supposed to cost $120 a pop. Now, immediately, people are giving
dun, dun, dun.
pushback. Immediately, people...
If Final Fantasy VII Rebirth Part 2, or I guess Part 3, is $120, I'll pay it. I mean, I'm going to buy the deluxe edition anyway, so I guess it is already $120, but yeah. It just depends on the game. Like, that's the thing. It's like, there are certain games I will gladly pay $120 for, but the game actually has to be worth the $120. I don't have a problem with something being more expensive right out the gate compared to all other products on the market. As long as the price is justified, that's all that really matters to me, personally.
Just do not even like this idea. But I want to go through this mathematically and a lot of Sean Layden takes because I almost feel like, as smart as he is, I don't think he understands what it's like to be a gamer in 2025.
He doesn't understand what it's like to be a gamer in 2025. Oh my god, dude. It's just... Does he think that a gamer is like a social class? Dog, most people don't fucking care about how much shit costs. They're out here already buying the $150 version of NBA 2K and Madden this year. They don't fucking care. Like, the general consumer, I don't think these guys understand the mentality at all.
Let me explain. Hi, I am Dreamcast Guy, and if you could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Former PlayStation US boss Sean Layden says the price of video games should have increased with every new generation to cover the tighter margins created by increased development costs.
I don't really see an issue with that statement. Makes sense. Britt with the 2, did you pay for Apex? Or wait, Aerith from Apex Legends? No, I did not. That shit was hideous. There's no way I'm rewarding them for those disgusting, you know, mutilations they did to the best girl from the game.
Now, I'm not going to pretend he's completely wrong. This is something that honestly has been measurably increasing, which is that just in general, as graphics increase, higher resolution assets, bigger development teams, crazier cutscenes, more mocap, more celebrity voice actors, just in general, even with cheap games, prices are going up. It's impossible to make a game for cheap anymore, right? Everything costs tens of millions of dollars, even for stuff that looks lazy and low budget. So I understand the idea conceptually about how margins are tight. I mean, typically, if you were making a game, a lot of these games back in the day were made for so incredibly cheap, they could sell like 50,000 copies and be a massive success. If your game sold 200,000 copies, your bills were paid for years. Whereas now, if a game sells less than like 2 million copies, especially a PlayStation exclusive, it's deep in the hole. But I just feel like he's thinking about this in the wrong way. Now, I like the fact that everybody said Sean Layden is a guy that talks a lot about the industry, his takes, and I want to go through a lot of it because a lot of people think that as intelligent as he is, sometimes he just comes off as a jerk. What a fool. So it's our fault that y'all...
He comes off as a big jerk, man. I don't like that. Oh my god.
Y'all are blowing up budgets. This guy does not know when consumers say it's enough, games will stop selling. Now, this to me is an...
That is objectively fucking false. What are the best-selling versions of every single game coming out on PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo? It's always the Ultra Premium Collection, the Gold Edition, the Ultimate or Ultra Edition. Like, the $100-ish version of the game is usually selling better than the $70 or $80 version, I guess, now of that particular game. So if that was an actual true statement, then that would not be the case.
Interesting concept. If it's a thing, honestly, I've sat and thought about this so much, which is not spending money on games, free to play. Right now, a lot of the biggest games on the planet, it's live service, but it's not just stuff like Fortnite and Marvel Rivals and stuff. I honestly feel like a lot of the live service stuff is like, I play a lot of World of Warcraft Classic. I play it all the time with
That is not free to play.
my friends. And it's interesting that a lot of my guildmates and stuff, they only play that. They don't play any...
Yeah, because they pay $15 a month and then buy a bunch of microtransactions.
Any other game on the planet. To them, they pay $15 a month. It's infinite fun. They can farm gold and do dungeons and stuff. They do not play any other game ever. And I think there's a lot of people out there like that, where they play their live service game, whether it is free to play or not. And that's...
Yeah. That's how it's been for a while.
It's just their entire world. They don't care about outside that ecosystem. And I do think that in a lot of ways, these companies feel like they're trying to find a way to drag you away from your current addiction, and it's just not working. Like, this is the current study. This is current data. A study has shown that North American gamers spend on average $325 on gaming annually. Now, I want to make it clear, on gaming, I think this means everything, not just the games themselves. That's not just saying they buy, $5, $6 games. I think it's basically saying that's also people buying headsets, that's buying controllers, that's buying a better TV so your games actually look better, that's buying a console. That's a pretty tiny amount. Like, to a lot of these companies who are trying to make, billions and billions of dollars off this limited group of gamers, that's not very much, especially because in other parts of the world that currently are considered a huge part of the market, it's lower than that. Europe is spending $125 per player. This seems both high and low at the same time. I mean, a lot of people are basically saying, was expecting this to be way higher. So many games with microtransactions, $325 seems so little. Now, this is the thing. People who play gotchas probably spend that weekly. Here's my thing, is that I do feel like the industry right now is very much trying to figure out how to not just make good stories, not just make good worlds, but stay in the green in 2025. I feel like companies, the whole idea of PlayStation right now, they very explicitly said their idea is to launch a bunch of live service games, and then when those start printing money, then they can go back in a way to their single player roots. All right, we'll launch a huge Horizon Zero Dawn crazy live service game, and that'll fund Uncharted 5. That'll fund Last of Us Part 3. So they always stay way, way, way in the green. But the problem is, what happens if these live service games don't sell? Would a $120 game make up that gap? I just don't think it would. But I also think it's interesting hearing this specifically from Sean Layden, because Sean Layden is a guy that's wise, that's been in the industry for so dang long. I mean,
he's wise, man. He's like a wizard. Daniel with the 5 Dreamcast guys right. These days selling less than 3 million copies. We'll still send you back to the Olive Garden bathroom. Oh yeah, definitely. Because I mean, after
either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
It's like 150 million, which 150 million is like, let's see. Let me do my math so I don't sound like an idiot. Divided by 100,000. Divided by, let's say average dev time is 5 years. So $150 million is enough to pay for 300 staff. So if your entire studio employs 300 people, you will need $150 million just to pay their salaries for the dev cycle. So, yeah. It's not really that much money. And Britt with the 2. So are Magic and EA ruining Aerith? Yeah, a lot of the Magic cards are pretty ugly of Aerith too, but I would say EA did a lot more damage, personally. Logic Bender with the 17 months raised a rescue kitten with a dog-like personality. Nice, man. That means you got one of the good cats, so congrats. Glad it worked out. The Spooky Cerberus with the 2. Dog, I feel like you low-key good at golf. What am I supposed to say with that? Golf? Like, I've never played golf. Other than, like, going to a driving range.
He is a guy who championed a lot of the best games that we know and love from PlayStation. He was a big advocate for the Vita, rest in peace. But it's interesting that he said, I always thought Japanese are the best at game design by a mile, and I'm surprised the West hasn't taken more lessons from them. Sean Layden was wise beyond his years. Now, this is a super long quote. I'm not going to let you watch all this, but it's super long. But essentially, he talked about the idea that originally the concept of Japanese game design was much more based on the arcade, like going back to the original PlayStation.
You mean gameplay?
He said, we wanted you to put a token into the machine and play Ridge Racer or Crash Bandicoot, right? The idea was to get you hooked on a game that was fun to play. Because if it was a blast for 20, 30, 40 hours, you'd go out and buy the next one. That's just how it worked back in the day. All right, buy the next $50 game, next $50 game, next $50 game. But now with budgets getting bigger, and honestly, so many things competing for your attention, I do think that Sean Layden is a bit lost about, all right, how do we get you locked into an ecosystem?
Yeah, but spending $50 back in the day was like spending $120 today. So, yeah, not really the best example. Like, they're acting like $50 is today's $50. $50 back in the late 90s was a shitload of money, especially to spend on video games. Like, my entire GameCube console was $100. I spent $100 on my GameCube back in the day. So, literally, a game was half the price of the console that played it, which is pretty crazy to think about.
System these days. And he seems to be very against a lot of this current mythology, this current ideology going on. He has been very surprisingly outspoken against the current trends of play.
Rope yourself, Sean Layden. Do it for them.
PlayStation. Like, one of the things they're talking about is, I did a video about this last week, but PlayStation has very much talked about the fact that they're basically trying to figure out how to move past the PlayStation. And a lot of people that worked at PlayStation for years have said they don't really like the idea of this, that historically PlayStation's business has been built on this system. All right, buy our console, buy our controllers, buy our games. We get profit, profit, profit. Whereas now they're basically saying, okay, our games are so expensive and they're so live service, we have to put them on Steam, we have to put them on Xbox, we got to put them on Nintendo Switch 2. We got to put them everywhere so that when we do make exclusives, which will probably still be their single-player, story-focused stuff, people will come to us to buy it. And Sean Layden's basically saying, this clearly is not the answer. But does that mean he wants it cheaper? It does seem like he really does just want games to be more expensive. I mean, I've seen him sort of repeat this over and over again. He's also very against subscription models. He said a lot about the idea that he's very, very, very anti-Game Pass, which obviously, if you've watched my videos a lot, I'm pretty anti-Game Pass too. And I think he is correct here, which is the idea that since, by his own admission, profit margins are incredibly, incredibly slim, right? So at this point, even if you are selling a game for $70 and it sells millions and millions of copies, it's difficult as heck to break even, especially Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2, we have the full leaked budget of that leaked. It was leaked in the Insomniac hack. That game cost $300 million cash to make. $300 million cash. That means it needed to sell 6 million copies to break even just on development, not even marketing, not even anything else. 6 million copies to break even. And I think he's basically thinking, okay, if margins are that slim, you can't be cannibalizing your big box sales with PlayStation style stuff. You can't do that with Game Pass numbers, right?
Yes.
It doesn't matter how many millions of people sign up to Game Pass. Clearly, it's not breaking even for the amount of development money they're spending, the amount of money they're spending on acquisitions.
And that doesn't even include the marketing either. Because the marketing's a massive portion of movie and TV show expense, as well as gaming, that is completely overlooked by most analysts. Because a lot of the times the marketing for something can be 50 to 150% of the actual production budget.
Stuff. This is not creating value. Putting it in the marketplace, hoping it explodes in profit sharing. It doesn't create those incentives is basically what he's saying. And I think Sean Layden, for all of his good takes, for all of his bad takes, I think he is highlighting a weird shift that is already very much over in the industry. And I'm not sure we can snap back. Because when we were all growing up, you bought a game, you played a game, you loved a game. You told your friends, here's Metal Gear Solid, here's Final Fantasy VII. Here's the games that are going to influence not just your current tastes, but your future purchasing power. And now we're in a spot where I just don't think that's enough. $70 games take so much to break even. These budgets are getting so big. These subscription services are so toxic. The amount of cannibalization via free-to-play games or even live service games with a monthly fee, it does feel like the industry is locked in a speed that seems self-destructive. And I honestly don't know what the answer is. The industry is in a strange idea because right now, the more you watch gaming, the more you understand gaming, the more you sort of do the napkin math of gaming, the more you see that stuff is headed for a crash. And I'm just not sure what comes out the other side. Is it lower budget games? Is it another indie renaissance? Is it more free to play than ever before, but maybe the skins are cheaper? Or is it just everybody gaming on phones? I don't really know. I'm still open-minded and I'm still curious, but I stand by my prediction that I think this next console generation is it. I think when we have the PlayStation 6, it's over. The next Xbox, it's over. I do think that at this point, they're going to find a way to make systems as cheap as they possibly can, and we're just going to vibe. We're going to try and find a way to be profitable in this very expensive era. But what do you think about the current era of video games, and how do you feel about the idea of increasing game prices? And I specifically have a real...
As long as the quality warrants the increase in price, I am fine with it. If it weeds out slop game titles and forces more studios to close, then it's an even bigger, W. But as long as the game warrants the price, then I don't really care about like a, arbitrary price point. that I would or wouldn't pay. It just depends on what the game actually is.
Question I have in the comment section, which is, how much do you spend a year on video games? Let me know in
Too much.
the comments down below. And if you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming. Oh man, and play Grandia. Damn it, play Grandia. God, I wish we had that Grandia MMO here in the United States.
Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to...
Yep, insert the random franchise. Did anyone put how much they spent on gaming? Nope. Wow. Losers.
Hey there, Cabers.
Alright, well, everybody hates Battlefield 6 now, apparently. I guess that's a thing now.
Dreamcast guy here, and today we're talking about Battlefield 6 because this has sort of just had its fan base very much turn against it, and I don't think anybody really saw this coming because right now a lot of people are cheering on Battlefield 6 to finally be the Call of Duty killer. I don't think it's deniable at all that Call of Duty in a lot of ways, especially over the course of the last 10 years, has gotten worse.
It killed itself.
Lazier, more busted, more poorly balanced. Just in a lot of ways, Call of Duty, despite the fact that it's always the top-selling game every single year, you can tell that the cracks in that fan base is about to show. But a lot of people are excited because Battlefield 6 seems to be what Call of Duty originally used to pretend to be. An actual, strategic, grounded, realistic shooter. Well,
it is not a realistic shooter.
last weekend was the first beta, the closed beta. And
these are not... Dude, neither of these games were supposed to be realistic. They have realism aspects in each. But it's not a simulator. It's not a simulator.
Instantly, it ended up being one of the biggest betas ever in existence, having over 500,000 concurrent players just on Steam, not counting the massive fan base on PlayStation. But
Britt donated $50 and you scammed him, and you expect me to donate? Is it even done downloading yet? That shit was big. Oh, it only did 98. It finished 10 minutes ago, so I wouldn't really consider that scamming PK.
this week, they just started beta weekend 2 with more maps, more modes, more stuff that feels like it's supposed to be a polished representation of a game that is about to come out. But everybody seems to be hating it. Last night I was actually playing a lot of Battlefield 6 with my real life friends who I play a lot of Battlefield with, and a lot of them were kind of just saying, why did they mess this up so bad? But let me break it down, because I actually have a whole list of complaints we're going to go through from a bunch of different fans. Let's begin. Hi, hope you're having a great day, and if you could please...
I thought most people like Battlefield 6. I don't know. I've only seen positive shit on Twitter about it.
Give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now, I do want to be clear, this is a beta. They're very clearly listening to feedback. I'm not going to pretend that the busted stuff now probably isn't as busted as it's going to be at launch, but part of the reason I'm making this is because they do need to fix this. Some of the stuff in this beta is so strangely unbalanced. There are
Welcome to a Battlefield game, dumbass.
already rolling out a lot of hot fixes, specifically with a lot of stuff with Rush and Breakthrough. One of the things that makes, honestly, Battlefield so fun, and in my opinion, the most addictive aspect to it, is the very, very large scale of it. Hundreds of players blowing each
Nope. 64.
other up with tanks and jets and sniper rifles. And that's what makes it so incredibly fun. But this version of it feels like they tried to scale it down for some reason, which very much misses the point of it. Now, obviously, this beta is having a lot of stuff just on a technical problem. A lot of people are complaining about lag. I've noticed a lot of lag this weekend already as well. But
I didn't.
Here's the thing. This sort of sums up some of the sentiment. Battlefield 6 Open Beta Week 1, perfect. Battlefield Open Week 2, less so. Rush mode has been butchered. Just a very not fun experience. Needs a lot of work. Not sure what DICE was even thinking. A lot of people are like, bro, the servers also felt smoother. The beta 2, not going so good. But this is the predominant complaint a lot of people have. And I honestly think it's what's hurting the gameplay the most. This beta is filled with so many teeny tiny maps. And I'll be honest, seeing these little pictures of, hey, we're going to have 9 total maps. Now that we've played...
Teeny tiny maps? What the fuck is he talking about? They're not teeny tiny maps. Oh my god.
5 of the 9 maps, and they're also incredibly tiny. I've played Manhattan Bridge. I've played... which ones are in the beta? It's No Subbrick
I thought you knew which ones were in the beta because they were all tiny.
City, Siege of Cairo. A lot of these maps that we've seen now are fun. They're beautiful. They're great to snipe it and stuff, but they're definitely tiny. Even this big map for the bigger...
Yeah, well, Battlefield 4's maps were way too big. Battlefield 3 had the perfect size. You know, not too big, not too small. You know, the type of map that you could have fun with every single day and not have to prep in advance for, or maybe, you know, take some time off after, you know, experiencing one of the larger ones. And they definitely didn't leave you dissatisfied like a smaller map would. It was just big enough to give you a optimal experience that would keep you coming back for more time and time again. And yes, I'm talking about maps, not anything else.
Modes, like Breakthrough and stuff, they feel incredibly tiny. Now, they're trying to say, oh, we promise there will be a lot of bigger maps at launch. We have lots of variety and packages for modes and maps. I'll be honest, I don't really believe it. And this is the problem with that. I'm going to mute this so you can see, though. So I don't want you to hear like the explosions and stuff here, but this is what Rush looked like in Battlefield 3. Now, I'll admit, I've played a lot of Battlefield 3, 4, 2042, and Hardline, but I was never super good at anything except for like Battlefield Hardline and Battlefield 2042, which admittedly are kind of the more busted battlefields. But this is what Rush used to be. And to me, this was what was fun about it. It was a mad dash, psychopathic, drown them in your blood kind of freaking battles, right?
That was just one map.
It was a brutal skirmish, just literally cramming people in here to try and get every single hard-fought inch.
Okay, that's one map. One map.
Whereas now, if you've been playing it, because the maps are so tiny, you don't have this style of stuff. You're
what? Hold on.
Try and get every single hard-fought inch. Whereas now, if you have people in here to... It was a brutal skirmish, just literally cramming people in here to try and get every single hard-fought inch.
Cramming people in to get every hard-fought inch. Then you're gonna complain that the map is too small? Wouldn't that help with cramming people in to every hard-fought inch if it's a smaller map? Because then that would mean that people would be more condensed versus spread across the map. Like,
Whereas now, if you've been playing it, because the maps are so tiny, you don't have this style of stuff. You're
what?
Constantly, instantly responding pretty much on the objective. And it does.
Okay, so everybody's crammed into the same place. Got it.
In a lot of ways, break Rush. Rush is one of the modes that is the most unique to Battlefield, and playing it only as a 12v12, just in general, it is so scaled down. I don't know why they still call it Rush, to be honest. I mean, I literally was playing it this morning, right before recording this video. I've replayed today, and it's just so teeny tiny. What should Battlefield 6 Rush mode have looked like if it don't like the current beta version? I don't know. Maybe it should look like this. I can't disagree with that. I think Battlefield 6 is fun in spite of its maps, in spite of them all being super small, tight, and core focused. I have a lot of issues with Battlefield 6, but it's all fixable, and the good news is that the game is fun. Now, obviously, the Ackman here has been talking a lot about the state shooters and stuff on his channel. He did a very good viral video earlier this year about Doom the Dark Ages that I actually think really kind of spells out the importance of fun action in a game, right? And I think he is correct here, that the true gunplay at the core of Battlefield 6, perfect. Literally, no notes. I love the shooting. I love the sniping. I love the loadouts. I love how the game works. I just think that, in general, having all these corridors in maps that feel so restricted, it almost feels like there's this term in MMORPGs. I play a lot of MMORPGs in my free time, and there's this term people use a lot. Optimization until the...
We never would have guessed that one, dude. He's only a fan of every single one that's ever been made.
Fun is gone, which is that game developers are afraid of rough edges. Oh, this is unbalanced. Oh, this doesn't quite work. And so because of it, they balance and balance and balance until you have this very boring, homogenized...
Yeah, I prefer the smaller maps personally. Battlefield 4's maps were way too big. The only map I wish they would bring from Battlefield 4 is Silk Road. I think that's a great map. Just because of all the tanks and helicopters and jets and everything you could have on it.
Blob. I almost feel like the maps feel like that in Battlefield 6. Now, here is a very interesting one that a lot of people have been debating. This guy works at Insomniac. This guy actually does a lot of great stuff. He worked on Ratchet & Clank, Spider-Man. He's working on Wolverine and stuff like that. And he's been talking about definitely the biggest debate, which is closed weapons versus open weapons, which is that right now, and I do think this feels extremely strange. Personally, I think it feels fun that you can build your own loadout, but right now you can go in there and make any class have any gun. Anybody. A medic can have shotguns. You can have a sniper rifle on your soldier. Everybody. The main thing is the special bonuses they get. Medics can revive better. If you're aiming down sights with the recon, which is like the sniper class, it automatically marks them on everybody's map and stuff like that. But you can just build your own loadout, which in a lot of ways completely destroys the point of the class system. And I agree with the fact that it goes back to that sort of smoothing off all the round edges, and now you have this blob, right? Battlefield 6 should keep closed weapons as default. This basically means locking in how classes play. The entire point of class is about specialization and identity. Lean, tailored, and focused on all fronts, including weapons. The pie in the sky, pick and choose your way, just sounds like Battlefield Portal. Now, Battlefield Portal is basically like a custom maps, custom modes. Think of it as like a Halo's Forge mode. This isn't a knock against creative, but it really sounds like someone is vying hard for this over there. I think you can have both and make a cleaner break by providing open as an option in Portal. That just belongs there in theory and in practice. Keep open weapons to Portal, closed weapons by default in matchmaking. Get the best of both worlds. The current split just feels incredibly muddy and creatively indecisive. And I have to agree that it does feel like open weapons, as much as I like being able to completely build my class, I do think it makes stuff feel a bit funky. Like classes basically don't do anything. If everybody's just shooting each other, you might as well all play medics, because at that point, then at least then you get the ability to revive quicker, right? Fun fact, custom search exclusively has open weapons. It is impossible to search for closed weapon lobbies if you want a certain map or mode combo.
That's probably just by design for the time being for the beta, but I don't know.
So of course, their data is going to show that people are only playing with the open playlist. Now, this was a super viral thing I saw a lot of people debating, which is the fact that the only way to play closed weapon maps is a button that's off screen on the main menu after custom search. This is an insane design decision. I love the way they phrased that. Waiting for the inevitable dev blog post that says, based on player data, open weapons were the most played. This is a very strange debate because I do feel like in a lot of ways, I think that Aaron here nailed it, which is that it should be one of those things that you can do easier. But personally, I think closed weapons is the way to go. Maybe some amount of customization, but it is a bit weird that anybody can use anything at any time. It just doesn't quite feel balanced, or it just doesn't really feel tight in a lot of ways. I do like this. Somebody replied to it and said, a game can be fantastic with major flaws, and a bad game can have some great ideas. That's the thing, is that nobody's saying this game is bad. It's just the fact that, honestly, there's certain issues with it that just don't make sense. This is another thing. A lot of people are complaining about how bad the map is. People are basically already making fan remakes of the map because the HUD, how you pick game types, how you do stuff is very, very,
yeah, it's very reminiscent of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2.
very unintuitive. And honestly, it just looks bad. This looks a trillion times better. I agree. This mock-up, I haven't liked it. Let me like that. That's fantastic. I wanted to end with this. I saw a lot of people talk about the fact that just in general, as fun as this beta is, it has so many tiny problems. Honestly, it's very bloodless. Maps are too tiny. A lot of people have been complaining about the fact that, honestly, the movement speed feels off. Like, in a lot of ways, let me make sure this is... A lot of people have been talking about the fact that the movement speed feels very, very strange. The fact that you can run so fast on maps so tiny... it does seem a bit strange. A lot of people are being like, bro, there's just a lot of stuff in here. The fact that you can slide on, you can slide across broken concrete in a war zone. The movement speed is something that definitely seems like it needs some work. I'm definitely in the field where I'm having fun with the beta. I'm still having fun with the beta. I want to try and max out as many guns as I can, even though I don't think you even get a reward for it. I think the hype for Battlefield 6 feels very, very warranted, but I think my concern is that it's a little bit under 2 months from launch. My concern is the fact that, honestly, I think these tiny maps are all we're going to get. I think even their biggest maps...
I mean, how large does he want them to be? Like, do you just want to run around aimlessly for 5 to 10 minutes and then just get sniped? Like, I do not think smaller maps are a big deal, personally. Like, Operation Firestorm is a pretty sizable map.
I can't afford this shit!
Like, sure, it's not as big as some of them, but it's still quite large.
Are going to be pretty teeny tiny. And I'm excited about it. I'm more excited about this than I've been about COD in a long time. But I do think that, honestly, the longer this beta goes on, the more it actually lowers my hype. But how do you feel about the Battlefield 6 beta, and what are you playing it on? I heard that if you play it on PlayStation 5, it has double XP. Pretty interesting, honestly. I'm currently playing on PC, playing it on Steam, but I love you very much. And if I killed you in some of those lobbies, well, get away from my shotgun, bitch. Love you very much. Thanks for watching this video. If you could, please give this video a like.
Is that a threat?
And subscribe if you haven't already. And please keep dreaming.
Thanks so much for watching that video.
Chronicle with the 2, get rid of these TLC/Hulu menus. I agree. Yeah, the modern UI design craze has lost any and all semblance of functionality in pursuit of this slop tier Hulu Netflix ripoff site. It just makes no sense. You know, Call of Duty used to have the perfect menus back in the day on the 360, and for whatever reason, they chose to fuck it up. So, I don't know. What is that Dreamcast guy short? I don't know. It's some AI slop.
This poem was written by the gamer comedian and uses Sega Dreamcast graphics. He likes to write. He likes to vent. See his channel for more funny content.
I am the gamer comedian with another loser to grill. I love
Oh yeah, dude. Hear my sick rhymes.
uploading videos because it's a thrill. He's known as Dreamcast Guy, but his real name is Max. I will expose his ass by giving you the facts. He's a longtime YouTuber and likes reviewing games, but he's a cringy cuck with less spirit than James. You hardly ever review a Dreamcast game. You're a cringy doofus, your fake voice is so lame. You lack originality and regurgitate news. You would be more inspired by drinking some booze. Your content is so lazy, you don't even try. You open your mouth and you often lie. I've seen your 100K special as you sat there and cried, but I assume you're on drugs and your brain must be fried. You're a massive locale and a habitual liar. Who cares about
Why is the music getting so loud?
your channel? Just give up and retire. With your fedora and bad skin, you look like Freddy Krueger. But you're not athletic and you're not Lex Luger. You tell your audience to keep on dreaming, but with every lie, your critics are steaming. I'm the gamer comedian and I publish this roast. I will celebrate my work with my signature toast.
It's worse than Rich's applause button.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
All right, there you go. Blue sent you with the 5. I recently got into the Sims 4 mods. Help me make it more fun. And my new mouse is arriving Sunday since my computer is being annoying. Well, that's nice. Glad you're enjoying it. I never really got into The Sims or any of those simulation type games, but yeah, people love them. So, especially women, bro. They spend a fortune on those sim expansions. But I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, honestly, that couldn't have been any louder. Done with Enzoy. Oh, that was that Korean ripoff of The Sims, right? Enzoy. I got a lot of femboys and Genshin Impact on TikTok. What the fuck? Sounds like you've been browsing homosexual content, man. Griffin, what if I say we are getting scammed like PK does? Do I get deported with the rest of them, or do you want me crucified like your delivery guy? Well, I wouldn't want him to be lonely, so I guess you'd have to go on the cross. But don't worry, we'll save costs by doing front and back. So you'll basically be holding hands. Griffin, what inspired you to give up on life? Wouldn't it be the opposite? I don't think you get inspired to do anything if you give up on life. Be more so of what lack of inspiration led you to give up on life. But why so many people vanish in Japan?
Why do so many people vanish in Japan?
Because they're shut-ins, I don't know.
You might think it's by accident, but
Suicide?
that's not actually true. Each year, more than 100,000 people simply vanish. This phenomenon is called johatsu. In Japanese, it means evaporation. But the truth is, they choose to disappear. And in Japan, businesses called yonageya, fly-by-night shops, exist for one purpose. For the right fee, they can erase you from your old life. Why? To flee crippling debt, to escape domestic violence, to slip away from crushing shame or the relentless weight of expectations.
To escape your creepy white stalker from whatever Western nation.
Some clients seek entirely new identities. Others go as far as getting plastic surgery. Many simply want to disappear. Why do so...
Probably porn. Most likely. The women do porn and then have to face the shame. So they run and hide. That would be my guess. That would be my guess. A lot of Japanese women do porn nowadays. Because it's the only way they can get fucked. And, you know, a lot of them are hurting for money. No, there's definitely porn shame for women in Japan, bro. Like, their parents will straight up beat them, disown them, kick them out. Like, no, there is actual repercussions for that shit. You can single-handedly fix the Japanese birth rate. That's right. Just line them up. I'm ready. I've trained for this. Yo, I agree with this.
Difficulty and video games go hand in hand. I mean,
I
I agree with this.
Isn't that kind of the point of playing? To be tested, to be challenged? As a kid, I cut my teeth on all manner of tough-as-nails platformers that refused to give an inch. You were going to beat that level, or it was going to beat you. I can't even count the number of late nights I spent desperately trying to get that last optional collectible, or trying to conquer that hidden stage. These challenges had me yelling at the TV constantly in a fit of rage, and yet I loved it. But let's fast forward a bit here. I'm now almost 30, and I think I'm tired of hard games. Let me explain myself here. Let's actually rewind a little bit now. Over the summer, I finally jumped into Lies of P. This is a Korean Souls-like developed by NeoWiz. Many seem to consider it the best non-From Souls title, so I knew I had to give it a shot, as I'm a big From fan. The first couple of hours were a little shaky, but pretty quickly I got into the groove. I settled into the gameplay loop, which is exactly what you'd expect from this genre. You're slowly combing through tightly designed environments while you pick off enemies, and every once in a while, square off against a boss fight to really test your skills. Let me tell you, I was having a blast. Given From's recent open world explorations, it was actually really refreshing to play something more linear. Beyond that, the world is just so cool in an intangible way. It's draped in atmosphere and contains plenty of secrets, but never feels overwhelmingly expansive. It's just a fun game, but as I continued forward, I began to notice an issue. While playing, I started to pick up on this constant low-grade stress I was feeling. At first, I thought it was just my perpetual existential anxiety, but no, that wasn't it. It was quiet at first, but as I
My anxiety, dude.
progressed deeper into an area, it got louder, reaching a fever pitch when I arrived at a boss. Once I overcame, I'd feel a lot better, but the cycle would just reset. Everything came to a boiling point about midway through the game when I arrived at a boss known as the King of Puppets. If you've played through Lies of P, you probably know which one I'm talking about without me even needing to show any footage, but I will anyway. You know how sometimes you encounter a hard fight in a game, but you know that you can do it? This was the opposite of that. This was one of those fights that felt like I genuinely may never get it. I quickly grew hopeless, and that hopelessness compounded my frustration significantly. Each time I died, I became progressively angrier, literally getting off the couch and walking around to cool off. With every passing death, the temptation to quit the game grew more and more palpable, but I was too
Yeah, at that point, you're not having fun.
stubborn for that. This guy was going down. Finally, after God knows how many attempts, I slayed the dragon. The King of Puppets was dead. For the remainder of the evening, I basked in the euphoria of my victory until later that night, I was hit with a sobering realization. The game wasn't even over yet. The thought of continuing forward shifted away from excitement to something more like dread. I was enjoying
Yup.
Lies of P. There was no question about
That's how I was, especially with Shadow of the Turd Tree. It's like, damn, I'm not really glad that I played this. I'm not really having fun, but I'm glad that I never have to do it again. And that is a problem with the genre.
that. I didn't feel stressed about playing more because I wasn't having fun. I was stressed because I didn't want to punch my couch anymore. The concept of reward versus relief is one I've discussed previously, but it applies perfectly here. Initially, defeating a boss was rewarding. I got my dopamine rush and I was ready to see what challenge awaited me next. After killing the King of Puppets, I just felt relief. Exhausted gratitude that I'd never have to do that fight again that was quickly replaced.
Yeah, exactly. You're just glad you don't ever have to do it again. That does not mean you're having a good time with the game. It means the complete opposite.
With fear.
Because if you actually had fun with a challenging boss, you'd want to go back and replay it at some point. But if your first thought is, thank God it's over, yeah, that's a problem.
That the next boss was going to make me even angrier. After a couple of days off, I sat back down to give Lies of P another shot, but when I booted the game back up, I was surprised to find that it had difficulty levels. Where did these come from? I thought maybe I'd done something to unlock them, but it just turned out that I'd happened to be playing through the game right when they patched them in. For a moment, I sat and pondered. I couldn't lower the difficulty, could I? Wouldn't I be cheating myself? Aren't I supposed?
You absolutely can and should lower the difficulty level if you want to.
Supposed to get good? I don't think so. I bumped the difficulty down and pressed onward. The shift was immediate. Unsurprisingly, combat was easier now, but not excessively so. Enemies were still putting up a fight, especially bosses, but everything just felt more manageable. Ultimately, what mattered is that the feeling of stress I'd been dealing with was gone. Now I had flexibility in terms of how difficult I wanted this experience to be, and that made all the difference. This all raises a question though. Why didn't I want to lower the difficulty? Why was I averse to giving myself an easier time?
Because some fucking neckbeard
Skip it up, the fucking loser faggot
on Reddit will be like, you didn't actually beat the game. You used a summon. You used magic. You used this weapon. You used this exploit. You didn't actually beat the game, dude. You grinded for souls. It's like literally gatekeeping fucking, you know.
Skip it up, the fucking loser faggot
Well, yeah, that's exactly why you're afraid of some fucking neckbeard fuck trying to disqualify you as a gamer because you played the game the way you wanted to instead of the way they wanted you to.
Well, like I said, back in the day, you generally didn't have a choice. You were beating this game or it was beating you. That was the deal, and the simplicity bred gamers that were, for lack of a better word, determined. Now, when modernity gives us the chance to make a game easier, to change the rules, it feels kinda like cheating. Beyond that though, especially with the Souls-like genre, there's a culture that discourages anything
You can't cheat in a single-player game.
that makes the game more approachable. If you can't beat the game as it's intended, quote unquote, you're just not good enough.
Beating the game as it's intended means using the, methods and options provided in the game itself. So, that's why people say, oh, you use summons, so it doesn't count. Okay, well, if you weren't supposed to use the summons, why are they in the fucking game? If you're not supposed to use magic, why is magic in the fucking game? If you're not supposed to use a certain weapon, why the fuck is that weapon in the game? Like, it's the most retarded logic ever. Or lack thereof logic.
So, how can developers go about changing this mentality beyond just providing difficulty settings? Well, another game I recently played, Sea of Stars, may just have an answer. If you're unfamiliar, Sea of Stars is a modern love letter to classic 16-bit JRPGs. It's got the engaging turn-based battles, coming-of-age story with lovable characters, and a fantastical world just waiting to be explored. At the risk of being reductive, it's great. But as I was getting into it, I started feeling that same stress that I did with Lies of P. For as much as I enjoy a good JRPG, I'm just not particularly good at them, and often find them to grow frustrating. To help accommodate someone such as myself, developer Sabotage Studio introduced the Relic system. Instead of blanket difficulty levels, relics allow you to customize the challenge more granularly. So maybe you want to increase your party's max HP, or heal your party after every battle, or make attacks easier to time. You can toggle any of these options without affecting the others. There's an element to this system that's particularly unique though. In one of the game's early settlements, I found its local merchant expecting to buy weapons, but to my surprise, I could also purchase more relics. Instead of just existing in menus, the relics can actually be purchased in the game's world. Suddenly, I felt like I was earning the opportunity to make the game easier. Instead of just flipping a switch, I had to actually save up the gold through hard-fought battles. Now, they're not very expensive, it's not like they're really difficult to acquire, but just this minimal effort makes a massive difference. Diegetic difficulty is something I've rarely seen, and I think it's an area well worth mining for other developers. Of course, this isn't the only solution to the conundrum. There are many ways to approach a flexible difficulty. I've seen more and more games introducing difficulty settings specific to a particular discipline. So maybe you want rigorous
Isn't this the game that the completionist got removed out of after his drama? I believe so. It looks like the art style, if I remember correctly.
combat, but simplistic puzzles, for example. Some games have even introduced dynamic difficulty, as far back as something like Resident Evil 4. This 2005 masterpiece is always watching you as you play. If it sees you struggling on a particular section, you may find that on your next attempt, there are a few less enemies than there were before. That's not a coincidence, that's RE4 ratcheting down the difficulty without ever explicitly telling you that it is, preventing players from feeling like they're taking the easy way out. It's a fascinating—
Wait. So you could just die a shit ton of times in Resident Evil 4 and just cheese it? It's probably a pretty good strategy.
approach, and one I suspect games will continue to incorporate more often as time marches on. Despite all of this, there's still a pervasive cynicism around making a game easier. It didn't take more than 60 seconds of researching Sea of Stars' Relic system to find the exact sentiment I'm talking about in a forum thread. It's a fair perspective, I suppose, but the fact of the matter is that there are more video games than ever before, in a world increasingly inclined to distract us as much as it can. If I want to make a game easier for myself, so be it. I just don't have the time that I used to as a kid to continue trying something ad nauseum until I get it. Now, there are certain genres where I crave challenge, like survival horror. Kick my ass, survival horror, but I don't feel that way about every genre, and that's okay. I still enjoy those genres, but I don't necessarily want them to push me as hard as others. Don't get me wrong, there's something incredibly pure about duking it out with some insane platformer until you've grabbed that flagpole. Learning and overcoming is immensely satisfying and a key component of video games, but the fact remains that I likely wouldn't have pushed myself to finish Lies of P or Sea of Stars if they didn't afford difficulty flexibility. I'll always crave rigorous moments and experiences from time to time, but maybe that retro brutality is as much design antiquation as it is a design decision. Ultimately, the more difficulty and accessibility options games introduce, the more people can play and enjoy them. For my money, that's the ultimate win. Just press start and have fun.
No, you're not allowed to have fun. No fun allowed, bro. You have to suffer. Unless you're literally about to bust a hole through your monitor with your fist, then you're not actually playing a Souls game, dude. Once I got the bleed build, I was good. Yeah, exactly. It's like, or the mimic tier, or whatever it might be. Yeah, Britt, I'm assuming you wanted me to play the game tomorrow night, right? Is that correct? Or was it for tonight? Yes? Okay. That's what I figured. Bruh, is that a nurse thirst trap? Nah, nurse is just fuck, bro. But probably.
The doctor said that he was having a little bit of trouble. So
he needs his balls drained.
So he sent me in. You ready?
I knew it! I knew it! There it is. Alright, yep. I had a feeling. She grabs the cum receptacle.
The doctor said that he was having a little bit of trouble. So he sent me in.
I wonder if this is the type of redhead that Raymond wants.
You ready? The doctor said that he was...
He broke both of his hands, so he needs his balls drained. He has semen retention cramps. Oh, look, another one.
Good. A little high. You can go put your arm down there. Good. A little high.
Oh my god. The whore nurse. Shocking. What is this? Scams viewers. Andrew was right about Quarter Pounder. What did Quarter Pounder do? Shit. I'll be worse than Raymond? I guess so, dude. I never got my 19-year-old with the perfect ass shaped like a peach that let me do anything I wanted to her. Yeah, Alpha Chad bullshit. Pay for it, you fake Sigma. Hell no. YouTube is dead. Yeah, I don't see anything I want to watch. There ain't nothing. Nothing, dude. Dude, what the fuck is this shit? Hold on. Mafia, the old country, exposes the industry. Hold on.
Salutations, everybody.
I'll take the bait on that.
It is Maddie here today. Hope you're all doing absolutely excellent. Today we're gathering to talk about Mafia, the Old Country. And this series always gets me a little nostalgic because I think back to the way I discovered it, and it's so weird and random that I just feel it was my destiny to play a little bit of Mafia in my lifetime. I remember I was driving to high school, and I used my dad's car to get to school for the entirety of my senior year. So he would drive it to work.
Wow.
Work some days, and other days I'd take it to school. And I forgot where he worked, but they gave him a bunch of video games that they were just looking to get rid of. And so I remember pulling into the parking lot of my high school and opening the back door, and there were just tons of video games laid out over the back seat because I just heard something rattling around when I was driving to school. And one of the games in this massive pile was Mafia 2. And I love this game. I said, oh, this looks interesting. I'll give it a shot. Just nothing beats that organic discovery of something you truly adore. Mafia 2 is one of my favorite stories in gaming. And so naturally, I was really excited for Mafia 3. We covered that a lot here on the channel. And
it was not good.
Mafia 3 is a game I also hold a little bit of a soft spot for in my heart. Definitely a really flawed game, but I really like its story. I love Lincoln Clay. Like, there's a lot to love about it. So Mafia, the Old Country.
Of course he does.
It's been 9 years since the last Mafia game, and this game has been a lot of what I wanted from the series. I feel a lot of valuable lessons have been learned from the increased scope that was Mafia 3, and trying to, I think, shift it more toward fan expectations with Mafia the Old Country. It helps this is a $50 game, and it comes with its own set of concessions that we'll talk about, but that's really the focal point of this video. Many people want more $50 games. We don't want $80 games. We don't even want $70 games. We want cheaper games like it used to be.
Grown-ass man wearing kids' t-shirts. Well, it's even worse than that, bro. It's a custom-made TMNT Squirtle Pokemon t-shirt. Like, it's not even like it's a vintage shirt. This shit's custom-made.
But what we're seeing with the reaction to this game and the most viral clips surrounding it is that the reality is when you ask for a cheaper game, you get a cheaper game. You get concessions within that game. There will be...
Oh, shit. Hold on. Let me, Why did those not pop up until just now? Let's see. Blue sent you with the 5. I recently got into... No, I read that. Dude, this thing is fucked up. They've kind of fixed it. Like, the actual pop-out chat hasn't crashed. But the same fucking issue with the super chat feed is still there. I don't think I read this one, though. Spooky servers with the 2. Exactly why Griffin doesn't play Dark Souls anymore. Yeah, I've lost interest in that genre. I would play Dark Souls again, but I don't know if I'd play any others.
Focus put on particular areas, and others left to the wayside. Many people get that, others do not. So I just want to do this kind of mixed impressions video alongside talking about the industry for Mafia, the Old Country. As someone who used to cover Mafia a lot, I felt I had to dive into the Old Country and talk about it a little bit here on the channel. So if you're new here, you're into what's going on with gaming, consider subscribing. Let's start off with where the conversation goes viral for Mafia, the Old Country. Now, look, people are talking about chopping wood and water swimming animations in this game like it's a friggin' Mario game. It's kind of insane to me, but these arbitrary comparisons are cropping up. I don't know why we're putting Red Dead Redemption 1 next to Mafia, the Old Country. I mean, it's one thing if this game is trying to be Red Dead and failing to do so, but what, they have horses, so they're the same games and they're now comparable. It's engagement bait, and it's obviously just extreme lengths being taken to try to dunk on a game. This is not some form of defense that I'm running for Old Country as if it's perfect. Again, you can see visually, even in the animations department, there have been concessions made, but as I'll talk about in a little bit, you want a $50 game, you're going to get a $50 game, and that means that not everything's going to be an Expedition 33 where I think they...
I guarantee you this Mafia game costs more money to make than Red Dead Redemption 1. I'd put money on that.
Put their budget into all the right places and then did concessions like side quests not really being a thing, but just additional battles instead in the right places where that was like a perfectly structured project. But people are even diving back into cut content for Mafia Definitive Edition and showing, see, there's swimming animations. But now it's led to this whole swimming gate thing. Reminds me a lot of what happened with Spider-Man and how there was a puddle that was no longer in the final product, so people thought it got massively downgraded. I still think Spider-Man 1 without even the remaster looks really good. But it's led to people now saying, no, look, there is swimming, and it does send you back to where you last fell off the ledge, and they do have these animations. Again, we're talking about a Mafia game. This has always been a third-person cover shooting, fist fighting, or in this case, knife fighting based video game, and I think it does all that really well. I don't need swimming missions. I mean, water missions suck in video games. Haven't we already agreed upon this? Let's talk about this $50 video game, right? So Mafia the Old Country is a very linear video game, and I want more of those personally, just because I feel nowadays we have so many games that try to consume all your time. They turn into complete...
I don't mind linear, but I want them to actually be a video game and not just a movie.
Black holes that just suck you in and never let you go. And I love that this is a game that knows what it wants to be. It's going to hold on to you for 10 to 15 hours, depending on how much extra stuff you do, how many collectibles you really go for. But there's not side activities, side quests, not really any of that. This is a game that knows what it wants to do, and that's be a Mafia game. And Mafia is mostly about the story and the characters and just the writing. Like, it's just beautiful. It's wonderful. But that's what they're always about. Otherwise, it's a pretty standard third-person shooter, and I think that's okay because it knows what it wants to be. But when you get a cheaper game, that means it's being made at a reduced cost, a reduced budget. So if you want perfect open-world swimming, endless Mafia, and perfect wood chopping, you need to pay people to do those things in the game rather than making them just, we'll say in quotes, part of the simulation. They're like fully polished, pixel perfect. But that's where scope creep kind of happens, and you take your eye off the ball because at the end of the day, those things really don't matter to making a Mafia game shine. And the reality that people need to hear is that if this is your content or this is what puts you off from buying a video game, you are in the wrong hobby. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be Mr. Gatekeeper, but like, what are we doing here? So you can get things like better swimming or wood chopping, but I think what people aren't comprehending fully is that if you get those sorts of things, someone has to get paid to do those things. And when someone gets paid to do those things, again, does it fuel the product to be better? And two, it makes the game more expensive. What happens when the game is more expensive? That is when your price tag jumps up because companies are assessing not only the appeal of the title, you know, where does it work best on the market? How does it look to people? Like,
do I wear Pokemon shirts? Oh yeah, dude. No, I don't own any.
Does it look like a more expensive game? Can we charge more based on how it looks? Looking at Mafia the Old Country, it's a beautiful game in many ways, but in some ways, yeah, you can see a corner cut here or there. I think more so in the lesser produced cutscenes, just the general conversation. It's not incredible animation quality. Again, you can see like Expedition does the same thing, just little corners cut here and there. But it's a two-way street. For many of us, the product price tag should indicate some level of quality. For the company, though, it can be reflective of the budget oftentimes. And that's why you get some games where it's like, why is this $70? Why is this $80? This is a ridiculous price tag for this game. It's like they spent a lot of money on making it. And sometimes, mind's eye looking at you, kind of the result of a mismanaged product, right? Like where they just need to get it out because the budgets ran out. They just need to put that game out to the market. So in a long way of saying, Mafia the Old Country is clearly made with a tighter budget. And I think that's fine if people understand that when you ask for $50 games, you know what you're getting with it. For me, I would love for games to go back to this sort of Xbox 360 PS3 style. I'm not even looking at it with rose-tinted glasses. Like sincerely, when you go back to those games, I think it's
yeah, but this would have had way more gameplay if it was a 360 style game.
Exactly what gaming should be. Some games on that generation were huge and would take you up to 100 hours.
Like, I think if this game was like the pacing of Max Payne 3, that would have been better. Like, the reason why LA Noire worked so well as a walking simulator is because, you know, it had like the investigation mechanics, you had the interviewing mechanics, you could make decisions, the story would change based on your choices. Like, Mafia is just way too bare bones to be just a straight up movie in that regard. So if there was like some variability in the story, then I could see that, you know, being okay. But they should have gone for more of like a Max Payne 3 style, you know, pacing, in my personal opinion, where there's a lot more action and shit.
Like those types of games still existed. Not every game was like that though. Many of the games during that generation looked good enough, but it wasn't this uncanny valley, pixel perfect, I've spent 40 hours on a single texture sheet type of production. It was less than that. It's kind of what Mafia's doing. It looks great, it passes the eye test, and they focus on just what the game needs to do well. Solid shooting, good storytelling, great writing, interesting characters.
But is it solid shooting when you have reverse bloom when you aim down sight? Like, the third person shooting is mid at best. Like, it's not bad, but it's definitely not good. Like, it's incredibly generic.
And a wonderful soundtrack. Of course, a wonderful soundtrack. But what it also shows when I see people complaining about this sort of stuff is that we don't even know what franchises are nowadays. And part of that is the developer's fault. I mean, think about it. If you exclude Mafia Definitive Edition, which, it does count. It was a new Mafia game in 2020. Otherwise, though, in a new entry in the series, it's been since 2016. A lot of people have disconnected from what Mafia is, and that kind of shows in the response to it. But this is not a Mafia issue. That's an industry issue. Because there are such gaps between releases in games nowadays, so many people are able to forget what makes a series special. It just becomes a little glimmer in your memory. Like one scene, one snapshot, and that's really all you get, because between then and now, you've likely played dozens of games because it's been like 5, 6, 7, 8 years.
Well, it's not even that. It's the fact that just because the original game was a certain way doesn't mean every single other game in the series needs to be the exact same way and have the same flaws. Like, just because Mafia 1 and 2 didn't focus on gameplay to a, greater degree and didn't, have top-of-the-line third-person shooter combat, doesn't mean the one that releases, 17 years later can't. So, just because the previous entries in this franchise have shitty gameplay or a lack of gameplay doesn't mean the new installation of this franchise needs to have the same problems. You can actually improve in each, additional release.
Since the last entry in the thing that you play that you know you love, but you're not really intimate as to the why of it all. In fairness, if we're starting the timeline from Mafia Definitive Edition, Mafia the Old Country still feels like a game that is a bit of a compromise given the timeline it was given. I don't know if I believe the plan always was to spend, again, we'll give them like 5 years, on a reduced scope $50 Mafia game. It probably started off bigger, and this was the compromise. But I think it's ultimately for the best because this is what Mafia has always been, right? Mafia 3 is the outlier. Mafia has always been these big open world games with a story set in them. It's very much like LA Noire if you want to draw another comparable. Although LA Noire does have more side activities, but Mafia 2 is like, there's nothing
That's what I compared it to as well, LA Noire.
Really extra to do in that game, like a side activity or a side mission or hanging out with another character. Like, none of that exists. And for a lot of us going into Mafia 3, we thought this was a flaw with the game, but then Mafia 3 goes the other way, gives you a lot of activities, gives you an end game, basically, in that title. It gives you so much, and then you see the narrative structure with the rackets and taking out the mob bosses and bringing them under other rackets, which then bloated the game tremendously and took away from a lot of what made Mafia special. It still had the incredible story in there, but it was blocked up by content. I still think the game is completely overhated, but it is a game that is deeply flawed. And I think with that, a lot of lessons were learned. So what I also find interesting is Mafia the Old Country being controversial for some people. It's like, this is what the series has always been since game one. Like, this is what it has always been. It's very much in line with that. And I think if you're a Mafia fan, which I am, I think you're really happy with this product. And I think you can go to people and be like, if you love Mafia, try this out. And also it makes it easy to recommend Definitive Edition 2. And 3 becomes, again, kind of the odd man out where it's like, you might like it, you might hate it. But part of the problem is it takes so long to get these games out. This is an industry-wide problem. I think new generations come in, people forget about these series and what made them special. They just hang on to a couple of memories of it. And that connection isn't there like it was, again, referencing the 360 PS3 generation. That connection's just not there where you get like a full trilogy in a single generation. Like, that time was incredible. I miss it so much, and I talk about it all the time for good reason.
We could very easily replicate that, especially with modern technology, if, people would just stop obsessing over photorealism. But, good luck with that.
But now the result of it is complete disconnects from the fabric.
As much as people love to claim that they don't care about graphics, they just want good gameplay. All they do all day on social media is glaze the fuck out of Rockstar with the fucking beer bottle bubbles, dude. Like, oh my god, it's so real, dude. And then this game comes out, they're bitching about wood cutting anime. Like, nobody cares about the actual game. They just want graphic horror shit. That's it. They just want graphic horror, eye candy.
Of what a series has been for now 4 entries. But to me, yeah, just fun over perfection. Like, maybe it's just me, I don't mind a little jank.
Yeah, well, fun is what it was missing at times, so.
I like when a game's more effective rather than more sanitized. I like when a game respects my time more than tries to do a ton to overabsorb it, especially when it's priced fairly. Like, again, it's one thing if you're an $80 game and you show up and you're 10 hours long. I still feel a little wary about that stuff. I know a lot of people are like, quality is king. I'm like, well, you can't just flush, even in a luxury hobby, you can't just flush $80 down the toilet like that. You just can't. But for $50, changes the whole conversation, of course.
Yes, you can. In a luxury hobby, does he know how much concert tickets cost? Like, sports tickets cost? Bro, you will spend $500 to go to a fucking concert or a football game, and both of those are like 2 hours or 3 hours at most. Concerts are like a singular hour, and you're paying like $200 a person. So, throwing out $80 for a 10-hour game is not really that big of a deal. if you compare it to other entertainment activities out there on the market.
And there's one thing I always keep in mind with this that I think is also easily forgotten is the publisher of this series has always been 2K. And I think that's an interesting component to the conversation because we're talking about the company in Take-Two, which literally has GTA down the pipe here. They have their open world crime game. To be frank, and this pains me to say, there is no business need for Mafia in a lot of ways, right? Like, it is the holdover for GTA to many people. And maybe 2K, Take-Two, find value in that. I don't know the inner boardroom talks, but the reality is you have the biggest game ever on the way. They don't really need Mafia. And in turn, do they really even need Hangar 13? I hope they always do need them. But when you're a business, excluding Mafia Definitive Edition, when your next new entry of the series takes this long to get out the door, it's like, again, is this good business? So I feel like, especially with how ruthless Take-Two can be and how they're about big money franchise like NBA 2K, GTA, Borderlands, like they have global franchises. And Mafia is big too, but it's definitely a little more boutique. So I try not to lose focus of the idea that, hey, they could really easily do away with this one whenever. So I'm just glad it's around, and I'm glad it's around in the way that I always knew and loved it for. So I just love me some Mafia. I'm happy with the Old Country so far, and I don't think a lot of people aren't happy with it. But sometimes I think a lot of you can relate to this. It will irk you when you see the most viral things about a game being water, wood chopping. It reminds me a lot of Halo Infinite, which I know maybe isn't a great touchstone because people have issues with formerly 343, now Halo Studios, and I get that, but I find the multiplayer in that game enjoyable, and I do find that game to be a little bit overhated, especially going into its launch, where people were comparing the fruit stands between Halo Infinite and Call of Duty. Like, it was complete psychopath behavior, and I get the engagement bait and all, because I guess technically guilty as charged, but there's a reason I'm not showing any handles, because like, you're not getting clicks off of me. If anyone wants to go out of their way and go look this stuff up, I can't control that, but you're not getting clicks off of me like, hey, look what this dude said, and here's your handle and everything like that. Sorry, like, some people just feed off that way too much. I'm not feeding that beast, but I did just want to talk a bit about what I'm enjoying with Old Country and why I think it's true to the Mafia series, and how I think in a sense it kind of exposes both sides of the industry, the realities of a $50 game, but also the realities of people maybe not knowing what they're really asking for. So I just want to talk about it. Curious to get your thoughts down below. Fire away. How are you enjoying Mafia: The Old Country? Would love to get your thoughts on that. Otherwise, take excellent care of yourselves, and I will see you in the next video. Stay sexy, stay active. I love you all. Peace.
Why is a grown man telling other grown men to stay sexy? It's a little weird. It's a little weird, bro. Just a little weird. I don't know. Call me old-fashioned. Oh, this is my new favorite way to wake up on a Sunday, with a cock in your mouth, let me guess.
I don't care what anybody else says. The best way to wake up on a Sunday morning, around like 5, 6 a.m., is with something inside you.
Oh my god, dude! I already knew it! Whoa! Oh, dude, these fucking whores are so predictable. These whores are so predictable. You want to know the best way to greet your boyfriend when he comes home from work? You get on your knee. Like, it's so predictable. These bitches are all the same. You ain't nothing special. You're nothing. You're a whore. But yeah, it's just so predictable, man. How about a hug instead? Only if she's not wearing any clothes, dude. Hell yeah. Should we watch Synthetic Man's Mafia review? I guess we could real quick.
I knocked that out of your hands. No. Player choice? Player choice? No, no, no. You're not going that way. You're not. Where do you think you're going? Excuse me? yeah, this is definitely a video game, by the way. This is definitely a video game. Yeah, that looks normal. This is what I'm saying. This is obviously not AAA, but that still looks horrible. I can't believe you can't even kill people. That's the worst part about this. Like, watch. Then he gets back up. This game sucks. Nice AI. He pointed the gun at the grenade. Yeah, I'll shoot it. That'll stop it.
is one of us.
Found a body? What do you mean found a body? You saw the grenade! This is some of the worst AI I've
Yeah, the stealth AI is comically bad.
seen in a game in a while.
You can just walk in front of them half the time.
Oh, legit.
Where did he go?
Man, am I getting tired of reviewing forgettable video games. Mafia: The Old Country is yet another borderline money laundering scheme. I'm gonna go out on a limb and call this new genre Mind's Eye likes, and if you're wondering what that means, it basically means video games that have just enough gameplay that you can show them off in a trailer and they look exciting, but then when you actually sit down to play the thing, it is apparent that it is not only incredibly unfinished and bare bones, but it was never really intended to be a real interactive experience in the first place. Essentially, the
Yup, it's a movie.
very definition of minimum viable product. I'm well aware that many of you never end up seeing my Mind's Eye stream highlights video, but that game was a complete sham. It was missing so many basic features that would make a GTA-like game. And Mafia: The Old Country is no different. Not only does this game have a incredibly tiny sandbox, it's not even a sandbox game in the first place. You actually have to beat the game to explore the game. Yes, this is a linear, supposed third-person shooter, but I would even hesitate to call it that, given that even though it's only 10 hours long, maybe 2 to 3 hours of that was actual gameplay. Now, of course, we can debate what does gameplay mean, but what I mean is only about 2 hours were actually shooting enemies or stealth killing. And speaking of stealth, there's more stealth than there is cover-based third-person shooting in this game. This is absolutely without a doubt a movie game to a T, but it would make even Sony games and Metal Gear Solid 4 blush with the horrific cutscene to gameplay ratio. And yeah, for the record, I'm not counting holding W as characters talk to you as gameplay.
Yeah, that's not...
Even when you get to fucking drive a car, you can't even run over civilians. In fact, I don't think it's possible to kill non-combatants in this game. You can't even drive off a fucking cliff because there's invisible walls or actual walls every 5 feet. Anything that would have made this game remotely fun is removed. This game is almost the antithesis of fun, and I know I'm a broken record when I say every video game is boring as hell. I think I would rather play Forspoken or South of Midnight again over this, because at least those were
not South of Midnight, but Forspoken, I actually... I probably would rather replay that.
so woke it was funny. This game is not woke, which I know is going to make some of the dumber members of my audience really excited, and maybe they'll try this on sale. But this is not even worth pirating. It's that goddamn uninspired. This has the most generic mafia plot you have ever seen in your life. You can predict...
I don't know. I like generic mafia plot movies, so personally, I don't have an issue with that. But I like the genre a lot, so...
Every single story beat, the ending is not even slightly surprising. It tries nothing new or risky. None of the characters stand out in any significant way. This is like a random-ass knockoff B-movie that you would find in a Redbox 10 years ago. Rent it, watch about 30 minutes, get bored, and stop. Even for that 2 to 3 hours where you're in forced stealth sequences and the occasional third-person shooting segment, this game doesn't do anything interesting or unique. It is very, very safe and by the books. Now, I know there's probably going to be some people who really enjoyed the Mafia 1 remake, which is very similar in structure to this game, from what I understand. I only played about 2 hours of it before dropping it on stream for the same reason I would have dropped this if I didn't review it. But I think this is even worse than the Mafia 1 remake because I timed it. I didn't even get to fire a gun in this game until 2.5 hours in. And you have to understand, I was trying to beeline through this shit as fast as possible past a certain point because I hate long-ass tutorial sequences. Some people say it took them more than 3 hours to get to the part where you fire a gun for the first...
Yup. Took me over 3 hours. I think close to 4.
Time. So even trying to get to the gameplay as fast as possible, you have to play this past the Steam refund window just to play the goddamn game. That is unbelievable. And if you're keeping track of what I told you earlier, that's 1/4 of the way into the game. Yes, this is only 10 hours long. So you have already played through 25% of the game by the time they hand you a revolver. This is not a real video game, dude. This is a money laundering scheme, allegedly. Maybe if we're being generous, we could say this is a cheap product they pushed out to see if there's still interest in the Mafia franchise. But in any case, it didn't feel like the developers actually wanted to make a video game, instead an animated film or maybe even live action. And the problem with that is nobody's gonna watch a fucking 10-hour-long movie with a plot they've seen 100 times before. And I know I'm just rambling in this intro because this is not really gonna be a normal review. I actually have very little to actually say about this game because there's so little to this game. And so instead, we're just going to break this down into positives and negatives and then get to the conclusion. Trust me, the positive section's going to be pretty short. And so without further ado, here's Mafia: The Old Country. So starting off with the good things, the most obvious is going to be the price point. This game only costs $50. That said, is it worth $50? Hell fucking no. And not because it's only 10 hours or because it's...
It's worth like 20 or 30, I would say, if you're... I guess interested in it. I wouldn't pay $50 for it.
A linear game. I don't have a problem with any of that. Old school Resident Evil games are full price, and those games are only 6 hours on their first playthrough, and on repeat playthroughs, often only 2 to 3 hours. But old school survival horror games are very high quality games. This is not a high...
I don't agree with that.
Quality game. This is a very fucking cheap movie game. And speaking of cheapness, I guess...
Give me the movie game over tank controls.
that gets to my other positive, the visuals. Yes, the visuals are certainly up to the standard for modern games. Not that I really care about graphic fidelity, it's why I don't really talk about it a lot. I don't care about realism, I care about creativity. But yes, this is a good-looking game. There's no doubt about that. Now that comes with a huge drawback that we'll get to the negative section, basically the performance. This is yet another incredibly unoptimized Unreal Engine 5 game. That said, the game is pretty, the animations are decent, so if you're a normie who cares about that sort of thing, maybe that's a reason to check out the game on sale. Another huge positive is that this game is not really woke, at least not by any reasonable definition. You could argue that some of the themes in the end are left-leaning in nature, but even then, that might be stretching it a little bit. So yes, this is a rare game that's not really pushing political propaganda for the...
I don't think the thing, bro, at the end is left-leaning? Killing the pro-abortion uncle is left... I don't know about that. Like, the final boss of the game is literally an abortion. Like, I don't know. That, to me, is pretty anti-leftist, if you ask me, especially in current day, bro. Where all these women are like, my body, my choice. You know, being anti-abortion, I would not consider as left-leaning at all, in any capacity.
Most part. Like I said in the intro, I know some of you might be considering playing this just on that alone, but you'd be much better off just maybe playing the original Mafia 1 or 2, because those are actual video games, unlike this. But yeah, this is just an Italian game featuring Italian people. There's not mysterious North Africans mixed in with the general population, distractingly. It seems like things are pretty accurate for a period piece. I'm not exactly a historian, especially not on the very early 20th century in Sicily, but it's not like there was anything weird that broke my immersion. And I guess for the last positive, and this is only ever so slightly leaning on positive, the shooting feels okay. It's perfectly serviceable. Yes, you can tell I'm stretching, calling that a positive in favor of this game, but there's nothing else I can possibly praise about this.
I would say it's less than mid, personally.
Game. And the reason the shooting is fine is just because, well, the shotguns are actually accurate and shoot realistic ranges, and for the most part, kill people in one shot. So I use the trench shotgun for most of the shooting experience just because it was obviously the best gun for most circumstances. The rifles and handguns are weirdly inaccurate, and this game seems to have that type of problem where cover has a slightly bigger hitbox than the actual model on screen. So even if you can see the tip of someone's head sticking out of cover, oftentimes you can't shoot it. So that's a little annoying. But the shotguns never let me down. You also get access to these powder grenades, and the enemy AI is incredibly idiotic. You can throw a grenade at their feet, and they'll just stand there and look at it. Oh, they'll shout grenade, get out of the way, but they won't move. So I don't know if that counts as a positive or a negative, but the AI is incredibly brain dead in this game. Holy fuck. They will walk at you in a straight line into your shotgun fire, but at least enemies die quickly. There are no bullet sponges in this game. And I guess the last positive I could say is this game does have a genuine romance, even if it is very generic. As I've said in some of my previous videos, I've noticed modern art likes to shy away from traditional romance, especially between two people of the same ethnicity. And so just seeing a Italian man in love with an Italian woman and they want to have a child, yeah, it's incredibly generic, but I guess it's a good message, you could say. I don't think Enzo or Isabella are particularly compelling characters, but yeah, my standards are pretty low for this by now because it's so rare. But that's it for positives. There's nothing else I can possibly say that's good about this game, so let's get to the negatives. The biggest one is that this isn't a fucking video game, it's a glorified movie. I'll just state that again for you guys.
Yup. Definitely a movie. But, you know, my comments are filled with people bitching about the fact that I wanted to play a game instead of watching a movie. They're like, oh, it's a Mafia game. What did you expect? It's like, gameplay.
About 8 hours of this is watching cutscenes, walking in a straight line, driving with basically no traffic on the road, and holding E to interact with objects in the environment. None of that is gameplay. That is not fucking gameplay, man. You could even say it's a stretch to say some of these stealth sequences are gameplay because they're so linear and hard to fail unless you're actively trying to. By far, the biggest reason why you shouldn't buy this game is because it is barely a video game in the first place. It's very obvious this game took heavy inspiration from Red Dead Redemption 2 and basically every Sony movie game made since The Last of Us. But this game obviously crosses the line for what is an acceptable ratio of gameplay to story. And the thing is, I wouldn't even say that it's impossible to make a compelling game that is mostly cutscenes. I actually like Asura's Wrath, and that game was essentially an anime series with maybe an hour of gameplay sprinkled amongst its 6 hours of runtime. I actually like that game. Why? Because the anime I was watching on screen was pretty entertaining. This is not. The story in this game sucks. That's the next negative. This is the most generic Mafia plot ever of all time. Long story short, you play as a slave whose best friend gets killed in the beginning. Oh, and he's like,
wait, I thought white slaves weren't a thing, dude. I thought we was the slaves. Shit. Sometimes an average, well-written story is better than a brain-fucking plot like Expedition 30. That's the thing is, like, I don't care if it's a generic story, bro. Like, I don't mind a generic story. Like, not every story has to reinvent the wheel or do something completely different, so... But I also just love the setting. the immersion factor of this game was definitely there, and you know, the setting to me played a pretty big role in me enjoying the movie aspect. But yeah, I'm like a sucker for this particular genre. What the hell? Huh, some shit just fell off my shelf.
Never mentioned again after that intro, by the way, so I guess they couldn't have been that good of friends. You manage to escape enslavement, and as the mine owner tracks you down, you're saved by the Don of the local area, who takes you into his home and turns you into a stable boy, essentially. And over the course of the next few hours, you're slowly given more and more responsibility, more important jobs. You eventually end up saving his daughter, which of course Enzo falls in love with, the fucking former...
A ghost? Yeah. Exactly, a spook in the night.
Her slave falls in love with the Don's daughter. Wow, that can only end well. And you even go a step beyond and end up saving the local baron's son as well. And so you take a blood oath and become a maid. Step beyond and end up saving the local baron's son.
He never shows up again, by the way. It's not even referenced later when the baron betrays Don. Yeah, it is. It is mentioned. It's mentioned, that's the reason she has to get the abortion, is so she can marry the son, because he's the new Baron. That's why.
As well. And so you take a blood oath and become a made man. You're officially part of the mafia. And conveniently, as it turns out, your boss is at war with the boss who owned the mines that you were enslaved in. And he tries to destabilize the operations of your boss in this area, which ends up breaking out into war. Enzo single-handedly kills all the bad guys, basically, and wipes out 100 mafiosos along the way. And at the same time, Isabella, Don Teresi's daughter, falls more and more in love with you. You end up impregnating her, which you have to keep secret. And right after the bad guys are finally defeated, they find out that Enzo and Isabella are planning to escape to America and that she's pregnant, and of course, shit hits the fan. What ends up happening is you have to fight your best buddy at the time, Cesare, who liked you the whole game, but all of a sudden decides his allegiance is more to his uncle, the Don, instead of you. You get into a knife fight, which I'll get into those knife fights in a second. That's the only other gameplay in this game other than stealth and cover-based shooting. They're all terrible. Every boss fight is exactly the same. But you decide to spare him, and you end up back at the mines from the beginning of the game. Oh wow, how poetic. While for absolutely no reason, Mount Etna erupts, which just adds a strange Uncharted feel to the climax, which doesn't really fit the more grounded nature of the game. But who cares? You fight your way through the mines, and you end up getting in a knife fight with Don Teresi himself. You kill him, and just as you're about to escape, Cesare shows up, fakes being your buddy, and then stabs you and kills you. Meanwhile, as Isabella's being kept up in a room, they're going to take her to the doctor and forcefully abort her baby. She ends up sneaking out, shanks some people, which I know you guys might think, oh, girl boss moment, and there is a little bit of girl boss themes here, but it's nothing too crazy. They even give her a slight gameplay nerf, making it harder for her to stealth kill than the man, so I would say that's actually not woke. But she ends up killing the evil old Tino guy who is just a fucking asshole the whole game, and she escapes alone with her baby to America. And a big problem with the story, on top of it just being incredibly goddamn generic, is Enzo dying was for fucking nothing, because by the end of the game, Don Teresi's mafia had completely fallen apart. I mean, his estate was burning to the ground from the volcano eruption. So Cesare kills Enzo for no goddamn reason because he has nothing left. There is no mafia for him to inherit from his uncle. He just kills you to fucking kill you for dramatic purposes. And so I guess this is supposed to lead into the main mafia games with Isabella's child ending up founding the mafia in New York City or something. In any case, it was fucking ass. So let's get to the last few negatives here. One, the forced stealth gameplay is horrific. There's quite a few missions in this game where if you get discovered, you get a game over. Yes, the missions are super easy.
Indians going toilet in Griffin's basement. Bro, I don't have a basement, so that's your basement, not mine. If you want to have a bunch of Indians shitting in your, you know, below ground premises, then go for it. But I do not have a basement. Yeah, the father was going to force his daughter to marry him. Yeah, that's the thing, is once the Baron died, his son became the new Baron, so she needed to become Baron, so to say, by getting rid of the baby. So, yeah.
But that doesn't matter. They still suck. It slows the game down, just pads it out. It's not fun. The stealth mechanics are incredibly basic, and they're not worth getting into. And then for the final piece of gameplay, we have the knife fights, which are all boss fights. You never knife more than one person at a time. And the only mechanics are slashing, stabbing, parrying, and dodging. And enemies only have two types of attacks.
Hellblade combat.
A basic slash and an unparryable slash. That's it. The only difficulty here is purely reaction speed, and I was finishing this game slightly drunk and kind of tired, so I was fucking up a bunch, but on normal difficulty, this game is so easy anyway, I never failed a single knife fight. And there's like 10 of them over the course of the game, and it's exactly the same every fucking time. It's ridiculous, dude. Another negative is there's just parts of this game that feel like they cuck you. This is vaguely related to the story section. The mine owner guy who's kind of set up to be like your nemesis in the game, there's a huge showdown where he's an assassin who tries to kill Don Teresi and he fails because he sucks ass. sequence. So you get this really prolonged Uncharted chase sequence where you try and sneak up to the sniper tower while he fires like 100 rounds of ammo. Why the hell does a fucking assassin bring 100 rifle rounds up into a tower, stays in the same place, and just shoots you the whole time? I know it's a video game trope, whatever. You sneak up to the tower and you think, oh, we're gonna have our knife fight and kill him. No, you just get phase 1 of the knife fight. Then he runs across the rooftops as you chase him, which fucking takes forever. You get into phase 2 of the knife fight. He still escapes. You kill some more guys. You chase him in a car. You end up fighting in a random forest. And even though you win the knife fight, you lose in the cutscene and he's about to choke you to death. And of course, one of your buddies has to shoot.
Dude, that shit pissed me off. Even in the middle of the knife fights, when you're winning, like all of a sudden the fucking guy would like go into a cutscene and like throw you onto the ground. And if you beat the QTE, you barely escape. Like, it was so retarded. Like, you would be just wailing on the fucking guy you're knife fighting with, and then all of a sudden it, like, throws you on the ground like you've been losing the entire time.
Him in the side of the head to finish him off. The hero gets fucking cucked. He can't even defeat his nemesis himself. What the hell is wrong with this trope, dude? I feel like I've seen this a bunch of times, and it's infuriating every time. As for other random-ass negatives, of course, we have the performance, no doubt caused by Unreal Engine 5 being horrifically unoptimized. Every time a cutscene starts and finishes, the frame rate cuts in half or even worse. And whenever you drive in close proximity to one of the 2 towns in the game, the frame rate, of course, dips like crazy. There's a lot of bad pop-in if you drive too fast as well. Just little things like this you're going to notice. Another negative I named in the intro, this is not a real sandbox game. This is a linear game with a tiny sandbox that serves no purpose whatsoever. They could have very easily made this mission-based and had no sandbox at all, and it would be a better game. But of course, there is a absolutely pointless free roam mode after you beat the game, where there's no side quests. You can just pick up some collectibles and I guess spend the rest of your money. Yes, there's currency in this game, but it's virtually useless because at the start of every chapter, they reset your loadout, and often there aren't even loadout boxes for you to pull out your guns that you paid money for. It makes no sense. You know, I bought a Mauser, I bought the pump action shotgun, I bought a...
Yeah, and you can find all those weapons piss easily in all the missions, too. They're not even rare.
A rifle, but I don't even get to use the guns I want because the game doesn't let you. And another thing I already said in the intro, this game is just lacking a lot of basic features. You can't run over civilians. You can't kill them in any way. You can't even drive off cliffs most of the time. The races in this game are fake, and I could spend a whole section talking about how stupid that is, but yes, there's a couple races in this game, and they're designed in such a way to make them feel intense. Like there's some rubber banding, the AI manages to keep up with you the whole time in the case of the horse race, and so you only win at the last second, but it's basically all scripted. The worst example of this was the car race that happens over halfway through the game. The engine in your car stalls, so everyone drives ahead of you. So the entire race is you catching up to the 5 other racers that are in front, right? And so that's supposed to add a level of intensity to this. Well, the problem is the driving controls kind of suck ass. Like even using your brake or handbrake, you can't
really badly
turn for shit. So I ended up crashing.
That was another thing. I mentioned that the driving mechanics suck. They're like, well, dude, the cars are the first cars ever made. Of course they handle like shit. I'm like, bro, you knife fight the final boss during a volcanic eruption. You're telling me that the car handling needs to be realistic, but nothing else does? Like, fuck off. Like, they could have easily made the cars control better. Nobody was expecting realism from the fucking car.
Like every single wall. And even so, I still end up winning the race handily because, like I was saying before, it's completely scripted. When you pass certain points in the race, that's when the enemy vehicle spawns in front of you. So it's actually not possible for you to even really lose until the end because the other racers aren't even driving on the racetrack until you pass certain sequences. You see what I mean? I literally restarted checkpoint in the middle of the race, and it didn't restart the race. No, it just placed me back at the last checkpoint with the other racers exactly where they were before because it's not a race. I even got an achievement for beating it under 8 minutes, even though I crashed and flipped my vehicle at one point. Another thing too people are reporting is that you can't swim in this game, much like Mind's Eye, because apparently Unreal Engine 5 doesn't have swimming physics by default. And so because all these games are outsourced or made by unqualified motherfuckers,
I really don't care about swimming. Fucking whatever. You don't even need to swim in the game, so it doesn't really matter.
They can't bother to put swimming mechanics in, especially if you're never going
Yeah, but what are you going to swim to?
Going to realistically use them. This game is a sham. It's fake. Let's just get to the conclusion. Should you buy this? Hell fucking no. I don't care that it's only $50. This game ain't worth your time for free. I guarantee you would have more fun watching a cutscene compilation of this than actually...
That's what I said, too.
Playing the game. So just watch that YouTube video that's always uploaded day one for every game that releases. Yeah, full spoiler videos pushed to the front of the algorithm. Why does no one complain about that, by the way? But whatever, I'm not going to get into a tangent at the end of the video. The point is, this game sucks in basically every facet. I don't care if you're a huge Mafia fan. This is not worth your time. This game sucks ass, okay? And the gameplay is so lazy, so bare bones. I mean, I remember when people were bitching about basic cover-based shooters back in the PS3 360 era. The most generic brown shooter from 2010 is better than this game. And significantly better than this game at that. Because at least least those were games. They were not, 2 hours of gameplay, 8 hours of cutscenes / walking. This is the absolute bare minimum of what a video game needs to be considered a video game and not a walking simulator or a visual novel. This is not worth your time. This is not worth anyone's time. We're all gonna forget about this game in a week. Just let the Mafia franchise die at this point, okay? No one's buying this shit, thank God. I guarantee half of you didn't even know this game came out last week. So yeah, just play literally any other GTA-like game except Mind's Eye. Mind's Eye is also pretty shit, but I think almost anything else would be better than this. That's about it. See you next time, guys.
No, Andy Pants made a video shilling it.
Due to personal life events, i.e. I changed my gender, I do not want to be reminded of a world that was basically just a man's world. Dude, imagine being so boring and having so little personality that all you think about all day is just wacism. Guys, in a sea of the gay fudge packing garbage that we've gotten all year in 2025, Ghost of Yotei, Lesbian Girl Boss, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, gay fudge packing scene, Assassin's Creed Shadows, multiple fudge packing relationships. Guys, Mafia: The Old Country is the GOAT. It stands out. It stands set apart. This game was an absolute breath of fresh air. It's $50. It's a 12-hour campaign. Some people are calling it a movie game. Okay, whatever, dude. Let's talk about other movie games. Uncharted, God of War, Tomb Raider, the original Mafia games. Yes, it's a movie game. It is a 12-hour movie game, but it is based as hell. And look at all this gay slop on the left that's come out this year. So for me personally, guys, I'm giving this game an 8.5, and it is still my head.
Holy shit.
Head and shoulders game of the year. It's the best game that I've played this year. I'm not a huge fan of JRPGs.
Oh my god.
So I didn't play Expedition 33. Don't really care about Baby Fetus Simulator. And I didn't think Doom was very good. So this game is my 8.5 for the year. It's an unfathomably based 12-hour game. People are saying the main chick is ugly. No, she's not. She's not like a porn star, but she looks like a chick who would live in 1907 Sicily, Italy. But anyway, guys, before we get into talking more about Mafia Old Country, I want to go through some of the hilarious, the rage that this game is getting online from the homo community is absolutely hilarious. So this was on the Steam forums. People were talking about Mafia Old Country. Does this game have heavy masculine plot elements? Hi there. The year... Anybody who starts a sentence, hi there, heart. The year 1904 being so heavily displayed in the trailer, I'm worried that this game is not for me due to personal life events, i.e. I changed my gender. I do not want to be reminded of a world that was basically just a man's world. Dude, this is the most a man's world game I've ever played. Yes, like men are all of the main characters and women in the game are side characters and not important in the game. How heavy does this game's plotline delve into toxic masculine stereotypes and bigotry? Has this game been adjusted for modern audiences? I'm not overly sensitive. I just can't play, or rather there is no place in my life for a game with toxic masculinity right now. And then if someone who has played a few hours into the game could be so kind and shed some light on how women are being treated in game, and if there are any strong, colorful, inspiring, independent women in the story who are able to rise up and take a stand, then I would greatly appreciate that. Sorry, dude. This guy responded, the Mafia in general is about toxic masculine stereotypes and bigotry. I suggest you finding a different game like Tomb Raider or Star Wars Outlaws if you want strong, independent women types. Games about the mob usually are about masculine alpha males, to be honest. Like, guys, all we wanted is one game, and we got it. Like, honestly, Space Marine 2 was my game last year, and this is my game this year. The industry is so dark and so gay and so feminized and so fucking evil that all we get right now is one good game. It's pro-religion, it's pro-Catholic, it's pro-Christianity. Obviously, they're in the Mafia, so they're not doing good stuff. It's not like...
I wouldn't say it's pro-Catholic. I would not say it's pro-Catholic because at one point in the game, the priest is, extremely corrupt and gets paid off by the Mafia. And then the other priest breaks the, sanctity of the confessional and rats out, Enzo and Isabella to the pro-abortion uncle. So I would not say it's pro-Catholic personally. But, I mean, it's not like I would say it's not inherently anti-Catholic, but they definitely don't paint the Catholic Church in a very positive light. Let's just put it that way. But, yeah.
Christian game. But the game has a deep respect for religion and things like that. I will say, and I don't want to spoil anything, there is a short, like, 10...
Synth has lost his fucking mind. Men he needs... Oh, to get laid? Oh my god. Nah, he's not Raymond yet. Ricardo Comstocks with the 10. I stopped Zeppelin music into me. All this nonsense, the music of the Lord. You stopped Zeppelin music into me. All this nonsense, the music of the Lord. What do you mean by that one, Ricardo?
I'm kind of lost.
Minute scene in the game where you play as this chick Isabella, but for reasons you'll see in the game, they don't. She's not a girl boss at all. She's like a submissive. She's like your helper in the game essentially. You know, she follows your male leadership. Funny Steam review of the game that I read. Here is a review by PC Gamer magazine by Joshua Wolins, and of course this gay cuck gave the game a 45 out of 100 because he's broken inside, and because like here's a scene from the game where there's like a baptism similar to the original Godfather movies. There's like several like very Catholic events that happened in the game, and these people hate this stuff. This stuff is like goodness and beauty and truth are like nails on a chalkboard to these degenerates right here. But yeah, I looked the guy up who gave the game a 45 out of 100, and it's like, is he a pedo? Of course he's a pedo. Here he is supporting trans stuff, supporting men in little girls' bathrooms. So
what the fuck?
I'm sorry, dude. Anybody who supports grown men in little girls' bathrooms is a pedo, as far as I'm concerned. But let's pull out some quotes. I wanted to pull out some quotes from Josh's PC Gamer article about the game. And this was something he said about Mafia. He said, Mafia has never felt amazing in the hand. It's like the guy doesn't even like the Mafia games to begin with. Like, PC Gamer, why did you assign this guy to Mafia if he doesn't even like the Mafia games? Like IGN does this junk. Like, if somebody doesn't like a game, why are you giving them the game? The next thing he said that I thought was hilarious was he said, the best thing about Mafia 3 was brutalizing racists. Like, dude, imagine being so boring and having so little personality that all you think about all day is just racism. Like, oh yeah, the only cool thing about the game was that I got to beat up racist people. These pedos are so predictable and boring at this point. And then finally, and I'm kind of summarizing his thoughts. He had a whole paragraph devoted to this, but Joshua essentially said the game was not political enough. It didn't get into politics enough. And guys, as y'all know, we all wish there was more politics in games, right? Am I right? Yes, please give us more politics in games. So anyway, those were just a couple funny reactions that I saw about Mafia: The Old Country. But let me get into talking about the game itself. So, guys, Mafia: The Old Country is based, it's masculine, it's Catholic, it has 0 microtransactions, there's 0 garbage in the game, and the gameplay essentially makes it a 2006 game. The closest thing that I would compare this to is Uncharted. I beat the game, by the way. I couldn't stop playing it. I started one morning, and within like 2 or 3 days, I had beaten it. But the gameplay is very similar to like a 2006 game. Shooting, driving your car around, knife fights, there's just all kinds of things that you're doing in the game. But it feels like a 2006 action game. And that's exactly what I want, guys. I just want to go back. This is what I talk about on the channel constantly. I just want to go back to 2006 and play like based games from 20 years ago, pretty much. So the main chick is attractive. Another thing that I really liked about this game is that it's 100% period authentic. And what I mean by that is you're in Sicily, Italy. And I found out my wife's half Sicilian, by the way, which is pretty cool. But the whole game, you're in Sicily, Italy, and it's not like a video gamey ass video game, if you know what I mean by that. Like, nothing you do in the game feels inauthentic or unrealistic or video gamey. Everything from the story to the characters to the beautiful world that the game takes place in to everything about the game, just it feels.
Nothing feels video gamey. Really, that volcanic eruption
feels like a really authentic experience. I remember the first mission where you like kill 20 dudes in a gunfight. You have to get rid of their bodies in the well because, of course, you don't want to leave a bunch of bodies hanging around. You can't do that. So I thought that was a nice little touch that they threw in the game. But furthermore, this game has a positive representation of Christianity. Like the game has a deep regard for religion and a deep regard for the Christian faith, which is so like, guys, this game is like a breath of fresh air, and it's like light in darkness.
I agree. The setting for this game is top tier. Like, the immersion factor for Mafia: The Old Country was really good. Like, it's a world that you'd actually want to live in because it's not disgusting and degenerate
right now, because everything is so confused and trans and gay and purple, and to just play like an authentic 12-hour story game was exactly what I needed, and this was amazing. I'll talk about this more in a minute, but incredible acting throughout the game. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that this game's story is better than the 2020 remake of Mafia 1, and it's definitely better than the original acting from Mafia 2. It's a bit of a slow burn. You start out in a mine. It's kind of a rags to riches story, and you play as a pretty young guy, Enzo. He's maybe like 17 or 18 or something like that. But the voice acting in this game, and guys, the story in this game kept me absolutely like riveted and on the edge of my seat up until the last minute. So
yeah, I like the story too.
So for me, it's $50 for a $50 for a 12-hour game is very reasonable. If you want to wait till this game comes down to $30, even better. And like I said, the gameplay is kind of the worst part in the game. The gameplay was only decent. So yeah, a lot of people are calling this game a movie game, and to that I would say sure. Here are some other movie games: Uncharted 1.
What? God of War 1, 2, and 3? Tomb Raider? Bro, not even Uncharted 2 and 3 fits the... No. Absolutely fucking... These are not movie games, bro. Stop. Absolutely fucking stop. Maybe you could make the case for Uncharted. But even then, there's way more gameplay in Uncharted than cutscenes. God of War? Maybe the modern ones. Like, even Tomb Raider has a shit ton of gameplay.
Uncharted 2, Uncharted 3. I'm sorry, these are movie games. They are linear, they have limited gameplay, and they follow a story that you cannot change.
They do not have limited gameplay. They have a ton of Bro, Uncharted 3 almost has too much gameplay at times. It's like, damn, bro, can I get out of this fucking shipyard already?
All of the games on the screen here are movie games by some people's definition of movie games. So I'm proud to say that, yeah, Mafia Old Country is a movie game, and I loved it. Guys, I'm just tired of open world trash. Like, is anybody else just tired of all these open world games? Like, I don't have time.
Yes, I don't like open world. Let's see. Ricardo Comstocks at the 5. Are we so in... Wait. Are we so in filth that we accept dirt? Trash? I mean, that is
All right,
kind
awesome.
of the point
Thanks,
we're at,
nigga. All
I
right.
feel like everything's so shitty that if something's slightly less shitty, then it's seen as great.
For another Zoomer open world slop game where the game expects you to spend 200 hours doing boring tasks. And while Mafia might look like it has an open world, if you go around the open world in this game, it's just collectibles. There's like news clips and newsreels that you can pick up, but there's 0 activities. There's like a shop you can go into, so you can level up your car and you can level up your horses, and then you can also like level up your get better guns and get better knives at the stores. But I think you just do that by getting more of the currency and spending it at the store. So there's like no open world activities in the game. The game truly just wants you to play it maybe once through to get the story, and then there's I think they call it explore mode, where you can go around and if you're a completionist, you can get everything. Like, you're gonna play this game for 15 hours tops, and that's exactly like being an old school guy who grew up in the 2000s. I'm starting to love when a game respects your time. I love when a game respects my time and gives me something. I will take 12 hours of pure entertainment that I actually enjoy over 50 hours of open world slop and Assassin's Creed Towers and doing the same repetitive tasks over and over again. I think I already touched on this earlier. The game feels authentic and grounded. There's zero video gaming nonsense. And what I mean by that is, like, nothing happens in the game that feels out of place, where it's like, okay, you feel like you're in a video game. And I also want to say that at times the graphics are as good as Red Dead 2 in this game. Now, obviously, this game probably had 1/10 the budget that Red Dead 2 had, and there's no open world and there's no open world activities. So there'll be scenes where you'll walk through the beautiful town, and it looks good on the surface, but you're not going to be able to go down an alley and find some interesting stuff down there. It's kind of like all of the main areas and the linear path that you find yourself on in the game is interesting. The gameplay in the game is 2006, but like I said a couple times now, I'm here for the story. I would divide the gameplay in this game up into, shooting, driving, little interactive cinematics. The knife fights were pretty enjoyable, even though the knife fights do get repetitive. The knife fight mechanic, it was similar to Hellblade 2. It reminded me a lot of what you were doing in Hellblade in regards to the fights. I was mostly focused on the story and they changed up the gameplay enough where I stayed interested and I wasn't getting bored. And so I've got RoboCop and Space Marine 2 down below here, and now Mafia Old Country, and you might even say to a lesser degree Expedition 33. These are all made by small studios, guys, like 30 or 40 people max or something. Like, small studios doing these AA games and compressing it all into like a 12 to 15 hour experience and paying $50 for it. To me, this is the new meta. AAA games are too woke. They've gone off the deep end. They have a bunch of gay, trans nonsense in them now. I'm pretty much done with AAA games, but AA games are stepping in right now to fill in this spot in the video game community where we miss these 12-hour games from 2006, dude. I miss games like these, and it's good to see that these AA companies are stepping in to do this. So my final score, I would say the game's a 7.5 for gameplay. The gameplay is serviceable, but not interesting. The story, to me, was above average, 9.5. And so overall, I'd give the game an 8.5. And until Metal Gear comes out, I'm hoping Metal Gear Delta becomes my new game of the year after this game. But as of right now...
Bro, how is he going to say Metal Gear Delta is going to become his game of the year with how woke that game is? Like, are we just doing revisionist history now because of my nostalgia? When Metal Gear 3 was, like, literally one of the proto-woke titles? So, are we really going to do revisionist history on Kojimbo because he's heckin' wholesome?
Dude, I hadn't even thought about, well, if you consider Ready or Not. Ready or Not came out a month ago and was also incredible. But Ready or Not also came out 2 years ago on PC as well. So I'm going to say new games that have only been released in 2025. This is my personal goatee right now. And I'm sure, Expedition 33 is a really great game as well. I just don't really like JRPGs. So yeah, this is my goatee for now until Metal Gear comes out or something else comes out to unseat it. Anyway, guys, a couple of y'all were asking for my thoughts on this game. And so there we go. But I will talk to y'all later. Bye.
Our Lord Jesus Christ, to look lovingly on this child. Make the lives of his parents and godparents an example of faith to inspire this child. See that the divine life which God gives him is kept safe from the poison of sin. Behold, children are a heritage from on high.
Let's see. Ricardo Comstocks at the 10. This is trash, dirt, filth, complete trash. Where is the game? Exactly, it's a movie.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
What are we playing? Where is the game? It is missing in action, man. It is missing in action. They forgot to make it, I guess. I don't fucking know. But yeah, I agree. As a video game, it utterly fails. No, I've never played Ready or Not. Time to put on your Sonic hat. Hell no. I'm not a fan of Sonic. First date rules, guys. Here we go.
I don't know if this is a flex, but every first date I've gone on has later become my boyfriend. So here's my first date tips. My first rule, people break all the time, but do not go to the movies on the first date. The first date to the
God, she's so right.
movies can be so awkward because you hardly know this person and now you're gonna have to be in a room alone with them, not even talking, just like observing together. My second rule is to not gossip. First dates should be positive. If you're planning the first date and they ask you to come over for the first date, just cancel it. If somebody's asking you to come over for the first date, they're either not taking you
Ricardo, I thought you liked the women with the wild hair.
very seriously, or they're testing your boundaries. And either way, you should walk. Okay, so when you meet the person, if you're wanting to compliment them, but you're not wanting to come off as too much, a really easy compliment to give that will make them feel really special is to tell them that they smell nice. Bonus points, if they go in for a hug, then after they pull away, just be like, oh my God, you smell really nice. In terms of clothing, wear something that's comfortable to you. Wear what you actually like and actually feel good in. So apparently some people think you have to kiss on a first date. So my rule is to only kiss on a first date if you're comfortable. Like, it's literally just a first date. You don't owe anyone a kissy kiss. I don't know if this is a
There you guys go. Shit, I need something to drink. There you guys go, though. There's your first date advice. She's got that broad pronunciation. You can break that pretty easily. It's like the gay voice. It's learned. It's not natural. You can break it. Griffin, you should hit her. Oh, yeah, dude. Be like, yeah, I saw your YouTube short. Wanna bang. Here, I got a tip for you for the first date. It's in my pants. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Think she's naturally beautiful when she's caked herself in makeup. Hold on, let me get back. I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't really paying attention that much.
I don't know if this is a
Yeah, she looks better without the makeup, which is usually the case. Yup. Without fail, natural is usually better. She looks way more alive. Like, doesn't she look way more lively? It's like she almost looks kind of dead now. I don't know. There's more life in her face. Yeah, I'm kind of pissed, bro. I was going to buy this card, but this dude, like, just fucking schizoed the fuck out in my eBay DMs. Like, I sent him a message, like, asking, hey, can you send me a picture of this? Like, that's not super blurry or whatever. And then, like, all of a sudden, here, he just started spam. So I ended up not buying it. But he put, like, I'm selling a few of my cards to finance a project related to Pokemon TCG. How would you like that your Pokemon cards hold a true financial value and become financial assets?
Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
How would you like to have a buyer 100% of the time when you want to sell electronically trade, stack, and save a fortune over shipping costs? Don't want to bother you with these questions. I'm just screening the market. My project is especially aiming collectors to make their collection recognized as a true financial value. Could be used as leverage for any project you cherish. It's just info. I don't offer anything here, just asking. I think people invests a lot and have no return over it as long as they keep it. But that value is only accessible after selling it. So we hold a lot of value, but we have to sell to enjoy its value. It's like, bro, I'm not buying, like, it was a $4,000 card. I am not buying from that fucking guy. That is like ESL to the fucking max of like some fucking like NFT crypto bullshit. So yeah, I didn't buy it. I'm gonna be pissed if it was legit and I didn't get it because it's just sold for like $3,500 and it's a $6,000 card. But I don't fucking trust that shit, and I don't want to wrap up several $1,000s in like some schizoid post. Like, that's like some Sir, we make big money. Like, nah, no thanks. Yeah, I don't know. And it's an international shipping thing too, so yeah. I don't know, man. It's a good deal, whoever got it, but yeah. That was just a little too sus, message-wise. Way too much ESL. Let's see. Ricardo Cumsocks with the 10. This blonde harlot is a demon. Super sexy, though. I love those wicked teats. Yeah, the push-up bra was doing its job nicely. You're super into Magic the Gathering cards? Yeah, I never really got into Magic, but yeah, some of them are pretty neat. The one Magic card I do want is this one, if I can find it. Do you have this one, Ricardo? Yeah, this is the one Magic card I actually do want. So basically, this is Liliana, which is, I guess, one of the more modern cards. But it's drawn by the artist that does all the concept art for Final Fantasy. So it's a mono artwork. He does all the logo and character designs for like the old Final Fantasy games. And yeah, basically they got him to do this artwork for a special like foil card. And yeah, it's super valuable. Like several $1,000s. But it's kind of neat. Oh, you have like the really, really old stuff? Okay. Yeah. I watch a channel called Alpha Investments, so I'm kind of familiar with like the older sets as well. But yeah, that's pretty cool, man. $7-Minute Man with the 2. I'm buying Ninja Gaiden Trilogy. How hard is it? Well, I think there's an easy mode that you can put it in, and you basically can't die, but the base difficulty is pretty challenging. They're like the original, it's literally Dark Souls, but yeah, before Dark Souls. I have a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Yeah, that's the other thing that pisses me off about my FedEx shipment is my Dark Paladin was in there. So I should have had that today too. But fucking Taquito cock didn't knock on my door. Like, my couch is literally right next to the fucking door. And I was sitting there on my fucking laptop working all morning in that exact spot, waiting for him to fucking knock on the door because I knew I had the sign for it. And this fucker just put the note on the door without knocking. It's like, fuck you. So, yeah. On Monday, I'll have to sit there with the door cracked. Waiting. Wait for your slop? Bruh, if that's slop, then I'll take it. Dude, what the fuck is this? Trump leaves Alaska summit with Putin empty-handed after failing to reach deal to end. Oh my god. They're really trying to spin that shit.
And many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left.
Putin has seized about 20% of Ukraine's territory. In the war, 400,000 Ukrainians have been killed or wounded, and nearly 1 million Russian soldiers. For President Trump, the meeting in Anchorage is an opportunity to show that he can bring peace after more than 3 years.
My left ear is loving this.
Of war between Russia and Ukraine. Ahead of Friday's summit, President Trump spoke about his goals.
I want to see a ceasefire rapidly. I don't know if it's going to be today.
Now the right ear. Gee, I wonder why they turned the comments off.
But I'm not going to be happy if it's not today. Everyone said it can't be today, but I'm just saying I want the killing to stop.
Putin, meanwhile, is demanding that Ukraine renounce its bid to join NATO, limit the size of its military, install a Russia-friendly government, and formally give up land Russia illegally annexed in 2022.
I agree with all those terms.
Risk is that Putin is coming with an agenda, and his agenda is his imperial ambitions for
You
Russia.
shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Who cares about Zelensky? Like, bro, if he's swinging from a rope in the public square, I don't think anybody would fucking shed a single tear in his own country.
The great geopolitical catastrophe, as he describes it, of the 20th century, the demise of the Soviet Union.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and European leaders were not invited to Friday's meeting. Zelensky posted this video in which he pointed out that Russia attacked multiple sites in Ukraine Friday, including a...
No one cares, bro. Go take a seat in the corner, little boy.
...market, adding, quote, "That speaks volumes." Willie James Inman, CBS News, Anchorage,
God, I wish we could just drop a hydrogen bomb on his ass.
Alaska.
Yeah, it's the shitty fucking news company. Ricardo Comstocks of the 10. I have a mint tab of Penned Veil and tons of other old crazy old Magic the Gathering cards. They are in my dad's basement. That's nice, bro. You should see about getting like the really expensive ones graded if you can, just to have them protected in, you know, a set condition. Well, that's pretty cool. I wish I still had my old childhood cards, but they would have been in terrible condition because I didn't really take care of them. Dude, look at the geriatric
There's
ground.
a deal.
And as of today, there is still no ceasefire deal between Russia and Ukraine after an hours-long meeting between President Trump and President Putin. Going into it, Trump had said he'd be unhappy if he walked away without some sort of deal.
Not surprised.
That's how Olya Johnson feels about the outcome. She was born in Ukraine and is now a U.S. citizen.
The reality is they can agree whatever they want to agree, but if Ukraine... I think the...
Guys, this is... Look at what the boomers are up to. They sold your homes to BlackRock. They voted for mass immigration to replace your jobs. And now they're out here advocating for a foreign country that's not even our ally. God, man, you know, It'll be a nice day when the last of the boomers are gone. They will not be missed. But yeah, this is basically the leftist movement now, is a bunch of geriatric old fucks.
The only way that it is acceptable to be sitting down with a war criminal like Putin is to actually encourage him to make concessions and return all of the children that have been illegally kidnapped and abducted from Ukraine.
And unfortunately, he is misleading our leadership, and that helps to continue the war.
While Johnson wasn't optimistic about ceasefire negotiations, her mind...
Yeah, he's a war criminal, guys. We gotta bring him to justice. It's just, dude, these are not real people. They're not real people. Leftists are not real people. Like, they're genuinely mind-fucked, just media slaves. They literally are incapable of independent thought. They have to have some sort of authoritarian or, I guess, authority figure or institution tell them what they can and cannot think about something. Like, they're not capable of actually thinking critically. They always appeal to experts rather than forming their own opinions. They're hardly even alive. Griff, I bet you don't have an inner monologue. Yeah, that's cap, bro. I talk to myself all the time in my head. Why the quartering is losing viewers.
We're like, hey, something's changed here. And we were kind of like, okay, you know, we're doing okay, but
what the fuck is that thing?
Maybe there's something to this. So we looked into it, and basically what I found is the YouTube updated in June for shorts to make it. They added a metric called engaged views, which is basically if you interact with the short and you do things with it, you know, you like, comments, you know, subscribe, whatever, that counts as a view, and that's how they're counting views for shorts now. Well, what they didn't mention was that those engaged views carried over to all content. You can actually find it if you're...
Yeah, and you're sure about this, right?
Well, you can actually find it. If you go to your YouTube, studio and you go to analytics and then you search for, you sort it by engaged views, they will come up. They are on every piece of content. Now, an engaged view means interaction, engagement. And with that in mind, I kind of decided, this is odd that this is a thing for other videos that aren't shorts.
Thanks, Nick.
Right?
All right.
So what's going on here? So put a public call out and ask people, hey, can anybody, like, is anybody willing to give me some data, whatever? I reached out to some friends, and they finally did. Some people did graciously. I'm not going to name them because it in the video as well. But basically, they came out and gave me data, and I ran the numbers, and we noticed something very odd. And I made sure. Now, we only got 5 channels, and we took about 20 videos from each, which is the top 20 in the past 90 days. So again, there could be a bigger study done in the future, and that's kind of a plan I would like to do. But basically, what ended up happening was the amount of traction between basically the number of views, regular views, and the number of engaged views for all these channels, which again were not just pop culture channels. There were a couple channels that did different things, completely different uploads, different content, different times. It did not matter. They all had pretty much about a 98% correlation with their engaged views and their regular views, which doesn't make sense because that.
Right, so here's the thing. I'm not going to cry about it. I'm not going to complain about it because it is what it is. Like, I decided to be a YouTuber, and so
I'm not listening. Nope, I'm not listening to that. Nope. Absolutely fucking not. I thought the other guy's voice was corny. I ain't listening to that. Okay. Well, that was short-lived. Ricardo comes socks to the 5. One of my tabernacle. Oh wait, my one tabernacle. It is meant. It blows my mind how much it is worth. Yep. That's the thing. And imagine if when you were younger, you had the foresight to save all of your really expensive, or I guess now expensive cards. So it's kind of, on my end especially, like some of the stuff I used to buy for like 5, 10, 15 bucks at Walmart are worth like $4,000 now. It's almost like sickening to think about. It's like, fuck, man. I could have been done, bro. I could have been retired by now if I would have just kept some of that shit sealed. But it do be like that. I could have been like done, man. I could have been like checked out, big house, good on money, not having to worry about a thing. Is that Griffin without a voice? I don't even know if I could recreate that voice. I don't even think I could recreate that voice if I tried, man. Yeah, you could have gone and bought like a case of the sealed Pokemon Reds for like 150 bucks. Like, imagine if you would have bought just like 50 of those. You'd be set for life. That's 5 million bucks pretty much. It's insane to think about. Or if you had bought you know, booster boxes of EX Team Rocket Returns and what's the other one? EX Deoxys. If you had those two, I think EX Deoxys is 100-something thousand now. I'm not sure. Or if you bought Legendary Collection, which you could buy those booster boxes for 60 bucks. That's a $120,000 box now. Booster box. Does someone... Oh, that's Italian. Just gonna see if somebody had one listed. I don't think so. Oh, $200,000 is the lowest listing. Jesus Christ, bro. It makes me sick.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Dude, just a singular pack of EX Deoxys is $700. Holy fuck. Bruh. That shit is sickening. Absolutely sickening, bro. Like, I can't even tell you how many of those packs I used to open up just randomly. You used to be able to get them for like $3 for like 2 of them because they were so like undemanded. Like, everything used to go on clearance back in the day at Walmart, and they would put them in like these big like jumbo box things. And they were like these clear plastic boxes, and they would just stuff it full of like packs from broken down sealed product, and you would buy them for like 15 bucks, and you'd get like 40 packs or something in there. And like, it was all the old like Fossil, Jungle, the EX era packs, like, they were just worthless. Nobody wanted them. They were like $60 booster boxes, and now they're 200,000 bucks. Like, it is disgusting. Absolutely fucking disgusting to think about. Like, I'm not repeating that mistake. We'll just put it that way. I have my stash of sealed product now that I've been buying over the past few years. You wasted your childhood? I know, if I would have just put away a small fraction of it. Because, like, that's the thing, is, like, I used to go, whenever I got money as a kid, I used to go whale out on Pokemon cards. Like, I'd go to Toys R Us, Walmart, and Target, and just buy as many cards as humanly possible. So... And then when I was 13, my dad made me get rid of my Pokemon cards in order to get a cell phone. So, yeah. Ricardo Cumsucks with a 5. Then again, I could have played the lottery too. Well, you could have bought Bitcoin also. That's another thing. You know, that'd be the easiest thing to do. Get on the Bitcoin train early. Stick that shit on a flash drive, buy a safety deposit box, and then pull it out in current day. They knew. Well, to be fair, the cards weren't worth anything. That's the thing, bro. It's like, literally, they were worth nothing. Nobody wanted the cards. So, it's unfortunate, man. I could have literally been a multi-millionaire if I was allowed to just keep collecting my Pokemon shit. But, you know, I guess lesson learned. So, if I ever have kids that want to get Pokemon cards, then I'll make sure to keep some of their childhood sets sealed for them. Ricardo Cumsucks with the 10. If only I had bought these early Magic the Gathering boxes. They were worthless, man. Now they are worth literal millions. Oh, geez. Yeah. It's crazy. The card market is a wild thing. Your dad owes you a fat amount of inheritance money. I guess. I don't know. I'm not really... At this point, I'm not really worried about it. You know, what's done is done, unfortunately. So... Too late now. And Darth Vader with the 5. Yes, Bitcoin. My uncle asked my grandma to buy some. I think in 2010 I would have got some if I only remembered. It is, you know, very unfortunate, man.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
You know, like, shit. If only. If we only knew. Oh, well. Now I just have to slang Pokemon cards. So. It's the way it's gotta be. Criv, shut the fuck up. I can't. They were literally $5 a bundle over here. Please say no more. Yep. Dude, the other thing is, too. This 10. I don't know if y'all ever bought this. Do y'all remember these? You remember these from back in the day? This is what I used to buy all the time. I remember the displays vividly for these in Walmart. So if you have a set of all 3 of these now, I believe it's $8,000. So these were like $12 back in the day. These were like $12. You could get one for $12. And yeah. Just insane. Ricardo Cumsocks with the 10. Appreciate it, man. I remember laughing off Moxes for sale back in the day. A type of yeah, I know what a Moxes is.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the
like
fuck
all
up!
the gemstones, right? If I could only go back like 1 sec, man, I would make a killing. Exactly, dude. Exactly. I don't know. I guess the only thing you can do now is like learn from the past and, you know, invest in the new stuff like it was the old. Because eventually, like, look at that Final Fantasy set, for example, for Magic. If you would have bought the collector's boxes for like 600 a piece, which is what they originally came out at, you would have, I think, already like tripled your money, right? I don't know what they're at now. I almost bought a case, and I regret not doing that, for $4,000. Final Fantasy Collector's Box. Okay, so they're $1,400. I mean, that's still pretty fucking good. So they've come down a little bit. But yeah, $1,400, $1,500, that's still really, really good. Oh yeah, apparently Muda Shart did respond. Hold on, let's see if we can find that. I don't know. Apparently he replied about it and like tried to brush it off or some shit. But I don't really want to watch a 20-minute video to find it. Or a 30-minute or whatever that is. I'm not that invested. Are we going to watch some Raymond? I guess we could if you want. Do y'all want to watch Raymond? We can watch that one video someone mentioned. I forgot. The name will come back to me when I pull up the channel, but there was one particular one. Well, PK said no, so that makes me want to watch it. What was that one video? I can see if I can find it real quick. It was a stream. He still doesn't pull up in the autofill. What the fuck? Let's see. It was the... Fuck. Maybe I don't remember which one it was. Maybe it was this one. It's the one where he got... Yeah, this one. This is the one where he gets up and leaves.
It's like School of Rock becoming like one of the best movies that was ever made. Best Jack Black film ever made. Everybody wants to go back. I hate being an adult, honestly. I hate it. Cost me money just to fucking exist. And money, you gotta wring people's necks to get money out of them in Minecraft. Joseph Extreme, $10. Thank you, Joseph Extreme. Some online job interviews are AI, and it scans your face and have speech patterns for any signs of lack of confidence. Fucking start a YouTube channel at that point. Like there is no point in trying to get a job. I have a slight stutter, and it gets me instantly rejected. Fuck! What are we supposed to do with that, man? Fuck. Instantly rejected. Stop, you can't even fucking control. Jay, what's that like? Instantly rejected for something you can't even control. What's that like? Not like everybody knows what that's like at all, huh? You're instantly rejected for something you can't control. Of course you are. Fuck, man.
Whoa, buddy. That little piece of dust is irritating me. Alright, let's see. We'll skip ahead. He's gone for like 5 minutes. Or maybe just like 3.
I can't afford this shit! I can't afford this shit! God, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, man. What do you say to that? You know, I have always been beset by a strong, deep-cutting misery for the actual inequities in the world. The actual inequalities. The actual A plus P doesn't equal C.
All right, there we go. So that's the clip that y'all were talking about. So what was the video? Oh, this one. The no idea how to make friends one. That was it.
This one is a mixed bag on the subject. You get endless pontificated advice over and over and over again from men on the internet, which, let's be honest, if you're here watching my stuff, you probably spend a lot of time watching men on the internet. That's manosphere content. That's MGTOW content. Alone but not lonely. They all proclaim from the mountaintops. Like it means something, like it's real. If it's like Joseph Goebbels, if we say it enough, we're not going to feel the absolute pangs of loneliness and longing inside of our hearts.
Oh, yeah, this video? Yeah, I haven't seen this one.
The reality of spending every waking moment alone to the point where going out in public and trying to interact with other people becomes almost impossible. You get into this habit of the zoochosis, this habit of just going to the store and buying the same things. Bam, 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 bam. They change the aisle on you. They change the price on you. It just like completely wrecks your world. Even being able to like grocery shop, price compare, stand in a produce aisle, try to figure out some other thing to purchase, to eat, to sustain you, try to change some habit. It becomes almost impossible because there's so many other people around you constantly just living their lives and shoving their little fat little fingers in front of you in the freaking
Jeez, bro.
aisles. Meanwhile, you're an invisible, bald man. Doesn't matter how tall you are. Invisible bald man. Just an afterthought to everyone else around you.
Absolutely brutal, dude.
Even if you try to go like the contrarian, dig your foot in and be stubborn, I'm going to walk slow on purpose. No, they'll just run you over. They'll just bump into you. They'll pass you in traffic. You're invisible. I can't explain it. I have not really had, like, I've had work acquaintances, I've had drinking buddies, but I have not had, I mean, even in college, maybe I didn't have real friends. I don't know.
I don't think anyone has real friends past college, personally. Friendship is more of a young man's thing, unfortunately. You know, because it's just expected when you hit a certain age that you're supposed to be married, have kids, and be focusing on, like, family life and shit, and then also your job and all this other shit. So you're not really supposed to have, like, a huge circle of friends that you're, like, hanging out with and stuff all the time when you hit a certain age, because you're supposed to be, like, a family man at a certain point. But that's been taken away from most men, you know, at our current wonderful climate of relationships, so...
There's the people that want to, it's a weird situation where the older you get some people that want to be around you and you don't want to be around them. And then it's converse. I see this shit. I vowed not to be lonely when I moved to a small town and got better at making friends. At 40, I haven't stopped growing my circle. Melissa Noble. I moved.
Ricardo Cumsucks at the 5. I am bald, totally bicked every day. Are you an invisible bald man? Or are you visible? And let's see, Oski Woski with the 2. Wake up Juan's cat. Alright.
Give me money, 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 give me money. Open your, give me money. Give me monies.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Guard! Guard!
Dare I say it, hateful
Don't
cunt.
fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
There you go. And Fluffle Nugget with the 2. I'm singing I'm Not Okay in Raymond's honor. I'm not familiar with that, but respect, dude. And Juan with the 2. Gaming is annoying. Wake up my cat. I'm mad. Goodbye.
Give me money, 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 money. Give me monies.
Hold on 1 second.
Away from my parents.
Oops. Alright, why is it... Okay, there we go. It said something open. And let's see. Ascendant with the 2.
Yeah, crowd, white boy.
And Fluffle Nugget with the 2. Who's more bald, Raymond, Ricardo, or the gay pair? Well, I'd have to go with the gay pair because not only is his head shaved, you know everything else is.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
And Ricardo comes to us the 10 to answer the gay pair. No one is more bald than me. I am bald. But is your entire body bald is the question.
In my 20s, I vowed not to be lonely. We moved in with a couple in their 50s when we were in our 20s. Despite the age difference, we became lifelong friends. My friend Brian is 97 and I'm 40. Do you want some virtue signal points? My partner and I trekked through the Sahara Desert with his parents. It was the icebreaker we needed. At 40, I haven't stopped growing my circle. That's your small town? God. I'm 40. I'll never stop making new friends. What do you get out of that? What do they get out of that? What are people getting out of this? I have friends of all ages with different interests and cherish.
Yeah, that's not a good mentality. What are you getting out of this? Well, you're getting a friend. Like, is he like, I want a female friend who I can fuck?
Them all. I've realized that authenticity is the key to forming genuine relationships. I'm sorry. I guess I'm just like way too bitter at this point and way too much of like a husk or a shell of the person I once was. People don't like being around other people in my experience. People don't generally like being around me. I guess I'm physically that repulsive. You know, I look at
welcome to the club.
Myself in the camera every day. I don't see anything wrong with me. Everybody else seems to think that I'm just the God-sent demon troll.
The biggest problem's the teeth. Other than that, he's fine. So, he's actually one of those people that probably would look better if he did gain a little weight. Also. But I would say the teeth is the biggest issue, because his teeth are odd looking. Like, they're not, like, you know, spaced properly.
Gollum Uggo. I guess it really does just come down to hair. Because my dad has hair, and people like him. My brother has hair. People like him. My sister has always had friends. She's a woman. They know how to make friends. I struggled to make friends in elementary school and high school. High school was horrible. It was awful. It was hell. I couldn't wait to not be in high school. The reason I went to art school...
I didn't mind high school, personally. But, yeah, most people, I think, do not like high school.
Because I didn't want to go to college that was high school continued. I don't...
Well, art school. I would argue that art school is more high school continued than any other type of school, because it's just essentially a show up and waste your time type situation. But, you know, whatever. Ricardo comes
shut
to
the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Raymond is my spirit animal. This man is not a joke to me at all, period. This man is not a joke to me at all. Oh, shit. Hold on one second. Fuck. Y'all are about the same age, right, Ricardo? So I guess that would make sense.
Have whatever part of you that's supposed to, like, make friends, that was never... I couldn't ever do that as a kid. Like, my parents tried to... My mom tried to facilitate, like, overnights and hangouts and stuff, but slowly but surely, like, in high...
See, I never had a problem making friends as a kid, personally. That was never an issue for me. The biggest issue is like, when I would change schools, or if they would change schools, or whatever, it's like, you know, if I was the only one working to maintain the friendship, then I would just cut it off. So, that's usually what would happen.
Hindsight, all of those kids that would come over or hang out or whatever, it's like, over time, the parents just stopped letting them come over and didn't want them to be around my mother, I guess. My dad was working all the time. My mom was pretty hard to get along with. She still is. And the other parents didn't like me very much. So I consistently had, like, I had a couple years in high school and early college where I physically was very attractive. Like, I had hair, I was skinny, I dressed like scene guy, emo scene guy. Like, some chicks liked being around me.
The emo scene guy.
That did not last very long. And the minute I lost my hair, I mean, at 24, I look at pictures and you could see the, like, hole starting. I didn't realize that it mattered so much.
The biggest, like, determining factor of friendship is proximity. Like, if you're around somebody a lot, you're going to be good friends with them naturally. But as soon as you remove that proximity from the equation, a lot of friendships fall apart. Which is why, you know, you make friends very easily in school or at work or places that you're, you know, frequently around the same people over and over and over again. So, that's the thing. It's significantly easier to make friends in college and high school and middle school and elementary school or even at work because you're around those people all the time, so it helps you maintain the friendship without having to go out of your way to do so otherwise. Versus, like, if you work somewhere different than your adult friends, you're not going to see them on a daily basis, and you're going to have your own schedule. They're going to have their own schedule. If you get married, they're going to have their kids. You're going to have yours, and, you know, it's hard to find time for all that type of stuff.
Much until I freaking tried to do YouTube. And, like, looking back, I can confirm that my entire freaking, like, social life has been dictated about how I looked. And I hate that. And everyone that tells you that looks don't matter is lying to you. Because they haven't lived their life as an ugly person. And I know I'm not even the worst looking person. Like, I go on YouTube and I see people who are decidedly worse looking than me. Massive followings. That Viking guy. I don't even know if I want to bother doing this. At 40, I have a beautiful circle of friends who range in age from their early 30s to 97. And I don't feel like I'm ever be done making new connections. What is this link to? If I was having trouble making friends as an adult when I started having arranged friendships, everything changed. Oh, Jesus Christ. Again,
Look how diverse they are, dude. Look at this diversity. Isn't it beautiful?
just women. God, this is... Good Lord. Oh. Meeting new people and being exposed to different viewpoints and experiences is something I live for. Maybe it's the journalist in me, but I've always been interested in other people's stories. No, you haven't.
I've never been interested in other people's stories.
Now, why don't you listen to my fucking stories? No one's ever interested in my shit. I enjoy nothing more than getting to know someone, seeing what I can learn from them. I've gotten better at making friends over the years. Looking back, I wasn't always like this. In high school, I was a bit of a loner. I had one close friend. What do you look like?
Awesome.
Whom
Thanks,
I tended
nigga.
to stick with. Later in college, I made small groups of girlfriends. I've never been good at making friends. I do these 5 things. Now, look, all women, again. And not unattractive women either. Like... all of these chicks I would bang. Maybe not the one on the right, but like bang.
I would say the only 2 I would bang is this one and this one. But the other, maybe not this one. I don't know, bro. On second thought, I'm not sure. Maybe just this one.
Bang, 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 bang. Yeah. She can have the bear. The one on the right can have the bear. This one on the left, she's really cute. Look at her.
Ew.
She's got the little glasses on and the bangs. The second one kind of looks like a lesbian, but these 2 are hot. And that last one, nah, not so much. And again, these are images full of women. Never any advice for lonely guys on how to make friends. We just got to figure it out or die, I guess. Like, do you guys understand? I'm not trying to be pathetic. I'm just telling you how my life went. I never figured out the magic thing once I...
Only the middle one? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. We'll go back. I don't know. Yeah, probably just the middle one. Yeah, there is nothing attractive about this chick to me at all. I hate this look. Ricardo Comstocks with the 5, you will lose all your friends, 100%. Yeah, I mean, eventually it'll happen, unfortunately. So it tends to be the case. Especially if they have, like, a family and you don't. Or you move to different places, or you work, you know, very different job. Like, yeah, it's tough to maintain adult friendships. Most people drift apart pretty quickly. She has a cool shirt. Oh, yeah, dude. Heckin' science.
Women. Never any advice for lonely guys on how to make friends. We just got to figure it out or die, I guess. Like, do you guys understand? I'm not trying to be pathetic. I'm just telling you how my life went. I never figured out the magic thing once I was over, like, drinking, how to make friends. I don't know. And I don't want older friends. I want young, hot women to be my friend. I'm just a coomer. You know what? Fucking Destiny. I bet you anything Destiny could pull all of these chicks and get them to do whatever he wanted. I just got to start being a hairy...
Yeah, they're not exactly 10s, bro. Like, Destiny is loaded. So, yeah. If you're talking about pulling a, 5 or below white chick, then yeah, most white dudes with money can do that. That's not really tough.
He could pull all of these chicks and get them to do whatever he wanted. I just got to start being a Harry Sison, I guess. Acting like I care about Democrats. Shit. God, go fuck yours. Courtesy of the author. Brooke Metz. What does she look like?
Yes, I care about women's reproductive rights. Their rights to get reproduced. With me. I don't fucking know. Sonichu Resurrection. They also look too young to live in reality. I bet they live in... Wait, what the fuck is that? Lobotobot Bubble. What the fuck is that? Ricardo Comstocks at the 10. Believe me, trust me, you will blink and then it will be done. Time passes. You will break and then it will change. It is so insidious, it's insane. Raymond is not wrong, man. He's 100% right.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Doomers are slaves to the juice, obedience, and non-threatening. Yeah, that is the thing. The black pill is a psyop method to demoralize. So you got to be careful with it. But yeah, life is suffering, unfortunately.
Oh, she is the ugly one. Yeah, she's okay looking. And I learned a dog shelter volunteering. Go fuck yourself. Oh, yeah, dog pill. Undefeated. Undefeated. I volunteer at an animal shelter. A senior dog is inspiring me to embrace resiliency. None of you know what resiliency means. None of you. I've been eating disorder treatment. You're attractive. What are you talking about?
She is?
I've been eating disorder treatment.
Nah, I don't think so.
You're attractive. What?
No.
What are you talking about?
Maybe the clothes is the problem, but nah.
Good Lord. All right, so which one is she? The one in the middle? Yeah, you're hot. Eating disorder. It always gets me. I give up. It's pearls before swine. It's lost on everyone. It's almost not worth talking about.
Raymond is blinded by corn brain rot. Yeah. I agree. Yeah, none of those chicks are anything that's special, bro. I don't know. But I guess the thirsty man will drink water that appears before him without prejudice. But, yeah, I don't know. None of them are really my type.
It's almost not worth talking about because no one gives a shit about guys that don't know how to make friends. Like, I'm sorry, I don't want to be around the super nerdy, weird types. I would like a friend that, like, I don't want friends, honestly. I don't. I would like a female friend that wants to have sex with me a bunch. That's what I would like.
Bruh. Brutal. Why would you not want a friend? That's stupid. You shouldn't just want to fuck, buddy. Those are two very different things. You don't want, like, ideally you have a man that you're able to talk to about men's issues, because you can't go to, like, your girlfriend.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
Like, you can't talk to your girlfriend or wife about how you feel about certain stuff or what you're going through and things like that, because they'll get the ick and leave you. So, ideally, you would have a close male friend that you could actually, like, talk about the real shit with if you need to. So, writing off a male friendship is kind of dumb. Ricardo Cumsocks with the 10. Time passes so fast. It's an absurdity. I'm telling you, I'm not wrong. You will think back on this with nostalgia. I'm telling you, it's not logical. Oh, yeah, for me personally, it hasn't gone very fast, but I would imagine after a certain point, yeah, it's kind of just like a blur. I mean, you don't really think about, like, the day-to-day shit you did 5 years ago or anything like that, so yeah. Time does go pretty quickly. And we sure as shit can't remember most of what's happened, so it makes it seem like it was even faster.
Like, maybe I am broken. Maybe there is something functionally wrong with me. I don't know. The idea of trying to make friends at 37 years old. I mean, I guess there's like they're friends from my dad, though. I don't know. What do I like to do on a daily basis? I record videos. I go live. I complain. What are my interests? Well, I renovated a house. Do you want to do that anymore? No, I don't want to do that anymore. Usually friendship for men only extends in as much as their utility and usefulness in whatever moment. It's unfortunate, but it's true. I mean, when was the last time somebody asked to hang out with you just to hang out with you? Like, it's mostly guys in my audience. When was the last time somebody wanted to hang out with you just for you? Living and working overseas in my 20s.
Never.
Of course. Helped me build confidence in meeting new people. I interacted with travelers all over the globe, blah, 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 blah. But I think the real turning point was moving from Melbourne, Australia to the country Victoria 3 years ago. What is the country Victoria? To country Victoria? The town where we live as population of less than 3,000 people. We live... And I vowed not to be lonely after relocating to such a small community. 3,000 people. You know, I live in a hamlet of about 50 houses. I know one person, my neighbor on the one side. He doesn't give me any guff. The other neighbor bitches about me not mowing the weeds in my fucking driveway. I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up.
Bruh.
I'm going to let him grow longer now that you mentioned it. Oh, yeah, you want to borrow my weed spray to spray your weeds in the driveway? No, I don't. And he fucking mows the one part of my lawn. It really pisses me off. Don't mow my fucking lawn. I know what you're doing there. I'm trying to take it. Any neighbor that makes comments about my lawn, it makes me want to mow my lawn way less. Way fucking less. This is the thing you fucks don't understand about the comment section. Anytime you make little fucking suggestions, any little fucking suggestion, do this, Raymond, you need to do this, Raymond, you need to do this, Raymond, you need to do this, Raymond, it just makes me want to do it less. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do this for you.
Oh my god. Yeah, this isn't good. He's just giving them more ammo now. Ricardo comes sucks with the fire. Raymond is not wrong. He's right. Men have a real hard time, really bad. It only gets worse. It's so bad, man. Well, yeah, that's the male route in life is suffering. You know, men traditionally have been, you know, mass casualties in warfare, doing all the hard physical jobs that are dangerous.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
When crisis strikes, you know, it's the women and the children that are taken care of by men. Men will sacrifice themselves to save women and children. It's just, yeah, the way of the world. Unfortunately, now, our shitty modern society doesn't, you know, reward that type of behavior at all anymore. You know, men are villainized as evil, misogynistic, you know, sex pests that nobody wants around.
Fuck. So I made it my mission to put myself out there whenever I met someone I had something in common with. I'd initiate. I don't even know what I'm... Look, see, that's one of the biggest problems. I don't know what I'm into. I have no idea. Like, if I'm honest, the only times I feel good in the day is when I'm jacking off to porn. Like, it's a really hard thing to be this depressed. And holy shit, it's hard to be this depressed. Like, how do you fix this? Like, this article is worthless. There's nothing here. This is just how to make friends if you're a woman that's semi-attractive. That's all there is here. Hey, would you like to go for coffee or a hike? I'd ask. Internally, often those earlier fears of mine would emerge. What if they thought I was weird or too forthcoming? However, more often than not, I found their answer was resoundingly yes. Well, which one are you? The author, second from right. So this one, she's conventionally attractive.
I guess.
She's older, but she's conventionally attractive. With time, I became more blatant about it. I remember meeting one of my husband's... She's married. She's married. Okay, there's another woman that's married. Bitching about feeling like she's alone. I don't even have the energy to get mad. I don't even have the energy to yell. I don't have the energy. This is just depressing at this point. There's another married woman. Her husband should be her best friend. Her husband should be her entire life. Her husband should be her entire world. The man in her life should be the only thing that matters to her. No, she has to go make friends. I remember meeting one of my husband's clients and instantly feeling a connection with his wife. I really like you, I said. Let's be friends. And she laughed, and that was it. We've been buddies ever since. You have a husband. What are you bitching at? You're not lonely. You have a husband. I thought she was single the whole time.
Probably had, you know, sad. You can have a husband, kids, all that shit, and still, I'm just lonely. It's like that woman who was like ranting in her car about how she was married to her husband for 10 years. Her husband was literally perfect. She couldn't think of anything negative to say about him. They had 3 kids together, and she was like, I just can't be myself in this marriage, so I'm gonna get a divorce. It's like, bro, what the fuck? These bitches are crazy, dude. Genuinely fucking crazy.
Like, this is really exhausting. I legitimately thought she was single the whole time. She's got a husband. I'm intentional about keeping old connections. Most of my friendships are with other parents from the school. She has kids. Having
Rip.
the common denominator of kids makes it easy to build rapport. She's got a husband. She's got kids.
Yeah, how the fuck are you lonely with a husband and kids? That makes no sense.
She's lonely. She needs a bunch of friends. How? How is this even a conversation? I don't understand the amount of marriages that get completely destroyed because the wife is lonely. She's got kids, a husband, a household to take care of. You can't take pride in that. You can't. It's fuck. This just keeps getting worse. But also having friends outside that have a group. I have friends I hike or travel with. I have singles and child-free friends who are in completely different phases of life. She's married with kids, and she's got to go out and make a ton. I'm sorry. This is, as my friendship circle has grown, I try to remember to foster my old friendships too. I have some special long-term friends who mean the world to me, and I regularly check in on them. Sometimes we'll talk for hours over the phone, and it feels like no time has passed between catch-ups. One thing I've realized is that authenticity, blah, 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 blah. If you don't let down your walls, it's harder to connect with others on a deeper level. In that spirit, earlier this year, I decided to do something a little out there. I hosted a ladies' night at my place, called it Dessert with a Side of Woo-Woo. What? I wasn't sure how it would go, and I know that some of the women who were invited were wondering what the hell was in store for them. On the big night, I asked everyone to select a talking point card from each... Oh, shut up. I don't care about this. Afterwards, many of the women told me how much the evening had meant. Oh, we all made dream boards.
Dude, I remember they tried to get us to do that shit when I did my company's orientation. They wanted us to make dream boards. I was like, I am not doing that shit.
You're all married. You have kids. You already have the dream. You have the life dream, right? That was your dream. It's never enough. I know that making friends isn't easy for everyone. What is this link to? How to make friends as an adult, 3-step guide for a millennial who moved from New York City to LA without knowing anybody. Be hot. That's how you do it. Kathleen Elkins. This is Chad's sister. Be hot. That's how you do it. Look like that. That's how you make friends. Jesus Christ. I used to feel that way, but if you're open to it, I challenge you to put yourself out there and ask the question, how about a coffee, if you might be pleasantly surprised? It's just whatever. This is more evidence that women get everything they wanted. Married. Kid. Bored. She's bored. Needs friends. Okay.
That's how it goes, man.
Yeah. I have not had a girlfriend for 15 years.
Brutal.
I have not had a adult male friend for... I mean, men don't really have friends when I think about it. Men have, like, guys that they do, like work buddies, drinking buddies, the guy that you see at the store. I don't know. Like, what do men have? Most of your friends end up being college or high school friends, and then they grow up and they get married or they kill themselves. That's usually what happens around here. Name 2 or 3 guys that I went to high school with that are dead now. It's a lot lonelier when you grow up. Women have no idea the level of loneliness. I've been alone since 2010, 2011.
It's diabolical how women on Reddit complain about how much they are late bloomers in life, when in reality they're just real picky and have rejected many men before. It's a cope, bro. It's a cope. They pretend to be picky because either they couldn't get what they want, they're living a fantasy in their head, or, you know, they're just making excuses.
And this girl, this woman, she's married, she's got a kid, and she's still, I'm not going to let go of my friends. All these articles about how to make friends, all of them with women. Women. I just... My best friend in elementary... Oh, God. It's just whatever, man. Oh, look, yeah, he's smiling because he knows he's going to fuck her after this.
Yeah, if your girlfriend has all male best friends, or a lot of male best friends, or even just friends, that's a massive red flag.
Jesus. I'm sorry, guys.
Because no guy is friends with a girl unless he wants to fuck her, bro. Like, he may not want to date her, but he might want to fuck her. Ricardo Cumsocks at the 10. My older brother is my real-life friend for real. I can only hope others have a friend like this. He is my ultimate friend. That's great to hear, man. That's good. Y'all have a good relationship like that. A lot of siblings don't, so that's really cool to hear. Definitely important. Should have at least one person in your life you can talk to. So, that's good, man.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face.
I really
to
am
shut the
this
fuck up.
fucking cynical and depressed. I don't think, like, going this long...
Are you talking from experience? Yeah. I would say so. All the girls I was ever friendly with, I would have, banged, dude. Would I have dated most of them? Probably not, but I probably would have banged, okay? Well, bang, okay.
Long without anybody genuinely interested in what I was interested in does something to you. It's been years since I've done what I actually want to do. The only times I enjoy myself is when I'm jerking to Jurgen to 18-year-olds. It's terrible.
That was not necessary in this video.
It's a depressing place to be. And this is becoming the month of depression for the videos. Life is long and lonely and sad. And it doesn't necessarily get better. It seems like women get everything. And that's that. So, I don't know. I don't have anything else for this one. Like, share, subscribe. I don't know.
He's subscribed to Lil Tay. Oh my god. Brutal, dude. Hopefully not. Bro, Lil Tay is not even anything special. That's the thing. Is like we literally looked up the picture or whatever, and it's like just the most mid-Asian chick ever. So she's not even hot. Like, she has the typical, like, you know, Southeast Asian pig nose. It's like, eh. She's not even like an attractive girl for being an Asian. Raymond would never be this black-pilled if he was just cold approaching women. Oh yeah, dude, definitely. Hold on 1 second. I think I sent myself some stuff. Oh, yeah, this is funny, bro. This goes back to that stupid fucking commercial we watched last night. My great aunt, Olga K., who is nearing the age of 100 and who survived not 1, not 2, but 3 Nazi death camps. Not all heroes wear capes. I asked her how she would compare the anti-Semitism we are seeing today to what she experienced before the Holocaust. Her response: the same. Chills, dude. Literal chills. But bro, not 1, not 2, but 3 Nazi death camps. Obviously, either they weren't Nazi death camps or they're really shitty at their fucking job. I don't know. How does one go from not 1, not 2, but 3 Nazi death camps and survive? Makes zero fucking sense. Oh yeah, this one, bro. Hold on, I think I sent myself the screenshots. Yeah. Yeah, here we go. Oh, give me a second. I gotta save the images. Hold on. What happened? There we go. Give me 1 second. There we go. So let me just put these up here. All right. There we are. There we are. So look at this shit. The police/troops in DC should quit arresting people for carrying a firearm without a permit. They're publishing this metric as if it's something to do. Wait, fuck. As if it's something to be proud of, but it's not. In high crime areas like DC, people rely on their right to keep and bear arms to keep them safe. I do. They do. Wait, it says they know who is dangerous and who isn't. It goes, how do they know? How do they know, guys? How might one distinguish between a dangerous person in Washington, D.C. or not? Might it be said youths and astronauts that be packing they peace?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
But yeah. Hold on, wait. Where's the other one? Fuck. Ricardo Comstocks of the 5. How much does JD Vance take from APAC, dude? I have no idea. I'm not sure. Where is it? Is this it? Yeah. And this. Please help. People are being robbed, raped, and beaten in our nation's capital. Sorry, pal, but the Constitution clearly states black teens can legally carry a switch until they murder you with it. Bro, it's so factual. Like, this guy, ugh, I cannot stand Thomas Massey. He votes basically in line with leftists whenever, you know, they're in charge, and then wants to pretend to be a hardline conservative whenever Republicans have the majority. So he's a clown. But yeah, right now he's advocating for the youths of Washington, D.C. to be able to carry unlicensed guns to shoot people with. Truly a genius of our time. Because nothing, you know, nothing mixes better than astronauts, youths, and unregistered firearms. What could go wrong, man? What could go wrong? Astronaut youths and unregistered firearms. Yeah, Ricardo, he's a massive grifter, bro. Like, you know the Build Back Better bill under Joe Biden that was, like, really, really bad? He voted for that, FYI. Like, he's one of those guys that's just a super hardcore anti-Trump person.
Shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
He's just one of those guys that's like a hardline anti-Trump, you know, never Trump type. But what it's interesting is, like, whenever the Democrats are in power in the House, he usually will vote with them on a very large portion of said bills. But then when Republicans get in power, he all of a sudden has a change of heart. So, like, he has no problem voting for massive spending increases when Biden was in office. But, you know, raising the debt ceiling and spending money is not okay when Trump's in office. So he's just one of those people that LARPs as a hardcore fundamentalist, whatever. But that's about it. He never actually does anything. He's just an attention whore and feeds off of media, you know, spotlight. You should not trust him, man. I wouldn't trust him for a second. I forgot, what was the other thing he advocated for recently that was, like, fucking retarded? Shit, I forgot what it was. I'll have to think about it. But, yeah. Let's arm a bunch of, you know, black teens in D.C. with unregistered firearms because I'm a Second Amendment. Genius. Let's see. Ricardo Cumsucks at the 10. You think Massey is a clown? Why? Well, I kind of explained that, you know, he votes with Biden on a bunch of shit. So, yeah, no, not a fan. Have APAC now paid your bills this month? Not yet, bro. No shekels have been delivered as of today. Maybe soon. And then also Ricardo Cumsucks at the 10. Trump is on Epstein list. I do not trust these. I mean, maybe in some capacity, but if they actually had videos of him raping kids, they would have used that against him already by now. No more hot babes in the shorts. Yeah, I accidentally closed this, so I had to close something else on. I think I closed all instead. Hold on, I was trying to find something else too. Oh yeah, have y'all ever seen this? This is funny. I saw this today again. I saw this a long time ago. This is old.
Herman Rosenblatt does have a real story of survival in the Nazi concentration camps, a story that is genuinely extraordinary. But as he explained to us in this exclusive interview, he felt he needed to make things up to get people to pay attention.
The greatest love story we've ever told on this show. Oh my goodness.
Herman Rosenblatt received international attention for his story about being a hungry little boy in a Nazi concentration camp who was thrown apples every day by a little girl on the other side of the fence. Years later, according to the story, Rosenblatt met that same girl on a blind date in New York City, and he proposed on the spot.
I used to come by every day, bring the apple, have in my jacket and a piece of bread, and he used to say, I'll see you tomorrow.
The story landed Herman and Roma Rosenblatt on Oprah twice and in newspapers all over the world. They also got a book and movie deal. But the story wasn't true.
Why did you do it? Why did you tell such a big lie to so many people for so long?
It wasn't a lie. It was my imagination. And in my imagination,
It wasn't a lie because it was in my imagination.
in my mind, I believed it. Even now I believe it. That she was there and she threw the apple to me.
How can you say it wasn't a lie? It wasn't true, and you know it's not true.
Yes, it's not true. But in my imagination, it was true.
Rosenblatt says he made the story up to give people hope and to promote understanding about the Holocaust. But members of his own family say his real motivation was money. So you were not motivated in any way by money?
No.
This is from your son. He said that he knew you were lying for years and he couldn't get you to stop. And here's his quote. It was always hurtful.
Let's see. Ricardo Comstocks at the 10. Trump is not with us. Are you serious? Who is his inner circle? Stephen Miller? Well, Stephen Miller's actually good. So, his one and only goal is to deport as many illegals as humanly possible. So, he's actually pretty solid. The Adelsons? Yeah, I'm not a fan of them. But apparently they've had a falling out because, they're big buddies with Netanyahu, and Trump and Netanyahu do not get along. So, but yeah, I don't like them. Jew, rat, snakes, get out. Is Stephen Miller Jewish? I didn't know that, but yeah, he's actually really good. Like, the only thing he cares about is getting illegals out of the country. Like, he's the one who got Trump to backtrack on the whole thing about them being able to stay if they're farm workers and shit like that. So, that's like his one mission, is to get rid of all the illegals as, quickly as possible. But yeah, let's continue this.
Father is a man who I don't know. How do you respond to that?
I don't know. I can't respond to it. I don't know why he said it. I don't know. Maybe I'll ask him.
Herman and Roma Rosenblatt told their false story publicly for more than a decade, but it all fell apart about 6 weeks ago after Holocaust scholars proved that it was physically impossible for prisoners to approach the fence at the concentration camp where Herman was kept.
Just like that Boy in the Striped Pajamas movie. Complete fiction.
And that Roma's family was actually more than 200 miles away at the time. Why did your wife agree to go along with this? Did she ever express any reservations?
Because she loves me.
Bruh.
Why is she not here today?
Because I don't want her to be here today. It's too much going on.
Was it difficult for your wife to have to go out very publicly and tell a story that she knew wasn't true?
It was. But she loves me so much that if she thinks that's good for me, she'll go along with it.
Rosenblatt is remarkably unrepentant about his years of lying.
I pronounce my love for you forever.
When you look at that, does it make you uncomfortable at all?
No.
You think that was the right thing to do?
Yeah.
And while you were up on the stage there, in front of all those people, in the back of your mind, were you not thinking,
no,
I'm not telling the truth here?
No.
Let me ask you just quickly about it. Our interview was frequently interrupted by this man, Harris Solomon, who says he is planning to produce a fictionalized movie account of Rosenblatt's story, despite complaints from critics. If you look on Holocaust Denier websites right now, they're using it as we speak as an example of why you shouldn't believe Holocaust survivors.
Right. And those Holocaust Denier websites
Solomon
would perpetuate some other story if it wasn't Herman Rosenblatt.
Rosenblatt says he wants people to know that he did what he did with good intentions. So if you had to do it over again, would you tell the same story?
Yeah.
You would?
Yes.
Rosenblatt does say that he's sorry, but he's only sorry, he says, that people took the story, quote, the wrong way. His book deal for a nonfiction memoir fell through a couple of weeks ago because of this controversy, but a fictionalized book may come out this summer, and the movie version is supposed to start shooting.
Isn't that amazing? He lies publicly for a decade about, this Holocaust love story. Blatantly lies. What are the consequences? Oh, he loses his nonfiction book deal, but they're still going to make the fiction and movie adaptation of it because it's an important message. Never forget. And eventually people will forget that it's fake. That's the bet. Let's see. Ricardo Comstocks with the 10. I can't read that. RH genetic poison for real. They seek to destroy us, man, I am called crazy, called a Nazi. Well, everybody's called a Nazi nowadays. That's another word that's lost all its meaning. I am all those things. I am pushed away from all my family, apart from my brother. Yeah. Luckily, not everybody's as fortunate, but luckily my family's pretty base, so, but yeah. No, there's definitely some, very evil shit going on in the world. 100%. Very, very evil shit going on.
This summer as well in Eastern Europe, Diane, and they say they're going to carry on despite the criticism.
I simply don't know what to say. I mean, it's his imagination, but he knows it's not true.
He says he made up a fantasy world, and he was living in that fantasy world.
And his son says, tried to stop him.
Yes.
Good heavens. Okay, thank you, Dan.
Pleasure.
Wowie zowie. Did I ever watch the movie? I don't know. Did it ever come out? What was the name again? Rosenblock? Or Rosenblatt?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see. Herman Rosenblatt. I'm just looking to see. Doesn't look like it ever came out. Let's see. Ricardo Comstocks with a 5. Diane Sawyer is a J. Well, yeah, dude. Anybody in, news, media, and stuff, yeah, typically. Let's see. I think that's everything I have. Don't think I sent myself anything else. Yeah, I don't see anything else. They made the Superman movie into a pro-Palestine / Ukraine puff piece. White, Eastern Europeans, bad, Browns good. One of the main villains is literally the first Prime Minister of Israel. Uh-oh. Yeah, I didn't watch it, honestly. I thought that new Superman movie looked cheesy as fuck, personally. I thought it looked kind of cheesy. I liked Man of Steel, personally. I thought that was really good. Did I watch the OG Super? What is the Probably not. Probably not. Dude, I never really did anything comic book related as a kid. So, I didn't watch any of that type of shit. Yeah, no, definitely not 1978. Definitely not. Let's see. Is there anything else we should watch? See if there's any cope. Doesn't look like it. Nope. Nothing. Nothing ever happens, truly, man. It's been kind of dead gaming-wise for the past few weeks. Like, there really hasn't been anything exciting happening. At all. It's been kind of silent. Battlefield 6 and Mafia are the best games since decades. I don't know about that one. Dad as your DMs? Yo, true. Yeah, I've seen the fucking tranny cat thing on Battlefield 6 pretending to not use aimbot. The next game to come out is something at the end of this month, Lost Soul Aside. And then in September is Borderlands 4. So I think they're like 2 weeks apart. Yeah, I'm not getting Metal Gear 3. I'm not getting that, so... That's not even on my radar. I get to play as a oh, yeah. Yeah, the crocodile suit or whatever. You want another platformer baby game? Well, allegedly there's going to be a Mario 2D collection for the 40th anniversary, but we'll see. Nah, crap gamer is only good to watch when something big has happened, because most of his videos are just literal fucking slop. Like, it would be like the end of Xbox, and it's like literally a fucking system update for the PS5. Like, he's too unreliable on that front. It's not worth digging through the videos to figure out what they're actually about. And Ricardo Comstocks to the 10. Superman was OGJ prop. His name was Kal-El, voice of God in Hebrew.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Look at this white man amongst us with his voice of God. Wow. Will this Jew save us? He blends so well. He is so great. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know. Same with Marvel, too, so... You know, like Marvel pushing, you know, multiculturalism and... You know, all that other shit with, like, the X-Men and stuff. So, yeah. Yup. Indoctrinate the minds of the children, and then you guarantee your future voters. Watch Kino Casino review Superman? I guess we could.
Alright! It's time for the Superman review! This is an interesting movie because there's a lot riding on this movie. There's a lot of stakes to this movie that normally, you know, with the average...
Didn't the Superman movie perform significantly worse than Man of Steel? Because I think I saw something where it was like the Superman movie made like $580 million, but Man of Steel, like adjusted for inflation, made almost $1 billion. So...
Summer blockbuster you don't have, where this movie may determine not just the future of like the DC universe, not just the future of Warner Brothers as a studio, but the future of Hollywood in general, in terms of whether this superhero cape shit zeitgeist that we've been in for the last 15, 16 years or so is going to continue,
or whether or not superhero movies are going to be dead altogether. This movie, along with Fantastic Four, releasing in 2 weeks' time, really feel like the make or break moments, to me at least, for their...
Didn't Fantastic Four flop? I'm hoping it did, because every time I see Pedro Pascal, I just want to kind of vomit a little bit. Like, he just truly disgusts me now. I don't even want to look at him. Ricardo Comstocks of the 5. Marvel, all created by Stan Lee. What was his real name? I have no clue. I know nothing about Marvel and all of that.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Yeah, I would imagine. It's one of the tribe.
Respective cinematic universes. When you look at how Marvel's been doing lately, the last few phases have been garbage. I can count 2 movies that were really well received, and both of them are more standalone than cinematic universe shit, where you had Deadpool and Wolverine that was well received, and then the latest Spider-Man, which was like fan service-y kind of standalone Spider-Man stuff, as opposed to being mixed in with the rest of the MCU. They were successful. Pretty much everything else is flopping. And when you look at the Thunderbolts, the recent C-list shit tier offering, nobody went and saw that. The movie tremendously underperformed. And what's scary is that movie had like positive buzz and good reviews. People still didn't go see it. And so far as DC is concerned, like, DC never really got it going, but after Aquaman, there was like this period of hope that it was gonna turn into something or be good, and then fucking Black Adam came and basically nuked the whole fucking franchise from orbit. They thought The Rock would save it. The Rock basically doomed it and led us to the point we're at now, where there's like a division within the fan base, where a certain portion of the fan base are like Snyder jihadists, who are determined that this movie needs to fucking fail so that we restore the Snyderverse and bring Snyder back, and this movie has to bomb, which I'm pretty sure even if this movie does totally fucking bomb and everyone hated it and it made no fucking money, I still don't think they'd bring fucking Snyder back. I think that they would just nuke the fucking franchise and say, listen, we're just going to make Batman movies from now on, and maybe fucking 10 years from now we'll try with Wonder Woman again or some shit, right? But that's what's going on. You have like the Snyder jihadists who are like determined to destroy this movie to restore the Snyderverse, and then you have the other DC fans.
Well, dude, there will never be as good of a casting for Superman than Henry Cavill. Like, that was the perfect person to play Superman. Like, they're idiots for getting rid of him, honestly.
Who are, some of them are gun
that shit's crazy to me still.
Worshippers who liked Guardians of the Galaxy and want to see that going on, and you have like the Angry Joe type people who are just desperate for Superman to succeed, and you're kind of in a civil war there. And what's interesting is the way that James Gunn has decided in this movie to tackle the difference between these different camps that exist within the DC.
Dude, I don't even think Zack Snyder's that great of a director, but Henry Cavill was like perfect for that role. So, plus he's based as fuck and I like him, so I would actually go see it if he was in it, but the new Superman, zero interest.
Universe, which is essentially to say fuck you to all of the Snyder fans and faithful. This movie is a complete rejection, like a complete rebuke and repudiation of everything that Snyder's vision stood for. Everything that like Nolan and Snyder wanted to do that was grim and dark and gritty, and a Superman that kills, and a Superman that, you know, there's wanton destruction and chaos and mayhem. The whole movie is just a total rebuke of Man of Steel. And I'll just give you an example of what I mean.
That's because Man of Steel was fucking based. Like, it was like the first superhero movie where there's actual collateral fucking damage, man. Like, they were throwing each other through buildings and shit. Like, this, I don't know. Like, say what you will about the story, I guess, whatever. The fight scenes in Man of Steel were so well done. Like, that shit was badass. Like, just throwing each other through the fucking skyscrapers and shit. You know, blowing up these builds. Like, I don't know, dude. I really liked Man of Steel, personally. That's one of my few guilty pleasure cape shit movies.
Mean by this, and this doesn't necessarily spoil the movie. I am going to spoil this movie. So if you haven't seen it yet,
not to mention the cast was really good, bro. So
I'll just tell you my general recommendation on this movie is to go see it. I feel like it's 2 fun hours at the movie theater. Good popcorn, bubblegum movie. Now, is it true greatness? Is this going to be the definitive version? Is it going to hold up on rewatches? That's to be determined. I don't think it's the definitive version, and I don't know how great it is, but we'll get into that in a minute there. But I'll talk about this repudiation, this rejection of Snyder and that part of the fan base. There's the scene you've seen in the trailers where Superman is fighting the kaiju, and it feels pointed, bro, in this movie. Like the kaiju is about to fall into a skyscraper. Superman rushes to stop it from falling into the building so there's not collateral damage. He does that several times. He's saving just people on the street from being stepped on. He saves a dog from being stepped on. He's saving little girls in this scene. At one point, he's even saving a squirrel. Okay, he saves a squirrel, for fuck's sake. That's how dedicated the Superman is to the preservation of human life and no casualties and no collateral damage. There's a scene in the movie where Superman, there's like this black nanobite technology or goo or whatever that's going into his lungs and stuff. And it looked a lot to me like the stuff from Krypton in Man of Steel. Or at least that's how I felt. And there's a scene where he's literally regurgitating it up, like he's puking up Snyder's vision onto the ground. Okay? So this movie did everything in its power possible not to just go as far away from Snyder's vision and the gritty and the dark and the grim and the dour version of Superman that we were given, but it felt like it was a rebuke. It was like, fuck you. You've almost just like, you've ruined Superman and what he's supposed to be, and this is our vision for Superman. And it really is a Silver Age style Superman. It's almost, it's like a campy kind of return to form, sort of Richard Donner-esque, not Richard Donner because his wasn't as campy, but it almost felt like a Superman.
That's what I didn't like about the way it looked, was how campy it was. I don't know, bro. Like, I don't like the whole comic book vibe and shit. Like, I just find it incredibly cheesy. It's not very pleasant to look at, generally speaking. I don't know. I'm not big on comic book shit.
Superman 2, Superman 3 level of camp that they were trying to inject into this movie. And I like that. I like that Superman is like a goofier or campier character, and I feel like we've gotten away from that with comic book movies to where it's like, this really is retarded nonsense for children and man-children, and I feel like it should be treated as such, and not this Eben, we are the mythos of Greek gods in the modern age, fedora tipping shit or whatever. So I kind of appreciate that approach to the movie. I'm going to start spoiling the movie, so, be forewarned, okay? I'm going to talk about the various, actors and what I thought of them. This version of Superman, I thought he's better than Brendan Roos' Superman. Is he better than Henry Cavill's Superman? Yes and no. I would say no in the sense that he didn't have as good of a look as Henry Cavill, and I don't think he had as much charisma as Henry Cavill. And also, like, when this Superman flies toward the screen, he kind of looks like a goofy motherfucker. Like, I don't know what was going on there, the way that they were filming it, but he looked kind of like a Down syndrome hammerhead shark or some shit. Yes, in that he's better than Henry.
Well, dude, there's like that one. Hold on. Fuck. Damn, I don't know if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. But it's like that picture. Oh yeah, here it is. This is exactly what he's probably talking about. Copy link. Drop this in the chat real quick. So, like, look at this frame, dude. Like, look how retarded this shit looks. So that's exactly what he's talking about. It looks like a retarded hammerhead. But yeah, look. It's 1-to-1, bro. 1-to-fucking-1. But yeah. This movie's already on. Damn, it's already on streaming? Jeez. I mean, look how cheesy this shit looks. Hopefully I won't get in trouble for this, but... I know you. Like, bro, this looks like some shit from like one of those crappy fucking CW superhero shows.
Don't kill me! You are too delicate and weak, like Superman.
I'm not like Superman.
Like, bro, this is so cheesy. Like, cringe.
Henry Cavill's Superman, and then Henry Cavill's Superman was never really given anything to work with. I think he got something like 46 lines in the entirety of the 3 movies that he was in. He never really got an opportunity to emote in any way. We never really got to see him as Clark Kent in any way.
The whole movie was like that? Yeah, dude, I'd fucking hate that shit.
So, I don't know. Compared, of course, to Christopher Reeve, it's a pale imitation. You know, Christopher Reeve is Superman. So iconic, so charismatic. The look was perfect. The way he played Superman was perfect. The way that he played Clark Kent was perfect. The transitions between Clark and between Superman that he was able to do without costume changes, just subtle changes in his facial expressions.
Ricardo Comstocks with the 10. They keep banning people like me because I know the truth. It's the J filth. I know the origin. I know who
shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
I know who propagandizes it. It is all Semitic trash propaganda. The trash. Yup. I mean, just like in the Weimar Republic, history repeats itself, right? I mean, it's amazing the parallels that we have right now. You know, we're just missing the hyperinflation, which we're kind of getting close. So who knows? We may truly be facing a Weimar Republic scenario. You know, disgusting, degenerate slop everywhere. Pornography, homos, trannies, and we're also headed towards hyperinflation now, too, so... The bricks are being laid, that's for sure.
In his posture was excellent, and I think it's pretty much impossible to top that version of Superman, and I don't think we've ever had a Superman since that's even been close. Because we've had in Batman's, like, you know, when you look at what's his name? Michael Keaton. Michael Keaton's depiction is somewhat rivaled by Christian Bale's depiction. We don't really have a Superman.
Christian Bale is the GOAT.
That's iconic enough to compete in any sense against Christopher Reeve, and we still don't with this version of Superman. But I thought he was serviceable and he was adequate. I thought he had good chemistry with Lois Lane. This might be, and there's not a lot of competition for me on this front, the best version of Lois Lane that I've seen. Now, mind you, I've not watched Smallville or any of the CW versions, which I probably should do because I've heard that they're excellent. Smallville, especially, people really sing the praises of. But I always thought that Margot Kidder's version of Lois Lane is a real bitch. To me, it never seemed like she was ever actually in love with Clark Kent or Superman or whatever, more just in love with the idea of him having powers and stuff like this, and that she didn't really like him for him. And so in Superman 3, when they brought in the new love interest, I was kind of excited for that because you do better than her, Clark. She's a fucking bitch. Then you've got like the Superman Returns Lois and the Lois from Man of Steel. Both of those Loises are just, I don't know, man. They're just very
mid. Whatever her name is from Man of Steel, that chick was mid as fuck.
Boring, dry, dull as fucking dishwater. Didn't think they had any chemistry with Superman.
She looked like a single mom.
Superman at all. So this version of Lois, you know, the scene where her and Superman have the interview and the argument, and it starts as something playful, right, and fun, and then it turns at a certain point into something where, you know, they're fighting, and it's like, it's the issues in their relationship. It felt to me like a real life relationship argument. It did feel to me like there was actual chemistry there, and it felt like a real relationship. And I think that's the first time in a Superman movie that I've really seen that, and I like that. And also the scene between Superman and Lois where there's the fight going on in the background, and the Justice Gang are handling it, and it's just an everyday occurrence in Metropolis that there are metahumans, and that there are fights between metahumans and superpowered entities, and you had Peacemaker on the TV, and that scene has a line that made me laugh. You know what they say, that maybe that's the new punk rock. I like that. I fucking died laughing at that, and I felt like that scene really contained the seeds for the tone that this universe should hit. And it was, at that point, it's not always that hitting that tone of where I think it should be. In a lot of parts, it goes too far, and it's too quippy and too James Gunn in style. But it never went too far with that, where I was like, okay, this movie's a fucking total Marvel clone, total piece of garbage. But that scene, I think, hit the right tone. And I thought that was a really strong scene. Some of the strongest scenes in the movie actually are Superman and Lois together. And I think one thing is I wish that they had more time together. Lex Luthor, I think this might be my favorite version of Lex Luthor. Because when you look at Kevin Spacey's version of Luthor, it's basically Kevin Spacey playing Kevin Spacey. I was kind of disappointed with it. Because Kevin Spacey as Lex Luthor should be the dream casting. He's got the look. He's great as a villain. He's got the voice and everything. But it didn't feel like Kevin Spacey playing Lex Luthor. It felt like Kevin Spacey playing Kevin Spacey. And, you know, Superman Returns as a whole is just very disappointing. very, very disappointing and underwhelming. And, you know, Gene Hackman's version of Lex Luthor, I love.
I have no idea. Bro, I haven't seen any of these other Superman movies, but I like Kevin Spacey as an actor, so I don't know. I don't have a problem with Kevin Spacey playing Kevin Spacey.
You know, the obsession with real estate, wanting to be king of Australia. I love all of his mannerisms and, you know, how campy he can be and stuff like that. But that version of Lex doesn't have that real ruthlessness, that real killer instinct, that real sense of being a threat. Even in the first Superman movie, when Gene Hackman gets the kryptonite around Superman's neck and Superman's drowning, you never really think that Lex is going to beat Superman. Whereas in this movie, from the beginning, they do so much to establish Luthor as a credible threat, as somebody who could defeat Superman, to the point where, you know, it almost goes too far in the other direction, where Superman just feels weak as fuck. But Lex, they do a really good job of making him a big threat, making him ruthless. The scene where you've got the Indian guy, no, sir, Superman, sir, please, I made you food, sir. And Luthor just fucking cold-bloodedly executes the motherfucker is great.
Based.
The whole interdimensional prison he has and locking up his ex-girlfriends and stuff, I thought was good. I liked how, you know, he had the whole team around him and they were like a really competent, slick corporate team. It felt like a real modern version of Lex Luthor, and I liked it. I liked it a lot. I liked that he was both campy and he was a threat. And, you know, a lot of his monologues I liked. I know some people don't like this Lex. I liked him. The only thing I would say is that maybe too young. You know, if he was about 10 or 15 years older, I really feel like he would have been Lex, but he's like a little too baby-faced, a little too young-looking at 35 to play Lex. And I also, at some point, would like to have gotten a Lex that's kind of like the Superman the Animated Series Lex, where he's kind of more jacked and a bit more of a physical threat as well. But you can't have everything. I thought he was pretty good in the movie. The Justice Gang, I thought that they were going to really suck ass and really, you know, let this movie down. But they were actually pretty good. And Mr. Terrific was actually pretty good in this movie. I didn't find him to be like that annoying or that fucking shitty of a character, despite his racial handicap. As we all know, he's black, so a certain percentage of people are going to hate him based on that anyway. But despite his racial handicap, I actually thought he did a pretty good job in the movie. He was a pretty likable character.
Ricardo Comstocks of the 10, all superhero culture is pure, unadulterated J culture. It makes me want to puke. It's such a joke. Yeah, I don't like superhero shit, generally speaking. The only superhero movies I actually like are the ones that don't feel like superhero movies. Like Man of Steel, I don't feel like was like a superhero movie. It felt more like a sci-fi movie. And same with like Iron Man 1. That didn't feel like a superhero movie. That felt just like kind of standalone. Same with the Dark Knight trilogy. It just felt like you could have taken Batman out of that entirely, replaced it with a normal person, and it would have worked just as well. So I like the superhero movies that don't feel super comic booky. I don't like comic books. I'm not a fan of superhero shit. So I'm very, very picky with the superhero stuff I actually like.
In terms of Green Lantern, Guy Gardner as Green Lantern, the characterization of that was spot on. That's how Guy Gardner is. So that was good. He didn't have a whole lot to do in the movie, and I will say Mr. Terrific got way too much screen time and was way too involved in the movie to the point where it almost became a Mr. Terrific movie instead of a Superman movie. And had they lessened the roles of Mr. Terrific and the rest of the Justice Gang and how much they were in it, there would have been more time for more Lex Luthor, more time for Lois Lane, more time for Superman. But that being said, I'm glad that they are in the movie because I'm really, really fucking tired of it just being the same fucking shit over and over again. The same reboot of Superman or of Batman where we never truly get into the universe. Where, you know, with Batman, we're never getting to the point where he has Robin or he has Batgirl around or Nightwing exists. Or, you know, and with Superman, we never get to see, like, Brainiac. We never get to see Bizarro. We never get to see anything else other than Lex Luthor and Zod. And that's one thing where I was disappointed when it was first announced in this movie that Lex Luthor was going to be the villain again. It's like, please, can we get Brainiac? Please, can we get somebody else? So I was glad that right away we weren't doing the origin story again and 30 minutes of Superman growing up in Kansas, which, by the way, you're never going to compete with Richard Donner's 1978 origin in Kansas. It's so well done, the shots and everything, and that movie really doesn't get enough credit because that
Chaka Shaka Gaming with the A. Why is this grown man obsessing about comic book movies? Get on the treadmill. Why are grown men obsessing about superhero movies? Well, it's a superhero movie review, so that would explain it.
Movie is really shot in a really artistic and really excellent way is Superman 78, and just with one scene or two scenes with Clark's dad, you feel so much emotion with that. So let's just stop trying to compete with that origin. We all know the origin of Superman. We all know the origin of Batman. We've all seen it on screen a million times. I want to see Justice League. Like, I want to see them all together. I want to see all the characters interacting, and I'm glad it's like, okay, we're now years into the story, and we have certain characters around, and we're going to actually hopefully get to see all of them, because it seems like these superhero franchises, particularly the DC ones, we never get all of that. We never get to see them all.
Dude, Endgame is a waste of time. Same with Infinity War. Both of those movies literally are just there to milk as much money as humanly possible out of people.
All interact together and really get the universe fleshed out before they end up failing and having to be rebooted again. So I'm glad he did do that. Crypto, which everybody was shitting on Crypto and wanted, I hate Crypto.
Ricardo Comstocks with the 5. Once you know who created all this trash, it really opens the eyes. Yep. I mean, it's like most things. Anything entertainment and media, you already know.
Being in this movie, I was at the opposite camp where I was actually excited for Crypto to be in this movie because I wanted it to be just the goofiest, silliest, campiest shit possible. Unfortunately, Crypto for me didn't work because Crypto's a fucking asshole in this movie. Every single scene with Crypto, he's being a fucking asshole. And just being so disrespectful and nasty, and he's breaking into places and stealing dog treats, and I don't know what they were doing with this characterization of Crypto, but it wasn't working for me, and I wish...
Yeah, Hollywood is literally a propaganda center, so...
He wasn't in the movie at all now, to be honest with you. I really didn't like Crypto. But it wasn't that bad to where it completely tanked the movie or anything like that. Similar weird side things like the robots in the Fortress of Solitude. I never really got that. I never was really feeling that. I felt like they were kind of fucking weird. I felt like the power levels were also all over the place with this movie. It felt like, first of all, like Superman. It felt like Green Lantern could kick his ass. Or that, if Superman was to fight, the 3 Justice Gang members, it would be a competitive battle or whatever. And, that one woman character, the weird butch fucking Latina, the engineer or whatever she's called, her fucking power levels and what she could do were all over the fucking place in this movie. And I guess she's going to be part of the Authority movie coming up, but I didn't really like her in this movie. Also, it felt like with this Ultraman character, did anybody else feel like it was setting him up to be like Bizarro? And maybe that is what they're going to do with him in the future, is make him Bizarro. It kind of felt like they were hinting towards that, and obviously him going into that black hole at the end.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Gaming with the 8. Doesn't this guy tease Richard about being fat? He looks like he's permanently coated in sweat. Well, yeah, he's just doing it ironically, obviously. I don't think he lacks the self-awareness to realize that a fat guy calling another guy fat is hypocritical. I think he just does it for comedic effect.
I don't think he's going to be gone as a character. They ended up changing, Superman's parents into being bad guys. Now, a lot of people are really rattled about this. I don't really give a shit.
Hollywood might as well be an Israeli military base. Pretty much, man.
At all. And I don't really think that...
The propaganda ministry of the state of Israel.
that it hurts Superman that badly that they made these changes. But a lot of people, oh my God, they made Jor-El bad. Well, Jor-El is not really going to be in the movies. Like, Jor-El exists as like an exposition device in these movies. He appears as a hologram and gives advice. He's not really necessary or needed. And it does give an interesting twist to the movie. And I felt like these little changes that they made here and there to the lore, to me, they made it more interesting and they made it more unpredictable as a movie. And so I really didn't have issue with that. Hawkgirl sucked, though. Hawkgirl was fucking brutal. She really had nothing to do in this movie. Probably shouldn't have been in the movie. Maybe get a more interesting character. But I think
Say it ain't so, man. Say it ain't so.
thing is, nobody's ever really cared about Hawkgirl anyway, so like it's no real loss that she was kind of shitty. They gave her one moment killing the leader of Baravia, which, by the way, I liked him. I really liked the dictator of Baravia and just how over the top and campy he was. And people, you know, are like, is this Israel, Palestine? Ben Shapiro's crying his eyes out. No, they're criticizing Israel. I don't really think that there's any sort of actual, tangible, coherent political take from this movie. You could say it's about Israel, Palestine. You could say it's about Russia and Ukraine, but it's just an international crisis that serves as a plot device to drive everything forward. I don't think the movie is super political. And when James Gunn talks about, you know, it's about immigrants and it's about Trump, I didn't really detect that in this movie. And it didn't really bother me. I will say that the one line I did like where there was at the end where they're like, conservatives and liberals can both agree that Lex Luthor sucks. And I do think that that's the tone with Superman that they should be striving towards, like a unifying, bipartisan, super positive type message where it's unifying and it's...
Griffin, would you bang Hawkgirl? Just tap once, then leave? I'd have to see what she looks like. Images. Isabella Merst is the name. I'm trying to find a picture. Maybe. I guess. Why not? Could definitely do a lot worse. Show us. Yeah, I guess that's high res enough. Any other ones? Yeah, I'm trying to find one where she's not caked in makeup. Yeah, I guess so. Why not? Sure. Yeah, a lot of her pictures are terrible, bro. Like, look at this one. I don't know who the fuck told her she looked good when she took that. That's horrid. Ricardo Comstocks with the 10. This is not our aesthetic. This is trash. Rome is our... Oh, I agree, man. Yeah, like Renaissance art, classical architecture. Yeah, absolutely agree. The Sistine Chapel is our aesthetic. I hate that this is what we have become. This is so sad to me. I hate this. Yeah, it's like the people who prop up like fucking anime, like art style is like some high art form or something. It's like, bro, what the fuck? Like, if you want to see real art, go look at like fucking Renaissance paintings. Go look at, yeah, like the Sistine Chapel and the murals that are painted there. Go look at like the statues that are carved out of solid pieces of marble. Like, look at like, it's just people who equate anime to like high art are fucking losers, bro. That's like opening your superhero slop comic book and being like, this is the same thing as the Mona Lisa, dude. Yeah, modern art is disgusting, demoralizing dog shit. That's meant to break the soul of the nation. I mean, just look at how repulsive children's cartoons are nowadays. It's like literal tranny indoctrination hypno.
Not divisive and it's not political. And I think that they came as close as they could in today's modern age of accomplishing that. And the idea that being positive and being...
Like, you cannot convince me that Steven Universe was created for any other reason than to transition kids.
Being wholesome is the new punk rock. I thought that was funny, and I thought that was great. And I really did enjoy that with this movie. I don't know. Like, overall, is it...
Like, that shit is unironic sissy hypno.
Like, the greatest movie ever made? Is it... like tremendous? Is it gonna replace the Richard Donner version as the definitive Superman? No. Is it? I'll say this too. Like the action scenes in it, when you compare it to the fights in Man of Steel, it wasn't up to snuff. It was not as good as the fights in Man of Steel. I just think that that's obvious. Snyder had the better action scenes, but when it came to just being overall like fun to watch and just like a light sit, that's where it excelled. But this movie is probably a 7 out of 10, maybe 7.5 out of 10 movie. I do find it funny that Angry Joe, by the way, I feel like he's taken this movie like way too seriously and feeling like this movie had to be a masterpiece and had to be the greatest thing ever made. I don't really understand why Joe is so fucking seething, because to me, it was good enough. But I had very low expectations. I was honestly expecting this movie to just be a total flaming fucking bag of dog shit, and I was pleasantly surprised that it wasn't. But if you're coming into this movie thinking, oh, this is going to be God's gift to the world, this is the new Donner, you're obviously going to be disappointed. I don't know. I'm pretty
Only Henry Cavill is allowed to be Superman. I agree.
High on this movie. I think it was pretty good, especially Lex Luthor in it and all of that. But my hopes for the universe of it, I don't know. I hope we do actually get to see it, and I hope that James Gunn does get a chance to put together his universe. But at the same time, I also would like for the Pattinson Batman to also get to exist, and I have a feeling those two are going to collide. If given the choice to see that develop or the Batman develop, I would probably choose the Batman, because I really liked the Penguin show and what they were doing with that, and I care more about Batman as a character than I really do about the rest of the DC comic book universe. But I'd like to be able to see it. I don't know if we're going to get to see it, because it looks like the movie might be underperforming some, but we'll just have to wait and see. So that was basically my thoughts on Superman. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with the franchise going forward, but I think it was a decent enough adaptation. See you in the next one. Peace!
Bruh. Oh my god. It's shameless. Absolutely shameless. Bigfoot Papa with the 5. Appreciate it, man. The new Superman was a 5 out of 10. It's average at best. Doesn't do a lot great nor bad. Just meh. And men cry in it. So typical for Hollywood. Yep. Gotta emasculate your male heroes, dude. And Ricardo Comstocks at the 10. All of these pop culture arguments are so sad to me. We are so much better than this man. Holy moly, it makes me sick, dude, for real. Yeah, I don't like pop culture. Generally speaking. I am not a pop culture enjoyer, that's for fucking sure.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck
But
up!
yeah, most of our so-called culture is just degenerate slop, so... Yeah, I don't see anything else. Might be a good time to go ahead and wrap up for tonight. So, I may go ahead and hop off, try and get some sleep. Hope y'all have a great weekend. Appreciate everybody coming out. Big ups to everybody in the chat. Appreciate all the support. Bigfoot Papa with the 5. Wish we got movies with the atmosphere of stuff like BioShock. I feel we barely see creativity like that in film anymore. To be fair, games feel the same now. Yeah, they were supposed to be making a BioShock movie, I think, too, which is what's ironic. But, yeah, there's very little creativity left nowadays. It's very, very sad. But... yep, so it goes, man. All the talent has been stripped away from all these industries because either bad hiring practices or the Me Too bullshit. And Ricardo Comstocks at the 10. The crazy thing is, when I get sober, I see the Jays, I see them, and they are like a poison to me and my people. I cannot stop seeing them. Yeah, well... for now, he gotta live with them, man.
Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
Anyway, have a great weekend, everybody. I'll talk to all of y'all, I guess, later tonight. Peace out, guys.